can't conceal it, what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust and reason frame, a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so.
And hello, we are back with another stream, another and another. कैसे हो कितनी स्ट्रीम करेगा भाई? थम जा, नहीं रुकने वाले अपन. Hello. Salesman is back by last month of the day of the month है भाई. एक दिन सेल्समैन को छुट्टी. Like the stream guys, yeah. पहली बार इतना फास्ट ज्वाइन किया हो, लव यू. फास्ट आने का वो है कि मैं सबका चैट पढ़ता हूँ. हेलो उत्तू फ्रॉम द क्यूट फैम. 500 स्ट्रीम का गोल भी तो पूरा करना है भाई. हो जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है भाई, जिस हिसाब से चल रहा है. हाँ, कल मैंने कितना 17-18 घंटे स्ट्रीम किया है भाई. क्रेजी. हेलो बंके, हेलो, कैसे हो सब? बढ़िया. आज लाउड. अबे लाउड कौन है पता है क्या? लाउड है वो, समझ रहे हो? मेरा नेट गया. गुड भाई, ये महीना मेरा पूरा इंटरनेट खत्म होके मैंने 1000 GB और डाला है. मतलब 4000 GB इंटरनेट यूज हुआ है ये महीना. 4000 GB. मजाक है? 4000 GB क्या होता है भाई? पोल डाल दो, लाउड जीतेगा भाई. पोल क्या डालना है भाई? सेकंड मैच के लिए रुके अपन. टू बी वेरी फ्रैंक, क्योंकि टेक्निकली देखा जाएगा ना, 2G नहीं जीत सकता लाउड के सामने. सिंपल बात है. वाईफाई अनलिमिटेड है, अनलिमिटेड बोल के 3000 GB देते हो लोग. आराम ज्यादा. स्टडी मटेरियल नहीं बे, वो सब कुछ नहीं. फाइनल्स कौन जीता? आरपी जीता. रेड फॉर अ साइड
on it, which was
एक सेकेंड, मेरे को नहीं मालूम भाई कौन जीता. व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग अबाउट? वैलोरेंट में कौन जीता पूछो भाई. मैं फंस गया था.
Track, it can snowball far more aggressively than other comps on attack, and they could get off to a nice early lead. Again, I'm selling you the dream, but I do think this is possible. Hey, they get a pistol round, Silence gets a few kills if he's continuing to play ISO. All of a sudden, we might be cooking, could get a close game. It's possible.
मैं खाना लेके.
Yeah, exactly.
That
is a fact.
okay, on loud side. What composition do we expect to see here? We've seen
333
plenty of footage,
GB
of course,
होता है,
from
ऐसे
them on Lotus.
Oh,
That's
that's a good
खत्म.
question. They're probably gonna
Yay!
go with like Fade Cypher.
नहीं वैसा वालों के लिए
Yeah, and with the neon, which Citizen's
कुछ
been
नहीं
really strong on. I like that they pivoted to this look actually, with
Yes.
him being more neon
भाई
focused.
सेकंड गेम बहुत
Alzina
बाप है
was
भाई.
really quick to go into the breach Teo in kickoff, but
Yeah,
they like stepped
yeah.
away from it really
Yeah, they were
quickly
one of
as
the
well.
first teams playing it.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Okay, we've switched it up. We have Silence on the Vice. PXS just 1-for-1 picking up the role of Zap.
Which headphone do you use by the way?
PXS
भाई
traditionally
brand का नाम
playing
नहीं ले
Sentinel, so we'll see
सकते.
how
I
he
use a
can
black
perform on a new
headphone.
role.
I mean, they
Normal
can do it,
stream
but
में
it's gonna be
पूछो ना.
very difficult. They're playing straight up. difficult comp.
Perex lost. मेरा नेट गया था last
Indeed,
map.
can 2G get it done against Loud? Let's head to our first map and send it over to
Kayo,
your
Kela
casters
और
for
Lime
this
Juice?
one. We have the duo of Boomer
ये
and
कईयों को
Ender
देखा है
standing
किधर
by.
तो?
Thank you very much, Zoe and the desk. We
Chat ये कईयों को देखा है आपने किधर? Healthy stuff के लिए banana and then there is lime juice.
safe to say that our 2G team got some
Bang
salsa.
भाई shout out दे
Yeah,
दो
well, the other
भाई.
team, 2G, has only played 3
Ankush
officials
bhai, shout out to
this
मेरी
year,
जान
right?
करते.
And it's been all losses for them. They're coming in after the loss of their IGL, after bringing in PXS. We found out that this guy was going to be playing for the team
Binks भाई अकेले
today.
ले रहा हूँ.
It's time, of course, for Samsung match start. Load up fast for Samsung SSDs as we head into Lotus. And this 2G team only have 2 of the players remaining that they ascended with now. They're looking completely different. PXS has come in, picked up the breach on a map where previously they had Zap on the Sova. So a comp change for 2G.
It's a comp change, but in theory, maybe an easier comp to play. PXS picking up Breach. Not the hardest agent to go ahead and implement. Right now, just working into that front B space next to the Tejo. The rest of his team works
Default
into
तो
Sam,
अच्छा है.
potentially looking to
देखते
open
क्या
this
क्या
door
अच्छा है
and
ठीक
pinch
है
in
ये
front
टीम
B.
का क्योंकि it's a new
A lot of
team.
progress towards the B side being
3 नए
attempted here
players
by
है.
2G. So a bit of a chunk
Default
of the map
अच्छा है,
carved out
लेकिन
by Loud
sandwich
as slowly we
situation
start
में
to
पहुंच सकते
tend
हैं
in
लोग.
that
Sandwich.
direction. There's of course the chance for Loud to descend upon them, or at least for DJZine to do so through door if 2G don't get moving.
Yeah, looking for this re-hit now, but there's a stun ready from Loud's defense. They can look to open this door and really catch out 2G in the choke.
Here they come, flash in, fault line immediately comes out, it's going to slow PXS up, but 2G still want to make this way in. Cowanzine though,
Bhai,
able to take his
sab
pound
la
of
le
flesh
bhai.
before he ducks back to cover. Might look to
Sab la
linger a
le.
little longer. PXS is down, still no plant yet, a little bit awkward as 2G trying to make their way out towards Waterfall, and now once
Ye
they get
log
to
bhi
the
la le.
fight, they're able to get some damage done. LZ and Gabera though, low, clinging to life is Loud, want to close the net.
Easy ना easy ना.
No
Disease
come
का
through
round
to
है.
plant the spike. 2G have to fight their way out of this. Vinny is low,
30
but the lurk
seconds
is
left.
coming in with the Cypher
One
on the other
enemy
side. That's 3
remaining.
now for DJZine.
एक
But
second.
Vinny is just trying to stall out as long as possible. We're down to 20 seconds. That flank comes in. It's all over for 2G.
इतना देर अगर आया नहीं है.
And the setup's there for the defenders. I mean, Vinny is just
भाई
waiting on
लो
a cue
था बे
that
लेकिन
2G is trying to hit
हाँ?
this C site. There's a
अगर
fault line that immediately throws
विनी
their
को
plans
मारता
into
तो
disarray.
शायद
Again,
कुछ हो पाता
everyone
ना.
has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Not bad.
Exactly
First
right. I
round
think
not bad.
importantly, Cowanzine was
seconds
not hit by the Omen blind coming in from
Considering
the
4
attacking
बंदे
side.
थे और
The side
stun
anchor
थे और
was, but
सब
he's
कुछ
able
थे.
to
Not
pop out of
bad.
that
Not
smoke
bad.
and do a lot of damage while the rest of his team came rotating.
Do
in
हमें
off
भी
the
यार have a
side.
chance. वो
There's a
time
lot of
वो
moving
match के time पे
parts of this
बताएंगे.
2G comp, trying to get your breach util lined up with your Teo setup. Now with the player just coming in, it's tough to have a just add water solution for this comp. Now towards Mound, DJZine wants to try and assert himself a little bit here. That first shot though is a little wayward. Now throw that relay bolt out, but wants to
Wayward.
hang around towards Mound still.
Bit of fight scene on the A side of the
भाई ये
map
बंदा
too.
बहुत मारेगा बे.
So far, 2G have been
DCC बहुत
effectively
मारेगा.
stalled out towards Sand. And now without a fault line to work with, no flashes on PXS either, they'd have to swing into the line. Oh,
रात को पिंकी को टाइम दो बब्बू. वैलोरेंट में क्या रखा है भाई? यही सोच के मेरे को पिंकी मिली है वैलोरेंट के
See if they
वजह
can
से.
play for that.
आप
Pretty sure
क्या
Cowan
कर
took
रहे
it
हो
on the
लाइफ में
other
वो
side,
देखो.
but it's the little wins 2G are
देखो
going to
ये
do in
गेम
corner
के
round
वजह
like
से
this.
This comp has the ability to
VV
obtain some of
मिली
that
है.
information safely,
VV.
more passively, right? Where they
Not
actually
even
have a
girlfriend.
scan initiator
Not
here
even
in the
like
form of
Babu
the
Shona.
Whereas 2G, it's really about layering
Any
that
comments?
util together.
Yeah, layering the util, Askia as well, going for
Plus वो माइके
swings
गई है.
before teleporting out. Gets an intro times.
Yay!
DJZine is reposted here over towards. Oh, but he's going to see some action. Has to be able to get out, and he can at least with the fast lane. Vinny now going to fall back on the
Listen,
side
man,
here. Looks like
excuse
the
me?
relay bolt caught
Flex कर रहा था
stun.
मैं तो.
And Vinny's going to get in position to cut this to the quickie. He is, of course, a lot of noise. As 2G try and make their way towards the side, Gabera's able to bring Vinny down. The classic sings. 2 years here wants to wait though for a little bit of
How will
reinforcement.
S12 be
Provides it.
invited to
Paranoid
VCT?
thrown out. Still
Altif
no
भाई
plant
मजाक
the
से
spike.
हटकर S12
Gabera
को इनवाइट
helps
मिलेगा.
himself to
इलॉन
the
भैया
elbow.
है ना वीडियो कॉल
Only
करने
10
वाले हैं
seconds coming in.
S12 को
Players
और
on
उसके
every single line, but
Ten
Outlaws
seconds
doing
left.
some work.
और उसके
Time to
बाद
get the spike down.
VCT
It's
में
2 on
इनवाइट
2.
Getting rid of the pinch there over towards Mount is pretty big, but you're still going to get this plant stuck.
Open
Now
में
Gabera
था
stuck in a
बे.
1v2. 2 years in Pancata. Only ghosts to work with here.
भाई ये दोनों एक हिट के.
Face on this, but the spacing's not quite there. 2 years has to
अरे
challenge. Then he
ये भी
bails
1v1
Loud
तक
out.
गया.
What could have been a bit of an embarrassing situation on an anti-eco.
Wow, Gobert picking up that outlaw, finding 3 kills.
Not
on
bad,
the
Ray,
round.
not bad.
Certainly going to
Go
take that
round,
from 2G.
almost
The
1v1.
spike plant too, because one of the things, if they had fallen there before getting the spike down, that's 2 rounds in a row. You
Love
don't
you,
have the spike,
Ashbhai.
you don't have any kills on any of your big
दूर से
players.
मेरा
So
आखिरी
the
दिन है
ultimates
भाई
would have
महीने
looking
का.
bad, but as it stands, a big round 2 from Gobert.
10 में सोया नहीं हुआ यार.
And they were already funneling orbs in towards this Teo, so clearly that Armageddon has a
भाई तुम लोगों को पता है मैं 7 बजे
overall strategy now.
भाई ये स्टोरी सुनो. मैं ना 7 बजे मैं सोने गया, ठीक है. सोच के मैं 12 बजे तक सोऊंगा 5 घंटा, फर्स्ट टाइम इन माय लाइफ. 9:30 बजे कपड़ा वाला आया. मैं बोला कोई कपड़ा नहीं देने के लिए. तो बोला भाई मेरे पास तेरा कपड़ा है, चुपचाप ले करके. इतना एम्ब्रेसिंग
Play
फील
off
हुआ
the
ना
one
मेरे
things
को.
as well, but so far 2G not caught out by that. Got a lot of passive info gain here. Cypher cam to spot any push up in this 2U's direction.
Yeah, by the way, Vinny has a Sheriff in tree behind door. Off of the Cypher cam, he is going to be trying to wallbang, get a headshot kill off of the camera. That's spotting it through that little choke point.
moment.
Might have been needed here. Benkata just takes a line.
Well,
Go up there on the fault line with
well,
perfect
well,
speed. DCG is a little
well,
haphazard
there are
over on this
2
side of the
guns.
map, but he'll take his one. LZ and Silence now know path is clear, mostly to hit this seaside.
Position भाई इधर आओ गंदो.
Gobert falling early means no tail ult in this round.
Position भाई
This
कोई
is
नहीं
a
इधर आओ.
bonus for
गंदो.
Loud that 2G find themselves severely outnumbered at.
So far, Loud can only surmise as to where 2G have opted to go here.
ठीक है.
The camera in towards Baby Door. There's a trip on B, so they have to narrow down the possibilities pretty quickly. And Picard's playing more passively towards this whole side, seeing that Util come his way. And
2 guys getting blocked off by the wall.
Very,
It's not
very
good
nice.
news.
Very nice.
If you look at 2G,
But
they've
it's a
actually
delay.
separated down numbers. They need some hero plays out of these individuals.
I made a
Silence gonna take the
passenger
first
mark.
bite into Link, but it's not going to be there.
quite a round for Pancata so far. LZ just has to stay tucked and try and stop any potential defuse, but he's up against a veritable horde of interlopers, and here they come. Cowan's in around the corner. Not bad for LZ.
Bhai.
They're running out of bullets.
Hey बे.
3 kills for him on the
Players
round.
है.
But Loud will have their third.
That
Huh?
fight over towards main was just crazy. The fault
Hey,
line
hey.
delayed into the
3
rounds.
बजे भी views
I'm
आ
not even
रहे
sure
भाई.
if that
Views
came
का
off of
क्या है
information or
भाई.
was just a timing look
Main
from them, but
membership है.
resulted in 2 kills nonetheless.
I mean, if it was just a timing look, that was
समझ रहे
perfect.
हो?
Considering that 2 players look
ए आ जाना जी का मैच.
Oh,
ये
contact,
जी
there you go.
फाइटिंग.
Did
I didn't
goes
attack.
1 for 1 there. And again, it's been pretty assertive over towards that mound part of the map.
आज
Almost batting out
भाई
again.
आज
First Gobert, then
है.
LZ. Almost is not enough here for 2G. 3Ks for both those players.
ये
Still sees them with a fat goose egg.
मालिक यार चाय
Time
याद
for a
मत दिला
timeout
इसके बाद
here.
जाऊंगा मैं.
After that first gun round goes awry.
ये टाइम में से आराम से आ जा रहा
Calling a
था.
timeout this early, like you don't have really.
लव यू. स्ट्रीम एंड करने का टाइम आ गया. चैट हो गया आज का. Haven't missed a single stream since 2019. Your streams and watch party have helped me through a lot of my low times. बाकी things are getting better now. Love you Binks भाई. एक गिली चुम्मी दे देना. अभिषेक आचार्य भाई. Love you यार. Love you. Love you. Love you यार. टेंशन मत लो. सब कुछ ऊपर होएगा. कुछ भी लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम रहेगा ना, मैं हेल्प नहीं कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन तू यहाँ पे लिख सकता है. समझ रहे हो? मेरा कंधा हमेशा रहेगा रोने के लिए. टेंशन मत लो. टेंशन मत लो. एंड एक बात बोलूं, मेरे को तू इसलिए भी पसंद है क्योंकि मैं जब भी रोटी खाता हूँ ना, तभी मेरे को मिक्स फ्रूट अचारिया पसंद रहता है. अचार कैसा था?
What this Loud team
जब
is
पेट
capable
सुपर
of,
चैट के
outside
दे.
the individual level, which we know is there.
Yeah,
अभी
and
से इस
outside
बार
that,
थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान के
they
टोटे.
typically farm those 4-1.
थोड़े दिन के लिए आपका गेम
So
प्ले.
Digison making the pivot in
के
kickoff,
जैसे
he's playing
गायब
the
हो
Raze
रहा.
on this map, but I think people overreacted maybe a bit to the neon nerfs initially. It's been pretty effective on this agent, using it now to catch the timing, dodge away from the breach Taeha
Well,
utility.
टिक मार्क. टिक
Okay,
मार्क.
so that might have been part of the
लोग
conversation.
को
Hey, we
Shillong
know
से
Digis is
भगाया.
playing pretty
Digis से
aggressively
टिक मार्क.
towards Mount. And even if you take that space, he will still find a way to punish you.
Nice,
He's
nice.
able to push up, get tucked here. Find that
That's
one, and
a
this is
good-
going to force
good
Pancada
blur.
right back onto this A site. Well, not too far back, as he's always looking for a bit of a fight. Silence might look to try and fill this space. Wants to imply a move up here, but Pancada is unrattled.
Everyone right now from 2G on a solo mission, and it's falling apart, right? The spacing towards A main. You've got LZ trying
Love
to
you,
take the time
Abhishek.
before
Bye.
Silence is quite there. Now using the missiles to break open the door. They're
Nice,
doubled up, and that's
nice,
gonna be a good look
nice.
for them. Possibly a plant now into B.
Back to back
Tripped
to
here over
back
the side, but it
close
should be
round.
cleared easily enough, and Razorvine able to be put down now just to prepare for this.
Neural theft. Everyone's seen.
Again, one towards upper. Here's Digizine now finding his third in the round. He got
दिया?
picked over at C yet again and will finish
ना
off the
मान
job.
रहे डिजीज भाई
With
ना
that
मान
near
रहे
ultimate,
भाई
there's a huge pick he finds on Askia
3-1
there.
में अल्ट
And
मार
a finding
दिया
a kill over towards the player. I think trying to flank him at C. He does a lot of work, even though we don't see it in this round.
Honestly, I think round 5 is going to be the do or die.
Thank
for
you,
2G,
Joker
right?
X.
You're on the attack side of Lotus. This side massively favored in the state of the game right now, dropping 4-0 after losing the anti-bonus.
Thank you, भाई
It is show up now or don't really show up much at all.
ये
Especially with a
दोनों
couple
टीम
of
के
ults to
नीचे
work with
0-1
too.
क्यों लिखा है मतलब ये
That's
स्प्लिट
that
में वो
sort
लोग
of Taeho ultimate
एक
that's been
मैच
held
हारे
since like
ऑलरेडी
round 3 or so now. This is what's happening behind the scenes.
अकेले
Digizine
रहता हूँ
just
थोड़ा
tearing things
मैं
open
बहुत एवरी
after
सिंगल डे
LZ.
आपकी स्ट्रीम देखता हूँ
Spikes, rather Silence trying to make something happen on the A
यार
side.
ब्लिट्सो पे भाई
Looks to me like 2G are going to try a more committed A lobby fight.
Be a good
They've done a
person
lot
and
of
make
the
them
slower
proud,
play, but
मेरी
Loud are sort of calling their bluff,
Love
throwing
you.
out a wall, a stun, seizing the space back immediately.
Yeah, a ton of early util here from the defenders. Askia still wants to push up.
भाई
Despite that
सब
Prowler,
मैसेज मेरे को
needed
नहीं
to
होता
be
रे
cleared.
पढ़ने को
Relay Bolt will
मेरा
catch
दिल
on to the
कांपता
aura,
है
but it's
भाई।
not a line that Digizine can capitalize on.
PXS just stunned Aski.
It's not great.
It's all good. They got the space anyways.
Binks, I
Smoke
love
goes down
you.
onto stairs, but I still like Loud's positioning. They're leaning 4 players on this side of the map. Pancata, by the way, has the ultimate, so as the C anchor, he can quickly rotate into A for the fight.
DG need to figure out how they tease Loud out of formation here on this A side. It was just a flashpoint deployed there. 2G is still hiding in Baby Door, so 2G are no closer to satisfying their win condition in this round than they were a minute ago.
Yeah, you can kind of expect with Gobert
भाई
moving
C
back
पे
into
अगर
that
ओमेन
C
को
to
भगा
use the
दिया और
drone
फिर एक
in
है
that
ना,
space,
that's a
maybe
W
try
right
to
there.
fake some kind of hit. They threw out the Vise flash too, so that's 2 players seen, but you can see
They don't like what they've
fooled
seen.
at all.
There's nothing to be gotten. Maybe a last-minute pivot over towards the B side. They've got to get through a couple of these players, but things are going better over on the A side at least. Askia down.
W?
Digizine eventually caught out here. PXS able to try and make his way through tree. But 2G's has started to inch forward here. Might be a pivot over towards the B side as just some of these duels are straight up being won. Another one for
Which
PXS. And Pancata, after having ulted away, is it a 1 versus 4?
भाई मेरी चैट कितने प्यारी है love
Smoked off
you
too. He's in a really tough spot to play this round. It's good post-plant utility for 2G, so I don't really think Pancata's going to try for anything here. Maybe play for some exit frags, take some guns away.
भाई अभी
Well,
तक
it's not too
डिफॉल्ट
great
और वो
for
सब
2G.
बराबर खेल रहे हैं ना एकदम
It
फंडामेंटली
just looks like a muddy around. They push up into tree.
3 राउंड वो लोग
Got it,
हारे
Messi.
होते हैं तो
Pancata
क्लोज
seems
था
inclined to attempt something here at least.
एक राउंड चलता
Maybe
है
look to keep a
और ये
lead on the
राउंड अच्छा
economy
खेला
as some of 2G want to filter out of this B side back to safety, but they have
इस
taken
बिंक्स भाई
the safe
इंडिया
routes
आ
away.
रहा हूँ यूके
And
से
there'll be nothing for
नेक्स्ट
Pancata
मैच
to
ये
see.
सन
Gonna go for a
भाई
tickle here. 2G
Wait,
have time.
has
He's going
it.
to half. It's a util for the Taeho on the side. Quick double back for 2G, and they will bail themselves out of what could have been scary, but give up a gun.
I'm glad 2G were in range to hear that spike defuse, because he absolutely had time to full stick without any util to stall it out. And yeah, you're right, this tree fight was a little bit muddy from Loud, for
Lean.
sure slipping up on the micro, but I like the
Lean round.
macro idea from 2G, right? The fake into C was obvious, right? Loud
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
fooled by that, but then those 2 C players ended up walking front B,
B,
to
yeah.
set up for the Omen ult into the site for the B split. That was very well called
yeah
from 2G's
yeah
side.
yeah
After finding very little on the A side that round and dealing with a lot of
Exactly.
defensive util to block them out.
And that's LZ stepping into the IGL role for the first time for this team.
Comes in, commits the Prowler, and the rest apparently the Taeho utils coming out. He might look to try and get ahead of this and ends up being riddled with
Okay.
bullets inside the dark cover.
टीम है बे
Still big ultimates for 2G to play with.
हेलो
Digizen's gonna have to be cleared away. I think after the success of the last round, looking for this, slow pace re-hit into A is going to be the move. They just show the paranoia, actually, and are moving back into C. Only Pancata there to hold them.
It's a pretty big commitment on the A side of the map. Here comes that dimensional drift though, gate crash, and Pancata will be spotted out here. He has to know exactly what the game plan is from here on out. Trapwise spotted, Clone is going to trigger it. Askia likely going to emerge here up towards the side and try and make the play. Loud are getting ready though, set up towards halls.
Yeah,
सब
Vinny's
लोग
got a
आगे
stun
3
ready to
बंदे
go as
आगे
well, so as
इधर
soon as the spike goes down, I think Loud are going to get moving.
Pancata has a swing, doesn't see a whole lot, and that's a paranoia that does connect with the player over towards the site. Digizine is first up. 2G's going to try and work in from waterfall, but Digizine falls. Fault line connecting onto the
ओए
siphon now. And
बाप
there's that
ultimate
Armageddon
space
that's been
के
held
लिए।
onto for the
बाप
longest time. Clears that space and puts
Nice.
time pressure on Loud.
Tons of pressure, yeah, with Pancata getting shot at too. Loud are gonna
Bro,
go to
this is
save
like
in a
unbelievable,
3-on-4.
huh?
They just taken way too much
This
damage.
is
Look at Tui's and
unbelievable.
Pancata down to so little
Chuck it,
HP.
bhai.
That'll be that. 2G going to be able to get their second on the round, and it was really up to DJZ and 2G, right? One on the side, one by that waterfall area. Neither really able to find anything to speak of. So 2G exiting around, chance to build some economy.
Love you.
They get a spike plant, they keep all their rifles.
Love
all good
you.
signs.
Very good
कुछ
signs.
भी रहेगा
Whether it's
वहाँ
finding
पे
that
बात कर ले
spam
मेरे
kill
साथ.
over towards A
ठीक
and
है?
then start finding the first blood, and then rotating into C using that your
कुछ भी रहेगा
ultimate
वहाँ
early,
पे बात
getting
कर
all the
लेना.
scouting down, not
लाइफ
taking
में
any
अच्छा कुछ
chances.
कमाल तूफानी
That
करना,
tail
ठीक है?
wolf was really effective too at dividing up Loud. You had one player running back into spawn, two other players trying to run in and take the fight. Completely separated the actual site players from Loud.
LZ, like you mentioned, stepping into that ITL
Tension
role.
आ गया,
Also,
tension आ गया.
really
भाई,
delivering
अच्छा
in
खेल
terms
रहा है
of
2G.
just output, impact across the map.
हाँ, अच्छा खेल रहा है
7-4 for him
2G.
right now. PXS, a couple of crucial frags in that round 5 where they counted. And we go once more. Fight for Mound.
ये तेओ का नेट कभी देखा है तुम लोग ने चैट? किसी
Counting
की
backing
स्ट्रीम
up
पे?
on B, but pretty standard opening for 2G. Pretty far forward trapwire though.
तुम लोगों को
Asked
कुछ
us
याद आ रहा है?
Yeah, I was gonna say, picking that one up early, gonna make you feel
भाई
real
मेरा
good.
स्ट्रैट कॉपी कर रहे बे.
Hasn't placed the camera yet either. Some options to work around with that is they tap the front B door to put a lot more pressure on that solo anchor.
भाई
of Cal. He
सबसे
falls back in
बापेस्ट
towards
नेट है
baby.
वो डिफॉल्ट करने के लिए, पता है?
Louder,
बापेस्ट नेट.
again, ready off the contact here with a breach done.
That door opening might have also forced 2U's to cam on C, add some extra resources there.
Shoot that thing.
All right, Gatecrash dealt with. Here comes the stealth drone as well. Everything including the kitchen sink
लेकिन
now.
अभी लड़ सकते हैं लोग. ये लोग
To be
बस कुछ
held by
बचा नहीं है
2G.
यूटिल रुकने के लिए.
Askia steps up. It is just a util storm here that Teho
Yep.
will be able to clear rubble, force the defenders back onto the A side, but 2G are not committed yet.
Whole bunch of util spent to clear that out. Importantly though, PXS holding on to the fault
भाई ये
line.
लोग को बैक फुट
getting
पे
into
लेके
tree
जा रहे
could be
भाई.
big. He's just gonna face it with the stun, turning around the
Look at
corner.
that
Dudge is
foot.
in. Doesn't even care. Gets the
Daro
opener.
tod ke B.
Look at that 2G gonna try and split into B.
Yeah, again, it's a contingency of heading over towards the B side. There's a good chance 2U's is quickly overwhelmed from that off angle.
Huh?
Can't play from upper. It's smoked out anyway. So again, 2G with a late round
भाई
pivot to
एक और
B.
थोड़नी है.
This time though, Loud, with 4 players, need to work through upper and Lincoln, and Nightfall will herald their arrival.
Only 2 players hit on site. The rest of 2G with good audio, and they counter out with the Steel Garden themselves. So Louder stalled now.
Akata sees Cabrera first, but loses out in the duel, and this is where 2G been finding their edges in some of these raw fights. Vinny
आज
v1v3.
हिंट कहाँ है भाई?
Real
Love
good application for
you.
that ultimate this round.
AC hint by AC
Now, this
hint
one has got too
by.
much to do, but to
वेलकम टू द
Have a good old
कास्ट
college
दोस्त
try.
मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे आ जाए
You'll
व्हाट्सएप
find
ग्रुप पे आए
absolutely
www I can see you got
So
the
2G
most
again, like,
positive
it's
chat
such
and
a
family.
huge
Thanks to
type of
everyone.
util
Awesome,
early in these
positive,
rounds,
love you,
just
love you
to
too, Blitz.
you know,
Bye, love
signal
you
something
too.
at A, and then a late round pivot to B that doesn't involve too much infrastructure. They get a plant, and they just duel well.
Yeah, Tui's kind of disrespected the ability for players to just be
Trap
up in
को
the
निकाल
front B
दिया, अभी
space,
जो है
trying to
वो है,
catch that
basically.
off angle to play into baby door. Look, if no one's front B, he's getting 2 kills there easy,
Yeah.
right?
भाई अगर 2G ने Loud को हरा दिया ना, मेरा हो गया भाई.
For him and is punished for it.
हाँ?
This is that deft little sidestep by Digizine, and that's 2 years. Yeah, again with 2
गलत
angles
नाम
to
प्रोनाउंस
cover
कर रहे हैं.
essentially.
AC hint by है वो.
I could
AC
be
hint
trolling.
by.
I'm not sure if Tui's ever put down his camera that round because I know he didn't early on.
C main, but only
और
after
मैं न्यू
the door
पोस्ट
to
मस्त
knock
है.
off.
Love you. भाई बहुत टाइम लगा था मेरे
That's why
को
they pay you,
बनाने
got
को.
eyes.
कोई नहीं बोलेगा
Alright,
कि
coming
पिंकी
up
ने
here.
दिया फोटोस.
2G may be starting to get a bit of a feel for this. Rolling Thunder into this round as well, for their newest edition. Askia shows himself, but Pancata doesn't have a chance to capitalize as that Teho util comes on in. It's allowed, give the space up again. This time, less util has to be spent for it.
Good delay on that camera, trying to see if it was going to be fake pressure into rotating A or that pause into a rehit with the breach ult. The fact that Oski is stuck around too. Potentially be punished here once the smoke falls, but he's got his teleport set up for a quick rotate to A.
Little trap here. Vinny, honestly, with Digizine ready to play off of this. It's just the timing's not there. Digizine walks up.
भाई
So
ये
this will
रूट
buy
टीपी
a
कर
little
दिया
bit of
भाई
time,
अभी
but
1
there's no
पे.
one here to help Vinny either way.
भाई
2G
क्या
decide
हो
they
गया
want to land here.
2G
Vinny
को?
won't have a say in the matter.
It's just 2 seconds too late from Loud, trying to get a little active there on the
Huh?
eco round. Yeah, maybe even he can do some damage here, stall out with a stun to rotate players in, and that Stinger
मैंने
backside
बताया
team
भाई,
teams
credit
really
मतलब
struggle to deal
पकड़ता.
with.
That Teo
यही
util
होता
hits
भाई.
picks and
बंदे का
back A.
सक्सेस
Vinny
देख के
those
सब
had
लोग
time
क्रेडिट
to
लेते
get to
हैं.
upper.
बराबर ना चैट?
They're off the site entirely allowed. These stingers, though, they do want to try and dive in and get their feet a little wet. Cowanzine only able to find LZ for his trouble. Pancada, who, again, hailing public transport to get to A still.
Excuse me.
Ouch. How about that? 2G just 4 rounds in a row? Like, where did that come from? I was genuinely ready. If round 5 came around and they lose that critical swing round, the map was over for me. But no, TUG have brought it all the way back. Now it's Loud calling a timeout on the other side. After these delayed, refights over into A have faltered for 2G, or for Loud rather, a couple rounds in a row. It's pretty clear to see that Loud are trying to be assertive to gain control of Rubble. But there's one round where they lose a player through smoke. There's another where they end up just having to get that space and allow 2G to pivot over towards the B side and punish 2 years on his own.
It seems like Loud have
been playing this like 2-1-2 default. The
Omen Cypher playing relatively passively towards C, the Fade scouting front B, and then Breach Neon hand in hand into A.
Why don't attacker side wait for defender
in these mid-round fights, they're getting outnumbered, and unless they're catching a great timing off utility, it's pretty hard to punish, and their B side also becomes a problem without Cypher utility to keep it covered in the mid-round. So I'd expect Loud to make a big pivot coming into a round like this. Maybe change the location of Cypher, maybe fight more aggressively with a stack of 3 or 4 players instead of spreading out so much on the defense.
Because there's a sense that even though they're quite thinly distributed, Loud don't want to play for these replay scenarios if they can help it. Right? Like 2 years is smoked in upper on B, and he still wants to push towards link. He wants to, Loud don't really want to allow 2G to the A side of the map, lest they go B late in the round and force the defenders to be on the outside looking in. But that is 4 rounds in a row for 2G, whichever way you slice it. The bank has been built up beautifully. They're still going to roll thunder to work.
And again, they're doing the 2-1-2, and it's pretty consistently been 2 players into Jury, opening the door early, maybe using the stun if they see someone. Feels a little passive for me.
Okay, 2G's now with that cam a bit further out. Of course, that one way to play off of is respected by
Binks,
2G.
you are the only streamer जिसकी chat open करे देखने वाला है. Love you.
Hands pretty darn full, and just you've got to win those in that position, but completely overwhelmed there by 2G.
That's what I'm talking about. Loud are overextending themselves, going for fights on multiple fronts without much utility to play off of on C. That's an ego fight from Pancada. One way.
Not easy for him to get out of that spot either.
No. Certainly not when he's taking the fight. You got to TP out immediately, but Cowanzine sort of trying to take this fight with teleport coming up on high. 2G are into the site.
Here we go, rolling thunder thrown out by the defenders. Is there a chance here for Loud to capitalize? No, a counter thunder coming back the other way. Vinny almost caught out there. Not punished quite yet, but it's going to be a trade on the site. Loud down to 3, and they're still very much at the extremity of this, but look where the spike is. It's dropped there in C main. DJZine has a line on it.
3 players facing him, though he's gonna fall. And that's just too early. Cowanzine is gonna be late to the party, so DJZine getting it active here with the Zappy hands. 1 kill up from back in CT. Cowanzine now puts the pressure as DJZine falls back, but it allows the spike to go into the hands of Askia.
W.
Telegraph, though, DJZine obviously makes a hell of a lot of song and dance about the fact that he wanted to fight there.
दोनों represent करके एक साथ खेलने का सोच रहे हैं, ठीक है.
Extract the spike.
But अभी ये लोग किधर भी हो सकते हैं.
Now, DJZ and Cowanzine have got to put it together.
By scouting CT, though, they have a very good read. The players, at least one, is going to be coming in from water.
Time of the essence, of course.
वाह देव भाई, पहले पिकी को hello बोला था तू.
2G grouped up.
अब जो बोले वो मैच जीत गए फिर पक्का नहीं.
Aussie, one of the original ascended of 2G. And Askia just doesn't have an opportunity to have backup from LZ. It's that back spot. It's doable though. There's the tap. Shots come in and DJZ exits with 4. LZ just loses his nerve.
लेकिन वो लोग के पास चांस
Hero round from DJZ. I mean, look.
भाई ये
4v5 round, no smokes for Loud. And he just gets 4 kills there, fighting into sand.
Excuse me?
It's funny how, like, your Omen dying early on defense, like, really changes the complexion of the round. You don't have that stall utility whatsoever, no paranoia to work with, no nothing. Look where the spike gets dropped. It's the rolling thunders that come from both sides that throw things into utter chaos.
2G दिख तो अच्छा रहा है, अच्छा खेल रहे ना?
There because they don't have smoke, so you can't let the other team play off site. That's not going to work. They're just going to be able to shoot you down without coverage against the spike.
DJZ almost has the frag total of his team combined. 16 to 15.
Not too bad.
All right, here's DJZ on the swing. Oh, okay. Well, 1 for 1 allows Pancada at least to fill that space.
But 1 for 1 is attack favored.
Shift in how they're playing, but 2G's playing so active, way in front of his utility
3v3
towards
is attack favored.
Sure. And the offer Askia is punishing these walk-ups from Loud. This contact play that the defenders are trying to do on the extremities.
Huh?
Now in the 3v3, Vinny just quickly
This
pops
is
in
not
there, and
attack
that is
favored.
such a crucial kill. The spike loose towards the A side now, and time bought for Loud to get their ducks in a row.
Even Oski getting scouted out on site, and up in hand is uncomfortable. Doesn't have a gun to switch into. Loud tripled up in stairs.
Scary prospects. Oh, buddy! Now this little three-piece from Loud makes short work of Gobera.
Uh-oh.
And Askia now has a bite taken out of him, caught inside this util. It's a matter of time. The Vultures are circling it. Okay, yep, all right. Fair enough. No scope there.
Oh,
Catches it.
NT.
Justice is served, and Loud get 2 on the trot.
Nah, Loud जीता
I
था
promise
chat.
you, STK was calling for this sort of
Huh?
counter default, this different
Loud
opening
जीता.
to round in the timeout, right? Didn't want to make it obvious the round immediately after the timeout, but here we
भाई
come
सारा
in,
NT
Cypher's playing
NT
to
हो
the
रहा है भाई
side,
कुंजी के
it's
साथ.
aggro piece into sand. I really like that look with the deep fault line too.
I mean, you called for this. You said one of the options for Loud is to like you go really aggressive and push very hard on one of those extremities, just like overload a side of the map.
In fact, now they win the default round, can run the aggro round again. Now 2G are wondering, well, is it a different kind of aggro round? Could they go back in the default? I would choose to go back to, honestly, what hadn't been working for them.
भाई हाँ, actual में default अच्छा है ये लोग का.
In the default.
पहले round ही देख के बोला था ये लोग
6
का
defense
default
side
अच्छा
rounds here for Loud, nothing to scoff at. TP for LZ. Doesn't stick up. It doesn't see anything in upper there. It's just Cowanzine, a real light, loose grip here for Loud on this B side. Cowanzine wanted to find that initial timing. It won't be served up to him now. Vinny, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He is trapped in that position and teaches in with it off, has to peer in.
Eyes on C
That's
right
a
now,
W.
opening the door. Is 2G on that bite.
That's a
It goes
W.
around and 2G
भाई ये
gets the
क्या
first
read है
kill.
तू
Loud are
इसका?
trying to fight out through main, but the positioning is terrible for them.
Cyber Cage here allows him to split this up a little bit, but it is Loud. Very thinly stretched on resources, down to 2 players. And 2G are not offering them anything here for free. LZ is a problem for 2 years, and eventually he just takes the timing. Cowanzine caught on the site, surrounded by 4. It is a tough job, and 2G
भाई
will fight
अच्छा
back.
खेल रहे भाई.
These B hits have been very successful for them.
And this time too, LZ sticking back in B main,
Next
right?
match
So
आ
believing
रहा
that that fight was going to come
ठीक
in
है
through the
ठीक
open
है.
door to that late dagger in the back of Loud's flank works wonders for 2G.
It's able to nullify 2 users' ability to actually get involved, do a crossfire with Cowanzine.
For sure.
Short base.
It seems like 2G in these B post plants have done a lot of sort of solo plays in a way. They fight for a lot of these different lanes. There's 4 ways to attack into the B site. Usually teams will fight for 2 of them and they'll group up. 2G are playing 3 lanes, very individual, but it's working for them.
Okay, Cypher over at A site. This time it's going to be Digizin and Pancata once again, but again, the weaponry not great. Neither of them.
Nice.
Lots of work with, but the Vandal in Digizin's hands will account for the Yoru. Now to push out of C. A lot of control of this part of the map, and it's going to be 2 years at
Chirag
behind this
Hodwani,
side
thank you
util.
for the membership.
He's
मेरी
gonna go
जान
upstairs
के
so he can play off
टोटे.
this tripwire somewhat. Has the cam to work with too. But
और
good
भी
passing
देखो
from 2G will
doable है.
avoid those trips
Technically अगर
entirely. No
देखा
one's
जाए
going down early.
तो
Straight through
ये
three.
भी
And
विनेबल
those trips
है.
are not going to be relevant
ये
whatsoever
प्लांट
this
मिल गया,
round.
प्लांट नहीं वो
Your
कर
theft was there
सकते.
for 2 years, but that's also completely
और
irrelevant.
गन में देखो
Oh,
एक शेरिफ
2G.
है.
And as much noise as a herd of wild wildebeest. Pancata sets up in that really nasty position towards Mount. Is that still guarded now? So Loud obviously with their secondaries only. Time
Nice.
ticking down. They've got to start to make way towards this site. Still 4 players up here for 2G. A lot of that stall, that post plant util to work with, but they're going to try and overload in a tree. Gobera finds himself just the one.
अब
Still
भी
ticking away.
विनेबल है.
2G have to work with this now as PXS in upper is going to send that fault line in. As C's comes in, LZ can't be involved in this fight, but he's stuck inside the dark cover and finds his. Picard dives in. Just a 1-for-1. PXS has to stop this.
नहीं रे.
But it's
इसको
just
मारता
sheer
तो
weight of
chance
numbers
था.
for Loud. Exiting the half with that 7 defense
Chance
side
था.
rounds.
भाई ये भी
Very
round
successful
chance
half
था
there for Loud.
भाई.
7 on
ये भी round
defense
chance
and
था.
recovering after losing 4 in a row in the middle of that half. Put up a really strong performance after that timeout.
भाई लोग का
Just
मेन प्रॉब्लम
such
क्या हो
a
गया
ticket
पता है?
times
कोई
here
भी
for
रबल
Loud,
नहीं था. अगर
but
रबल
really
में
quite
ओमेन का
effective.
टीपी कैंसिल करते थे ना.
Making sure they converge and
Omen
do
को
play
A
for a
आते
full
आते time
retake
लग
here,
जाता
as
है
opposed to the
retake
first half of this defense side where they kind of wanted to get ahead of it a lot of the time and served up a lot of free kills for players looking to clear angles on their own. Well, folks, that is a pretty frenetic, I'd say, first half of Lotus. We'll be back after this break,
Did
round
you
number
defend
13, to
Extreme?
see if Loud with this 2-round lead can keep it going.
Oof, stuck paying
पंच
that old
में
phone.
काहे हेट फैला रहे हो
Don't
ग्रुप
be.
में?
You know, at Verizon,
Those things-
we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
What do you eat, Bank? I ate sand beach. Big sand beach. Hello sir, how have you been? Too busy streaming, seems like it. Yeah, isn't yeah. Yes, thank you for upgrading the membership. You can join the WhatsApp group, by the way. Membership जल्दी से क्योंकि उससे पॉजिटिव वो लव भी यार ब्रिज भाई काय सेंट कर रहे हो? इससे अच्छा मैं म्यूट करके देख लूं मैच कभी चालू हो रहा। हाँ वो बजा देते इतनी सी देखो कभी आ जाओ मैं कभी इतनी सी वो सब क्या है ये?
Oh, for 2G, it's quite clear that the individual quality
What's up,
is
Binks?
there.
Bye, what's
There's
up?
some messier rounds to get 5 on the board. But for Loud, there's
Group
one
chat only
individual
admins
that
रखा है क्या
stands
नहीं तो?
above the others. It's Digizine with a 17 kill first
Real
half.
life Binks
He's
और
been
on
looking
stream Binks में
electric, and that
कितना
pun is entirely
डिफरेंस है?
intended.
नमन भाई ये
Yeah, it's
तो
kind of a monster
या
there
फिर
on the
ऐसे टूल
neon,
वाले
especially
बता
that
सकते हैं
round he
या
had the
फिर
ultimate,
पिंकी
pulled the
बता सकते
4K, getting the course corrected up against 2G. But now 2G moving on to defense, the harder half, they're trailing, and a brand new comp. See what PXS is able to
Attacking
do
map,
in the breach slot.
उनका map
3 days ago, he was
7th
playing
by
Brazil
half.
Challengers.
That's
now
a
he's on the
Brazil.
stage
That's
here.
right.
easy
Yeah,
होना
comes in
चाहिए Loud
fast.
को easy.
For better or for worse, as it may be. Paranoia here off the fault line timing.
मेरे
Askia
में क्या
really
admins होंगे तो
wants to try
पुराना
and get
ग्रुप में
this
रहेगा.
space, but ultimately decides to gate crash out as he
वापस
realizes that
Discord
this
में
has
जाके
just
नया
been
लिंक देख
a
लो.
clattering for Loud and not full commitment at C at all.
Yeah, 2G have left LZ, or actually they're not leaving LZ. He's rotating out now after Loud put presence with the Prowler, the open door. But the spike
group
is
कैसे join
moving
करना है,
back into
mods?
C.
मेरे
This could
खास
be
दोस्त
truly
इसी हिट को
elegant.
हेल्प
Even the
करो.
sheer wall gets triggered. This is absolutely going to be catnip to LG. Rather 2G who just want to stick around here.
I love this too, leaving 2Es in this space outside of B and A,
Like,
looking to hear the footsteps rotating out. Here's the footsteps, so he's going to move now.
LZ, well, okay, just chill for the time being. He was stunned up inside that dark cover. And very quickly, 2G, the swarm of them, going to try and make their way over towards halls, but so much info gain. Cohen's with the big C's that catches on the multiple, and LZ's forced to turn tail. Still whips around and finds the headshots. Unreal.
हाँ?
And this flank isn't coming in fast enough with how 2G are getting back onto the site. 2 players, Pancata and Vinny, pushed away from the site using the blast to try and stall out. But Pancata is finally going to come in. It's 1 kill for him. That might not be enough.
Okay, but nobody's on the site right now. All of 2G have to kind of reassemble. Silence has to go up there, but he's essentially a one-shot. Dark cover comes down. Askia and LZ have to find a swing timing here. It's got to be effective, and they get the job done.
W round.
Scary there for a moment.
बस उसने कैसे
2G
मारा
a
दो?
great pivot into a defuse.
That's great. How is LZ getting 2
भाई
kills there
आपका
with the
monitor कौन सा
classic?
भाई बड़ा
Full
सा monitor है.
I know how.
कौन सा वो अभी नहीं normal से
That's
भी
simple. Like, what is this? Bro's full. Okay, the first one he wasn't stunned.
Ah,
Second one he was. Are 3 bullets connecting on both of his right clicks? Hello!
Oh my god. I mean, this is that individual quality we've got to talk about. LZ, 15 and 8.
Dude, Loud call like a near perfect round. Fully bait 2G into A. They've got a flank going on a fast timing with 2. He's hearing the footsteps. Nah, it doesn't matter. LZ's just going to kill everyone. It's on 15 kills.
A wise man once said, you get shot, you die.
कौन बोला था ये?
Loud, definitely.
मैंने
It'll
नहीं
be
बोला
frustrating after that one because they did everything right, it felt, until the rubber hit the road. This time, actually a bit of a thrust in that B-side direction. We'll draw out the Omen util. Smoked out, and Digizine will cross and embed himself towards this door side, and maybe a pivot over towards C.
Bye.
Yeah, seeing if you could bait anyone to walk out of the smoke when he taps the door, but they're about to run into a neon wall on this side of the map.
मैं तो बहुत करता रहा.
PXS's stun should be back up soon, so this is not going to look good in a moment.
Man, okay, Outlaw starting to sing. And it's a funeral dirge for Loud, at least for 2 years. And this is going to provoke them to pull right on back. And frankly, LZ hasn't taken a ton of real estate here towards A. Very disciplined. Surely an attempt for
Nishant,
Loud.
bye.
Clock to challenge for rubble control.
Thank you for the membership. मेरी जान से
Come
टूटे.
on through though. Should be pretty simple for LZ to play this. No fault line actually being charged. Hold on, help this guy out. How is LZ out of there?
And he still has a TP as well, just in
Nishant
case he gets a
bhai,
bit
aap mere
messy.
dost ko jante ho,
Loud path
Ranbir
entirely
Kapoor?
through tree though. LZ can catch a nasty paranoia
By
and
sexy
bleed
blind.
more clock. Now he can get embedded on the site with his stinger.
LZ playing all on his own right now. Look at moving around the map. That's one kill for him.
Fast
Tracks
time.
into the second floor, pulling out the ghost. And some help from up above. 2G make quick work Loud on this round.
And I was worried maybe without Zap that this 2G team might be a bit muted, maybe a little bit quiet,
Yeah,
maybe a
no,
little
stream
meek,
ka
demure
wo
even.
to khatam ho
No,
gaya.
they're definitely making some noise
Yes,
out there
bhai,
on the stage.
मैं
And after a
big
round
brother,
like
शर्म
that,
नहीं
you
है,
can't
सादा
blame
वाला
them. They've
membership
evened
लेने
up the
हुए.
game after a conversion on the pistol.
I'm not gonna lie,
कल
that
परसों
fault line
मीडिया
came
वाले
in way
बोलेंगे
too late for
रणबीर
PXS.
कपूर
But
का
it didn't
भाई
matter somehow. I don't know how
Binks
LZ is
के
able to
150 का
survive
membership
there.
लिया.
Then he's getting the perfect paranoia, sprinting into backside. Look, he's getting the kills, he's getting the util down, he's calling the game. There's a far cry from the
130K
teleport
रुपीस
into the
है
cypher
कौन सा
trip against
मॉनिटर
Oh,
ब्लू आपके पास कौन सा है मेरे पास
nasty
अच्छा वाला
Haven
है
map.
नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे पूछो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे पूछो
All right,
मैं
little
बताता
cam action there. Does spot decent amount of action over towards
क्लोज था
Rubble and
क्लोज था
Askia.
क्लोज था
Can't connect there.
हेयर कट मिला वहाँ पे नियॉन
It's going to be LZ dealing with 2 years old again. Just man, this guy
एक
cannot
और
do any wrong as far as
क्रूशियल
I'm
किल
concerned.
What's going on here? This is 2G's bonus.
Two of these loud players definitely susceptible to the kiss of the outlaw.
हाय
It's only
तृप्ति
got half
ये
armor.
मॉड जरा इसको दो
Important
I
to
took
just
two
in
on
on the
it,
Neon, who's taking first contact, does have the heavy armor, so not as punishing in
कमल
theory.
पाल बाय
Takes
मॉनिटर
right
की जगह पे एक
second to
हेडफोन ले लो मैं अभी जस्ट बोला
Oh, we're really going
सुनाई
back
नहीं
to
दे
the
रहा
raid boss.
आपको
Okay.
हेलो
I don't know.
LZ. Quite have the time in there. He could dark cover himself away, so he'll give up a little bit of the A side, but scale back and be backed up by PXS soon enough. Let's see what that fault line
माफ
time
करो
looks like this
डांसिंग
time
माफ करो
around.
डांसिंग
Yeah, he's still got full util. There's options now if LZ wants to fight up against the opening of the door off the sun. But PXS is playing the complete rat angle in the corner. They all are, even LZ's backside.
PXS not swinging.
मॉर्स
for
हर्ट्स को
any-
हेल्प करो
What is this positioning? How did he get in front of the util?
मार
DJZ
सकता
able to bring
था
LZ down though. The attackers here able to spawn. Swarm over this A side. Oh, PXS. Pencada able to abuse that 10 spot there to find an easy one. And Silence will swing into this line. Pencada's able to get away. Just in
कैसे
time. That regen shield will give him 25 in a second.
Askia trying to make so much noise coming in from heaven. The rest of his team working out from main side, but as he falls, it all goes down on these two players outside stairs. Good fight from Vinny, the swing from
जब
Kalenzi.
गोबेरा ने मरा मरा कोई और बुरा लगा
And to take stock of things, that round starts
I
with
can feel
LZ
my
just proud as a
mom,
peacock
her
over at
dream
Rubble,
car,
and take an
it
easy
was
kill
the
with that
best
sheriff,
feeling
then
in the world.
falling
यही
back. I
feeling
feel like
के लिए
Loud is sort of
जीते हैं
running
लोग।
into that trap a little bit
यही
here, but
feeling के लिए
again with
Yeah. I
Congratulations,
feel like
Look,
2G
bye.
got every insane timing possible and then didn't make it happen. Whether it was this fight here, Pencada turning around, PXS can't quite get the kill. The fight that LZ took backside too. He dodged a Paranoia and a
All the
Prowler,
util.
but can't get the shot either. Like, the movement was good, the timings were good, the shot's just barely not there.
how often can you bank on the planets aligning like that? Once
गलत
again,
थे
assertive
तो
play
किया
towards
था
Rubble, even more so than previous rounds from 2G. That does mean that Mound is going to be a little easy to conquer.
Yeah, and Silence put his wall over on B this round, so doesn't have that extra layer of defense. Yeah, it's really just his gun against the world on C.
Launching thorns.
That smoke coming in, Digizine does clear the Razor Vine for essentially free. Camera also thrown down for 2 years, and Silence doesn't really have the backup here to clear through that. Finally, Askia joins him. Still a minute though, still so much to work with for Loud.
He broke the camp from back CT, so Silence
Last
position
guy.
might be less predictable. It's still going to get cleared with the utility. That is brutal.
Yeah, Seas and that Aftershock combined perfectly to guaranteed elimination. What is LZ looking for? Just to try and reinforce here from back halls. Pancada.
ओके
Stealth
क्या
now
रिटेक
completely
के लिए
dispensed with.
नहीं
Loud.
है
Let the kid
ब्लाइंड
out of the
है
bag and try and make this happen at the seaside.
वो भी नहीं लगा
Oh, but it's messy. Pancada, Vinny able to get
Nah,
forward
गलत
though, and
खेला ना,
2G just
TG.
rushed themselves into the meat grinder. A flawless round here for Loud.
Yeah, they went for that teleport over into the quick
Straight up lane
retake
दिया.
with the stun line, the paranoia. Loud got up in their faces though. Nice post plant from them, not trying to risk it and back off, play time off site. Just putting bodies into the mix.
Maybe an inflection point that
लड़का
round
ने
though.
ढूंढ
2G's
पा रहे
economy.
सुपर सेट होता नहीं है लड़का चाहिए इसको
Just a really awkward retake
गरम
attempt
करो
from them there. got to feel like a lot of weight
आपके thoughts
officials
on
for
PRX
Loud.
में
Feel like
match
you may
देखते
start
थे
to
यार
get
third
clear of
match
things
बाकी
here on
अच्छे
this
खेले
attack side
पहला दो
after
match
losing the pistol.
So again,
भाई
looking
मैं
to
क्या
find
बोला
out
था
towards
DCC
Rubble.
मारेगा बोला था कि
Ball
नहीं
line comboed with the blast, but Digizin is up in front of this.
Bhai,
Completely
bhai.
unexpected from Askia. A side is open.
Crazy
Yeah,
player
no
है
need to waste any
baby
time here. Loud definitely know they've got a huge economic edge.
जॉब
This
लगते
time
थे
an A
हाय
side that's
हाय
pretty
बिना
open.
जॉब
Might likely see Loud
हाँ
path fall
लड़का
through
चाहिए
tree
तेरे को
once
बिना
more.
जॉब के हाँ
They're a little concerned about what could be waiting
नहीं
for them.
मतलब लड़का लोग जॉब करे तेरे लिए
Yeah, sometimes you see on these
और तू नहीं करेगी
goes full
Huh?
stack over towards the sites.
2025 में
Freeze it out and they wait. Now in a
Gen Z?
4v5, expect 2G to go on some walks. So yeah, front B, we're getting a little bit active, seeing what we can find.
There's a camera there though for 2 years. There's actually
Binks
so
में
much
कुछ
to
खा लो
spot
आठ
this
खा
out
रहा हूँ
early.
मैं लोगों का
Vinny, they didn't have anyone to play off the fault line, but at least is able to waylay LZ.
Here.
There's 2 players committed for the defense into an area that is, well, cordoned off essentially by
बिना
these
जॉब
trap
के
wires.
भी इंडिपेंडेंट टू
Are we aware of the step up? We're not.
मतलब जॉब है
Okay,
तो
golden
लेकिन
opportunity goes
नॉट
begging
क्लियर
for LZ.
वाली
He kind of gives it up as well. And Loud don't look back. They realize
ये
they can probably still
खतरनाक
pressure
इंग्लिश
this A
बोला
side
तू
of the map here.
What is
Fast
going
lane
on
sorted
with that? We're teleporting into C because our Cypher's in there. There's still players in front B. 2G are up here, but not taking the fight, just getting spammed. What is
भाई वो
happening?
But
पार
at least
का है
the spike
भाई
is on a site, right?
Planted.
It's not a pricey moment at all.
भाई
We never clicked the
गलत
camera from
गलत
B.
गलत
Doesn't
शॉट
matter.
था गलत शॉट
Knew he was
इसको
there
नहीं समझा
anyways.
ना
God, the extent that Loud have gone here too, to make sure that there's an antidote to chaos in this round where they know there's going to be anti-eco strats thrown at them. They are so meticulous. They are so almost schizophrenic about where they end up on the map. Silence brought down. It's coming up to PXS here.
Oh, no, make it stop, man. That's just not okay.
Another 4K for Digizin. I would say 30 bomb not out of the question here. He is farming 26 and 12 after 18 rounds.
You know, I was trying to get some real fake stats
Binks
ready
जैसा
for,
बिल्कुल
for
नहीं
this
जब
event.
सिंगल था बड़ा फ्लर्ट कर रही थी
PXS is
एक
coming down.
Binks
What if
और
he's played
गेम प्ले
against any
इसको
of these
हाउट
guys
करके
before? Last year, he played
वो तो मैंने
against
मना किया
Digizin
भाई
and Askia actually on hero base. And he farmed
एक बार
Digizin.
इसको
He was
बिरयानी
playing
खाते
in
हुए
the
देखा
dual
सीधा
slot.
मना किया
That's
मैंने
not happening this game. Has no
कैसा
bearing
बिरयानी
on
खाती
this
है
game.
पता है चैट भाई इसको लड़का चाहिए बिरयानी कैसे खाती है पता है इतना बड़ा बिरयानी का डब्बा बराबर है उसमें एक चम्मच यू लेती है बराबर है चम्मच को उठा के एक दाना निकाल के ऐसा खा रही है भाई सच्ची मेरे मन में उस दिन सारे लैंग्वेजेस में गाली आई थी मन में सच्ची ऐसा देख के मैंने यू वाला लुक दिया था बताओ फैक्ट बात है भाई फैक्ट बात है डब्बा या प्लेट प्लेट
Of the Brazilian community, whereas MIBR is doing it with some of those new younger faces. So we get much more this year, I feel like, than we ever have.
Yeah, Loud was almost the opposite in a way, going back to Digizin, and that kind of raised a lot of eyebrows in the offseason, like, oh,
हालत अभी भी
is
वही
he
है
the guy?
लेकिन
Are we going for him, giving him another shot? But he's been lights out his jet every time he's played Haven, apart from this last time. But during kickoff was elite. This map,
रॉसी
he's
बदला ले
definitely
पाएगा
farming.
पता नहीं
Went back
भाई
to
पता
Lotus
नहीं भाई
Pancata
पता
as
नहीं
well,
भाई
right?
Yeah.
So far, not so bad. Definitely looking very good. I'll put him in the
चम्मच
top
से
4
बिरयानी
after
खाते हैं वहीं पे बात खत्म
Big blow up,
जस्ट
like
सिंह
why was
तेरा
saying
बात
since
चल
the
भी नहीं रहा था
offseason.
जस्ट सिंह चिंतन भाई यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी
These
मेंबर्स
cameras
लोग
too.
लाइन में
Pretty large amount of value in these early rounds. Okay, well. Spot the Omen up there. LZ going to be spotted. Probably the player you're trying to steer clear of here, and that's
बस
just
भाई की
clean
इज्जत
shooting
बढ़ के मेरे
across
सामने
mound. But
लव यू
there is
यार
more where that came from. Cowanzine has friends and they are mad. PXS gets picked off. That's on B side. That's Pancata just finding timing there.
Yeah, go for the swing. You lost a player, it's my time to shine. Now Loud can sort of reset the round. Unclear how they want to make this move just yet, but I think they're leaving Digizin
जाके
open
दरवाजा
towards C
तोड़
in
के भी
case there
जाएंगे
was
वापस,
someone
लग रहा है।
stepping out of that smoke. Shut that one down, then could quickly rotate back into the A space.
क्यों ऐसे जानबूझकर टीम दिखाया
That, of course, is a concession for potential LZ playing up on Rubble. That paranoia thrown out. That will now be cleared. 43 seconds in the round. Note that Digizin is still inserted over at C like we've seen in the past, just in case there's a push-up from the Sentinel there.
This team is definitely going back into C. I was wondering if maybe it could be a B split later, but no, instead leaving
भाई
two
मेरे
E's
को
for
भी लगा
full
20
audio
मिनट होएगा भाई
day.
कास्ट
Takes
स्ट्रीम
his
सेट कर
timing,
रहा है
but
भाई
great walk up from LZ. Again, risky
बोलो को
moves,
पता है
but the
किसकी है।
scouting he gets is massive. It allows Oscar to
Simple
rotate
बात है,
quickly
आप
into
पता है
A
वो
into
लोग को।
C. See if they can flood out into the site.
Askia might have a timing here. He's pretty close there on Waterfall. Through the smoke. Yep, Digizin caught out. Tries to go in with that ultimate. Vinny though on the side. There's going to be a plant here for Loud. 2 players left. Time getting short. Okay, the Teo Util's going to force him back. Vinny might be interrupted here by the player emerging from the dimensional drift. Askia tries for it. He stops the plant though, and that's what matters. That's what keeps 2G in the game. They'll get to 8 here. Continuing to make it competitive on Lotus.
Huge round for 2G. Without that, without a win there, they can't buy into this next round. And
Membership
without
counter
LZ stepping out of tree, right? That's a risky play, but it's a very high reward when it works. Even if you don't find anyone, it allows your team to start leaning into C already. To get the work is just the icing on the cake.
Unreal early warning. Yeah, like you mentioned, mega punished by that. He immediately sees that it's a fake. Just 2 years left over on the A side of the map. That information flow is so crucial, so 2G can make informed decisions about how to distribute their defenders on such a big map.
What's a brawl so far? Double teleports. Askia is getting Pancata somehow top root, and LZ is up above. 2G continue to win out in their fights until Kawa equalizes. 2G is still creeping. And Loud are out of the space.
Not much more to be done here at all, especially with 2 years falling there to Askia. We're not checking upper rubble apparently. Sheer wall comes down, and so does the curtain on Vinny. 2G get within striking distance of Loud.
I know I just keep him, I'm hyping up LZ, and I can't believe this is happening, but the thing is, every other round, his default utility into Rubble has been doing a smoke on his side of Rubble on the ground, and he's teleporting into that. So he's dodging away from flashes, but he's playing on the ground. This is the first time he's teleported up on high, so Loud are not expecting it. That's what ruins them here, the extra angles and the extra bodies.
Or at least that it was a trigger so early on, because 2 years does can that A main area the previous round and sees him on Rubble, but it's later, like he transitions up.
Okay, 1600 लोग देख रहे हैं, like करो, इसके बाद level 9 है.
Yeah, but that's definitely not the plan. Very messy stuff. SDK with a timeout here, as you probably would expect. Loud have conceded 2 rounds now, and 4 in total of the 7 that we've seen on this second half. They string that nice little run of rounds together, and they're heading into a round now where they do have a Nightfall Neural Theft available, so plenty to work with, but it's been a little shaky for this team who we were filled with confidence from. A scrappy game against Crew here with, like, you know, maps being finished after only 15 rounds. A bit of a head scratcher there, but we're really trying to find where we should put this team in our internal rankings here for Loud. They're thinking, of course, about Masters.
They're thinking about Masters, but the fact they're only 1 round up against a 2G team that just lost their IGL, their best player in the opening game, and lost it like 2 days before this match. Like, PXS just got here and are putting up this kind of fight versus Loud. That makes you ask a whole lot of questions.
Pretty impressive stat there for Digizine as well. Usually, low first death per rounds means high first kill per rounds if you're a duelist. So definitely a good stat to have. And this game in 26 and 14, you can't argue with it. They've got to keep him on the boil, though.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about with the teleport into the smoke over towards Rubble. What LZ's been doing a whole lot, but this C site, a little bit worse for wear. Quick teleport from Askia puts him on this side.
stream and not even 2K like
these players on site to double up.
Okay, so B-Main gets checked here by Gabera. And then this should tell you all you need to know if you're an A player. Your Omen spotted towards B, the rates of IME triggered on towards C. Just leave LZ where he is. You've got to skill guard in case like you can find a cadence here for trying to interrupt the attackers, but Loud don't really like what they've seen, but it might be another insertion of Digizine here.
They're milling about
a little bit on Mount. They're trying to see if they can pull some rotates between B and C by threatening the door, working into B after the sole scouting tool of 2Gs had been used so early in the round.
48 seconds here. Loud, it's such an important round. Money-wise, context of the game, it's all crucial. They are going to get on towards this C side here. A nice paranoia to upper.
2G are playing full retake because they have Breach and Visal. They're about to let it rip.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for Loud. They've struggled in these retakes already, being forced off. Plays are dead. Look, plant dead. That's brutal for Vinny. And now, the space is retaken by 2G. They got possession of the spike at that. Loud's over.
भाई मेरे को लेकिन एक बात बताओ.
Loud don't have the spike.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. जब भी अपन साइट में ऐसा गए हैं, सिटी पे नेट वेड है नहीं और वहां पे स्मोक है, वो वाला प्लांट कैसे दिया? वो तो एकदम ही नॉर्मलिस्ट स्पैम से वो ना 100% स्पाइक वाला स्मोक में स्पैम खाया है, देखना.
Time soon really for Loud. Whereas 2G, they're 2 away from Gobera, from Askia's your ult as well. We are now in dire straits almost for Loud as their money's getting challenged and so are their ults.
मैं बोला ना.
And here's, of course, the follow-up and spike plant attempted here. The shots came through.
Wow, last second.
I mean, I guess silver lining that the spike falls to the low ground, but Lau were not in a position to pick that up. That is savage. 26 kills for Digizine and still a question mark over whether they're going to be able to win the game. That's tough stuff.
नहीं भाई सब बाकी स्पॉट भी स्पैमेबल है.
Towards sand. They know fall line was used on the other side, so accelerating the sea is possible. The easiest thing in the world versus the vice still. LZ has a paranoia, so
यहाँ पे क्या up down angle 10 angle और है.
Think what we normally. Oh my goodness. Okay, LZ just. This guy.
Crucial kill मारा.
Again, he finds a moment. It's almost reminiscent of that lurk he made out of tree off that sort of very aggressive timing. But again, it's so impactful.
He's loved playing on that high angle when the door's rotating around. This time just
ये चौथा है पांचवा राउंड है उसने पहला crucial kill लिया.
And that might have put CHUMMI into the lead in this game. Absurd to think.
Now with the drone spotting them front B, there's still a wall here
आसपास नहीं
too,
खेल
so
रहा क्या वो
Cloud
खेल
can't
रहा था
quickly
लेकिन
accelerate.
उसको भूख
They
लगा
might
खाना
think the
खाने
wall
गया.
is on C and try to make something happen here, but no, they're just going to get stalled.
And
Binks
now,
I am new in Valor
Plan
push
C,
tips
the
by
A
एक
side
दो
has a
agent
maybe.
जो
Ask
पसंद
you,
आता है वही
has to pull
खेलो
back, so this
उसके
is at
बारे में
least going to
सब
be one of the
सीखो
softer
और
parts of the
बंदे
map for
मारो.
now. As Lauda still tentatively ambling in.
But there's 35 seconds. There's 2 flashes on the breach. LZ can ultimate over into the site. Like, Louder in serious time trouble.
And they just want to go quickly here. That's why PXS rather is getting flashed off here, caught inside the smoke. And oh, it's Carnage! PXS is able to find 2. It's up to Vinny now. Horrendous for Loud. Disastrous situation as 2G get in the lead. The bank is well and truly broken.
What is going on? This doesn't make any sense. 2G are supposed to be the bottom of the league. They're supposed to have a new player coming in. And now, up against Loud, after last week, very nearly toppling EG in that opening map. Remember the second half comeback they made there as well. Now, just need to see it through versus Loud to go up 1-0.
These are the most treacherous of trap games. For a team like Loud,
Coach भी like मेरा हो गया भाई.
They're thinking about their
Loud
overall
को हरा
placement
दिया
in the space.
मेरा
They
हो
lost their
गया.
first game to Crew, right? Being 0-2 heading into week 3, it's just unconscionable for a team that has global aspirations.
And they're going for a half buy on this round. Shockingly.
दो कैसे रह गया वहाँ पे खड़े भी नहीं रह सकते उसको मारने के लिए. नेट जा रहा था ना.
Hand in hand with a couple of teammates front B. LZ, who's been so good, not this round.
Shot.
That sheer wall placement is devious over towards Tree. Here's that mineral theft. Information
मार सकता था उन्हें.
for Loud. They got an idea what's going on. Over towards that B site, they thought about it. Looks like an interruption there as Tears has to try again.
Digizine going on a walk into waterfall, catching the teleport back. This post plant position with Kawa outside A space too. I don't see a world 2G get back in.
Possible था.
This is a half buy for Loud. Got to throw a gamble like this in. So crucial that it pays off for them. PXS going to be down. Silence wants to take the fight, but he sees Decade down. Still can find the headshot though.
Just run दिया ना बे.
2 rifles still being held on to. 2 years and Digizine able to upgrade Gobera. Nice fight to take here. Surely has to start to think about it, but Silence being dealt with now. Gobera's going to commit this Armageddon. Pancada, he misses the timing on him crossing. Tail ultimate committed there to no value. Loud on a half buy able to try and take the rifles out.
Yeah, getting the opener there versus LZ, massive. The walk from Digizine 2, taking that timing. After Askia failed to get the kill in B main. That's really what I think made this round slip apart.
This is all after the damage is done, these moments.
Oh, and losing the ult there is so brutal. Like, Gobert finds a couple of kills, he feels like he can be the hero for the team, but now, whereas 2G, their ultimates were feeling really good, cycling in towards the end. They don't have that. Breach ult for Vinny to work with here to go to 12.
So a 4-round win streak snapped by Loud. They're able to get into the game, and again, it's another massive opener from Digizine.
Back to back, LZ falls.
And he avoids any reprisal as well. The fault line timing, rather, is just not there. Cybercage will help him get out scot-free.
Has to call from the grave. No smokes to help stall out the site hits, too. So Loud have plenty of time to try and work the map here. And eventually gear up for a breach ult hit into a site.
LZ.
Yeah, working to see. They've got to drop down this the smoke on top site to make it easier to break the wall.
And this time, of course, that sheer wall is going to be there. Can step through it together, but that Vice util is highly relevant. There is some action. Getting active over towards this B side of the map, at least, as Pancada is poking around there.
Yeah, it's a little fake C to B, looks like to me. Maybe even sending in Digis in past this wall while the rest of the team rotates B.
Rolling Thunder from the attackers. They're going to commit here. Digizine through the razor vine, caught by PXS. There's a sheer wall. No chance to follow up on that, and now over towards B. Might not have been a fake to start with, but sure as hell.
Bro,
PXS
big
finding a timing
fucking
opportunity
brains,
there.
bro.
Vinny caught out as Loud commit their last remaining resources to the B site. We got the spike down.
Big fucking brain था
this
वो.
operator towards A. Needs someone to step into his crosshair. Here comes Tui's. The shoulder is seen, but Tui's wins the fight. Such a seasoned veteran moment there from Tui's. Refuses to serve himself up on a platter. Holding the line though is Kawanzine, and now into 2. Cabrera has to fight, and Loud
Oh भाई,
still keep the
भाई वो
possibility of a
plant
map
तो नेट
take
करता तो
alive.
और winnable था वो.
Good hit called there from Loud
Plant
after getting
पता
the
नहीं
opening
sound
fight.
किसने आया
They
उसको.
have that fake into C. No one home on the B side. Still, ping's a little bit close.
भाई ये बढ़िया था. ये बढ़िया था.
With that kill going there,
This from
but
2 years, the shoulder pick is so astute.
that's gross.
Nicely done.
Raping back in air.
Important. 2G here.
Vamos हो
Still
गया,
in
vamos हो
quite
गया,
a
vamos
position
हो
to buy
गया.
in a dimensional drift here, which is
Vamos हो
really
गया.
going to relieve the pressure of just information starvation for the defenders, so they can make the right call on where to be.
Causes in
C
और
start
लेगा.
for the attackers.
Yeah, pretty quickly already seeing
इधर
the
plan
path
देना.
back into the C side.
अरे
After
इधर
LC
plan
gets posted
देना.
up on A. It's been a lot of this C open from Loud, pause, re-hit. Looks to be it one more time.
Tuya set up to play off his own cam here. LZ not getting a lot of action, and that's a terrible start. That's 3 consecutive rounds. Digizine's found a clean opener ender, and now they're going to hit this C side. I don't think there's much that can be said about it. A key kill for PXS
एक kill
here.
मिल गया लेकिन for it
Now
for
there's
it doable.
smoke towards
Oh my
okay, before the smoke
god.
bloom, Silence can get involved.
And PXS has Rolling Thunder now for the retake off of the kill. Loud are not committing into the site, leaving instead Digizin to play slow on this lurk. See if he can catch anyone while his teammates work back into A.
It's going to take a moment though, and already
लेकिन
2G are
Loud
suspicious.
को नहीं मालूम कहाँ पे सारे
PXS
players.
also ready for a potential push.
Good morning,
whole
Bunch. Good
direction.
morning, Sal. Bye.
How can Digizine be relevant here? So far from that spike, so far from his teammates.
Oh my god,
Oh,
they're shooting
perfect,
bullets
yeah.
A, and they're gonna come back into C because Digizin hasn't found anyone. He might have even heard a couple of footsteps rotating out of the site as well. Loud calling a masterclass around right here,
Baapre.
completely snapping 2G's ankles.
On a map point of anything, and now Digizine gets tucked in such a
Baapre.
dangerous location. 2G, wall over their eyes entirely. Not a clue as to what's going on.
Plant अच्छा नहीं है लेकिन.
Spectators in the round. Time for them to get involved. They got that Rolling Thunder for the retake. You mentioned that earlier. But can they get close enough to use it? Digizine's getting ahead.
Force back, good flash. Louder still fighting up on these angles. So active. Vinny inside of a smoke towards water. This 1v1 is massive. The shorty takes him down.
Vinny's out of the picture now. Digizine has to hold from the low ground. Sees the Vice push up, and Picardo's able to find one. Now, surely. Caution thrown to the wind. Has to push up into this now. LZ gives it a tap. Takes him down. It's a 1-for-1. Digizine 6 health. Not
Oh
enough.
my
And we're
god.
going to overtime.
Map pick में.
You're telling me Loud 2G is going OT in map 1? Are you kidding me? 2G showing up big here. In a crazy round, Loud working them around the map. But after 23 rounds of 2G playing hyper individualistic, the last round, when it's all in the wire,
भाई
they
considering
group up,
4
get
round
blood.
और था 2G
I
का.
mean, the macro is so intricate over these last couple of
Yeah,
rounds.
bro.
And it should be maybe more straightforward for
तुझे
Loud
जीत
as
गया भाई
Digizine.
मेरे लिए.
It's 3 rounds in a row.
हाँ?
Perfect first kills. Like, there's no reprisal, great opener. But the issue of getting onto the seaside, securing it for Loud is taking a heck of a lot more effort because of that Vice, you till the threat, of course, of a gate-crashing Guru to return and reinforce.
But now we have that side swap coming back. 2G on attack. They faced this 2-1-2 setup virtually every round Loud played, except for a couple of C aggros later in the half.
इसी को waterfall control
Very
रखना
successful
चाहिए था कि नहीं रख
mid-round
सकता
fights,
ना.
punishing especially smoke
टाइमिंग हो
regression on
सकता
the
है
C
सिटी
side.
वाला आके साइट वाले को मार सकता है.
Loud here have that set up with
इसलिए
the
उसको
breach
पीछे
inside
आना
tree.
पड़ा.
Fault line deployed here as Vinny realizing that some of that scrutiny was headed in his direction. But 2G far from committed, hoping to tease something out of Loud, who, in fairness, were giving them a lot of early action on the defense side.
Yeah, Loud with a big shift onto the A side. They liked leaving Pancata over here alone with the Cypher Trip and Cam inbound to play off of. This makes their A side very strong.
भी drone करते हुए.
Loud are trying to re-clear rubble, but there's still a good presence here from 2G, so that could be a little bit volatile.
Good work from 2G though. All that Cypher util gone in the first 40 seconds of the round. Not too bad.
Still unclear really what 2G's true intention is, but they've got Askia pretty far forward. Gate Crash though is there, so it's not a commitment.
A fake into a C hit looks like.
Yep. What can Askia do? How can he sell this flash? Pretty wild spray there. It's ham-fisted Askia. Can he get out? No! The Gate Crash expired. But truly a fake sold. Make no mistake.
And Pancata teleporting off the site, surviving is massive. Now Loud can play slow, regroup, work numbers here in the retake.
Spike planted.
Some of these retakes on defense a little bit awkward for Loud at times.
भाई मार सकता था वो शायद.
To open up this door and crunch into Gobera.
He is the key player right now. He's going to hear, of course, this door open. LD can also follow the line for him. 1 for 1. Gobera still as yet hidden. Undetected. Vinny, though, is going to be looking for a C. Comes in, but where's the eyes? Cowan's in, at least able to find the one now. Player advantage for Loud to leverage Silence and PXS here. Sat on bend, trying to hold on, trying to huddle together. It's the newcomer PXS. In a 1 versus 1. Over the top goes 2G, but he makes too much sound. The new blood will get 2G to map points.
PXS winning out down numbers in the post plant.
Dancing
Big fight, Gobera getting the one there, even after the tether had grabbed him. Or clearing by Loud, and he punishes nicely, almost finding the second. That trade for PXS into the quick reposition. Beautiful seeing the new guy work it out on the stage.
Therese just gives away the game. But that's such a huge moment. Weight off the shoulders.
And my language.
Giving 2G a real shot at this. Did you see they might have something to say is upwards of 30 kills for Loud.
It's a brawl into A. Every piece of utility spent, Loud are still in the space.
Yeah, big rubber control being exercised for Loud, but it's scaling off this part of the map, that's the question. 2G really, so many pairs of eyes on that push-up.
Loud ran a lot of these A hits into pinching back into B in the mid-rounds. So I think 2G are sticking a couple players on B, anticipating that. Not now, but 20, 30 seconds down the road. But it does leave their C-side very weak for the time. Silence has been good from back there, but he doesn't have the wall to play with this round.
That Vice util is more distributed across the map, rather than grouped up at C. So in theory, Loud do have a decent way in. 49 seconds left.
Brilliant.
There's another clean open.
Dude, this guy is lurking every round. They leave him inserted after the early aggro. He's been so effective finding these picks.
Not enough to sell it though, really, to 2G, as of course they keep Askia here at C.
Impossible.
2 years also will remain. There's not a lot of real estate taken by Loud, despite that first pick still.
Not much from 2G either. They've got zero information anywhere on the map. Look how passively they're playing. 2 players back towards their spawn outside B.
Fault line into B, sheer wall will be activated. Oh, Vinny's on the outside looking in. Will this be punished though? No, there's a player in baby door. DJ's been able to get there. Through the smoke though, desperately Silence able to find one of there goes DG. You're running out of time. Loud, don't have any other options. With 3 players left to stay in the map, they've got to go for the plant, but Vinny will be interrupted. And that's all she wrote, folks. 2G limping into the game. We'll take it in overtime. What are we doing here?
You're telling me 2G are winning their first map in 2025
against Loud
without their IGL, without their leader from the Ascension run, with a new guy jumping into the server on the stage for the first time and taking down Loud?
It's unbelievable. It's not even their map pick. DJZ dropped 30 plus on them. It still wasn't enough. What is going on? The Loud team we saw in kickoff, cohesive, quite solid, good lower bracket run, ending 4th place, very decent in general. Returning to the world for some of these, you know, tried and tested names, but 2G, nothing like the team that ascended in fairness, have put it together on a dime. PXS on the breach of all things, and then made it work in a slugfest, admittedly, but a win is a win.
Yeah, PXS had a couple of big rounds towards the end, and LZ was a monster.
पहला राउंड ये लोग ने जो डिफॉल्ट किया ना, पहला राउंड, क्योंकि बड़ा टीम्स के अंदर लोग फंबल कर जाते हैं, लेकिन पहला राउंड ये लोग ने जो डिफॉल्ट करके जो डिसिप्लिन दिखाया ना, तब भी बोला भाई अच्छा खेल रहे है भाई, तेरा भाई एनालिस्ट बन सकता है बे इन फ्यूचर। हाँ, अगर तू स्ट्रीमर नहीं रहता तो तू क्या होता, एनालिटिक्स हो सकता था। क्या बोलते हो?
We're going to step away for a second. Zoe and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map of this series. It's a bizarre world, but you might as well just go with it, folks.
में ये देखने मिलेगा. बात तो है. एपिसोड देखा फिर? हाँ बे, अभी ऐसे तो 10-15 एपिसोड एक साथ रिलीज होने के बाद देखो. बेंच एक एपिसोड देखने में दिमाग का माइंड पकड़. लॉर्ड जीतेगा बट 2G दिल जीता है बंक्स बाय. अभी नेक्स्ट मैप 2G का है. जस्ट चलो, it's time for some. Guess करो chat में. It's time baby, it's gonna be a long fucking night. भाई कल पैसिफिक के बाद क्या है भाई? कभी है रेस्ट? मेरा रेस्ट डे कभी है भाई? भाई इसमें मैं ऐसे लग रहा हूँ ना मोटा, लेकिन ये कपड़ा ऐसे को काफी पतला लगता है. कल तो जी का मैच है ना? यस सर. क्रेजी भाई, 2G क्रेजी. रुको चाय लेके आया. शर्ट हटाकर दिखाओ तब मानोगे. एक्सक्यूज मी.
Ole! They did it. 2G stole Loud's map pick. And man, I am really impressed with LZ, how he called this first half. I wanted to break down when they came back. They were down so bad. They grinded back to 4-4 from this moment. And let's check out this round right here. It just shows how simple they kept it, right? So off the barrier, you can see all these pings coming towards Rubble, right? What they're asking for is an Omen smoke here. They're asking for a breach aftershock in this corner, and the Teo missiles will be in this box. Now, what that does, it acts almost like a magnet towards this smoke, and Kawanzine just falls right into it. I love how they send the Yoru out early round. They show all of this presence. You can see the Yoru ends up going out long right now, and that's Askia. He's getting the info. He's causing counter util to come through from Loud. And what they're doing right now is they're trying to claim back the ground. This is a good play by Loud. They're throwing the C's, which is an information piece, and some could net a kill. In addition to that, they're also using the breach aftershock all the way from door to pair with this C's. Now, immediately, LZ says, come back, Yoru. They come back, and they're actually attempting a re-hit on it after they get the spam kill. So like I was saying, they almost forced Kawanzine into the middle. There was nowhere to play on the extremities. They get the kill on Kawanzine through the smoke, and they're planning on actually resettling right now and testing the waters. And this is where, again, LZ makes another great read. They use the Teo drone to clear out this angle, but with it, you can see he has the Omen blind. The paranoia is out right there. So when they shoot the Teo drone, the Omen blind comes out, and counter util does come out, and that lets LZ know 2 more players are here at A. So the reaction immediately comes out. They go towards C. The dimensional drift is popped. And Askia catches himself, pops the clone, finds the trip, spots the 2 players at C. From that moment, they all play a really good post plant. They get a mount plant in. It feels crazy. It feels like I can't even believe how well 2G actually played this map. They're ready for anyone to spam from waterfall. You can see this Vice ready to swing with someone from top site. They're understanding all of the things that could have punished them. And they close out the round with this great Teo ult that forces Loud to save. And that actually got them this second round. What a great call by LZ. And I wanted to go over that, but let's go back to the desk with Zoe and Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, what world are we living in? What alternate universe? What is happening? Welcome back, everyone. Not to the desk, but to a wall. And some absolutely baffled analysts here. I mean, this was close, right? Like, they traded a lot. Loud. DGC, he tried his very best, okay? He tried to drag them over the finish line. Like, he got those entry frags. Like, he was trying.
He ultimately was the man bringing them the overwhelming percentage of the kills for the team. The first kill to first death stat is crazy. Yeah, legitimately, how do you lose? Drops 30+ kills on the map. His Neon has been outrageous. I like that Loud have pivoted to that as the agent. He's going to be playing pretty prevalently, getting into stage 1 here. The rest of the team, frankly, individually couldn't pick up the slack against a 2G that were playing loose like we wanted to see. Their individuals were taking risks, taking fights, letting the confidence flow. And it was only Digizine shooting back.
And that's what you would expect the caliber of Loud player to be able to just shoot back, right? If 2G is willing to play loose and take these fights, you expect Loud to sit them in the field.
I mean, I don't want to harp too much just on the simplest part of the game. Who's shooting who? But with how well Kalanzine has been playing so far this year, he really just had a dud game.
Yeah.
I mean, it being exploited, again, by this willingness to fight from 2G.
Yeah, and the guy on the screen with their DG was keeping them in it. Like, he was keeping the aggression.
Cheers, everybody!
Damage around game.
But maybe that's what caught Loud off guard, right? Like, 2G coming in, no fear, no worries. They were vibing, they were having fun, just like you guys requested, and they took those risks, and sometimes they worked off. It worked out for them, and sometimes it did not. Let's actually hear what STK has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here with STK before their next matchup, looking at how map 1 went so close, but it seems like you're playing against a team that's just vibing with no pressure. How does Loud reorganize to fight against that?
I think that we need to understand that they have like the best performance that they have since they joined America. So we need to focus on ourselves, play better on Pro, and things are going to be like on our way this time.
Thank you, STK. Good luck.
100069
The question is, how do you reset your mental? When you know you're coming into this the favorite, like every single map should be a must win. The fact that it's even just close.
It's not just a favorite, though, so it's a regional map. This is like the lowest team in Brazil from their perspective versus like the pedigree. Loud, this is supposedly
But Loud already lost in their last meeting.
Yeah, but this is different.
How are you, brother? Just joined. I am very Gucci. How do you?
You still, you still didn't answer the question. How do you recover? How do you reset your mental?
Oh, it's going to be hard. I think they have to come out with like a very aggressive energy. They have to show 2G they're not afraid to take these fights now. And on Pearl, I think that's a great map to do it, right? You're going to get these extremity fights at A main and at B long quite a bit. And I'm looking for DG again to keep that aggression up, not falter away here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to put too much pressure on just that one solo guy, but I have major concerns if he starts to fade at this point because it doesn't look like the other players are picking up the slack right now.
Yeah, they gotta wake up all the players need to be on the server. We're heading over to Pearl. This is gonna be the map pick of 2G. And Loud, they have a good track record in kickoff tournament. We don't really have any footage, obviously, on 2G, especially not on this iteration of the roster since they just formed a day ago.
I would love to see Loud continue with the Neon. We're seeing Neon get into the Pearl meta more as time has gone on with the map being reintroduced. Continue to lean into Digizine on that agent.
I would like to.
Let him carry you to the victory this time.
That's a crazy voice right
I can't believe it's coming out of my mouth, but 2G is up 1-0. Can they close it out on Pearl? We'll find out right after this.
ठंडा वाटरमेलन खा लो भाई, इतना रात को वाटरमेलन कौन खाता है 4 बजे? रीसेट मेंटल, ईट बनाना, स्टोरी कट प्राइस, ठीक है।
Now, it might seem like this is a really early point to be having this discussion, but when you look at a team like Loud and then you start thinking about playoffs potential here in stage 1, this is a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing to 2G after you had that series kind of flipped on its head versus Crew, you start things off 0-2. Only 5 other teams in your group, right? Like, your back is going to be against.
Thanks for initiating my bid. Couldn't have done it without you. Alva bhai. Bhai, sharam karo bhai, Alva bhai. शर्म करो, शर्म। इतना डॉलर जीत के 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया जा रहा है। हाँ, हलवा भाई ने कल से मैं तेरे को हलवा भाई बुलाऊंगा भाई। शर्म करो, शर्म। 150 का मेंबरशिप है, $5000 जीते हो आज। चैट गाली दो इसको।
Has much reps on stage, or we'll have to see what they've been putting in scrims.
Right, so obviously it's a Teo look for both teams. The point of difference being the fade and the KO respectively. Loud. Want to lean more into the 0 point, the fast hit potential, of course, behind that null command. PXS favoring the fade instead.
I think the KO can be pretty annoying for Yoru's playing aggressive op
मैं
lines as
चला
well.
morning
You're never
routine
going to get
करने,
caught
done
out where you
same.
can't teleport out, but you're always
Big
going to have to take the TP.
fan, ma'am नहीं रे,
dip away
man
from
रे
your angle if
बाबा।
you're getting hit by the knife.
Being able to clear that is, again, pretty cheap. Same way as you've used an Owl drone to do that in the past, to get them off that line. The defensive operator is something to look forward to as well on this map, especially on that B side.
Would very love to see PKD in SC12.
Citizen's gone.
Other
Great way to start. I mean, he was 11 and 2, first kill, first death in the last map.
Equalizing those stats a bit, trying to make them a bit more normal.
Well handled by Askia.
But look at this team here moving a couple of players into mid now, including the Spike, trying to gear up for a split towards the A site where it's really overloaded. It's
Aman, thank you for the
to hold
179.
against
She
this.
is in
Has a flash to work with
SC12, bro.
backside to try and reposition off
She
the
is
angle.
there.
And this wall for some early info.
But not
Comes in
there.
towards the link there, really not
Seen it.
taking any undue risks. Means that 2G get into art pretty much for free. This is going to force 2 years back on the site now. Darkrow's got cleared out. Nebula throwing up here, hopefully to slow 2G down, but it has not worked. And Askia's found yet another one. Coast to coast, both sides of the map having impact. Comfortable post plant set up here for 2G. QR going from strength to strength. They got ahead of
Love
steam.
you, Aman bhai. Thank you for the 179 with Jan ke toads.
Loud lost every single fight. Even on Lotus,
Bhai, wo
which
sabke sath
2G won,
khelti
they
hai.
lost the
Sabke
opening
sath अच्छा
pistol,
hai.
they lost the first
कोई
anti-bonus.
सीन
Like,
नहीं है। SC12 में
still
आएगा
Loud
तो
getting out to an early lead.
और प्रेशर आएगा,
This is lights out
रिस्पांसिबिलिटीज
from
आएगी,
2G.
जो कि मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ।
Right, I mean,
कि वो ले।
Loud can't rely on
मैं
that.
already
The
ले
factor
रहा
of, Digizine, right? Constantly opening up the game, giving them 5v4s, then feel even worse about their chances than on the previous map. Especially given this is a pick from 2G, no less.
Yeah.
What a clean, flawless pistol.
flawless मार दिया।
Can be a little bit more difficult to capitalize off your
Flawless
teammate's
मार दिया
utility when
भाई।
you're playing the Yoru as opposed to the Neon 2.
ईद मुबारक स्पर भाई।
The teleport set up, and here just completely left on his own. The suppression came down, so he was just about to get information that there were about 18 million people in a lobby, but ends up dying before that comes through.
That's the opening here. 2G going to straight away pivot into a pretty big Stinger cohort. PXS rifle in hand down.
Chad, first day on the big stage, goes for the rifle round
तो
2.
बहुत गलत
Dab me
गलत
up,
लग
boys.
रहा
I'm
है
going in.
I love it. Oh, Oski's trying to get in front of the util. That's not a clone. That's a real one.
Okay, takes a face full of damage here. Does that end up being a difference maker? Doesn't necessarily look like it. Regen shield for Askia, so back to 25 armor at least. And Cowan's in, caught in the corner, sat on top of the tail anyway. 2G are breaking upon this Loud team, and they found themselves that player advantage. We'll have DGZ coming through with a wrap here, but
He's sneaking into sight. He only wanted to try and do some damage, but yeah,
अयो इतना अच्छा टाइमिंग हो सकता था।
It's a solid round 2 for 2G.
Okay, there's some real pace to the game here for 2G. So much so that Askia is taking damage from the guided salvo just to try and get pole position as he approaches that A site.
Yeah, and him doing that, by the way, it forces, or it stops Loud from getting anyone to cross over to that box in A main to play that sort of tag team setup where you can swing off each other's contact. It's for a good reason.
अरे देश में बिंक्स ने दोस्त के डॉलर्स बढ़ा दिए कब से
This is not about just
नहीं
too
सेम
much
ही
from
है
2G, in
मैंने
fairness.
बढ़ाया भाई मेरा
It's hard to
सेम
know
ही है
what to expect here, but so far, they've been dynamic.
मैं
They've been
बड़ा
pretty
बड़ा नहीं
decisive when it
रहा
matters, but
हूँ
this is the come round. This is the important one.
तो रखूँ क्या
They're looking to be early.
2 players from 2G upgrade into rifles this round
चाहे
after
300
dying
रहेगा
round
कौन
2.
कौन लोगे मेंबरशिप जरा मैच
Those, for the
करने दो
most part, are going to be working into the mid space. There's a star to turn into a pullback here for Vinny to play off, but it's not there. It's too late.
It's a little ugly. Gabera and LZ
क्या
take
हो
some
गया भाई
damage from that
लड़कों
exchange, but 2G more than happy to keep
रोटेशन
the
भी
pressure
नहीं है
on.
अकेला है भाई इस बेचारा वहाँ पे
He's always on his own. His Link player dies. His team is way out of position. He's trying to move around the site, get in front of the util, but it's Askia swinging with a stinger. It's falling apart for Loud.
And there's a grapple over towards Link, buying a little bit of time for Loud, but not enough for 2 years to get the help that he needs. Pancata finally is able to chime in. Silence out of the game, but now there's a smoke in tower. And Link is being occupied by 2G in this post plant.
मैं
Super
तुरंत
active
कैंसिल
post,
अरे
and I love how 2G are playing this.
Okay, Askia falls here. Pancata's able to find him through the smoke. Those still 3 rifles to work with for the attackers. And Loud are getting a little bit lean on personnel. Here's
भाई
Gabera.
नेड भी है
Here's the tap. Cowan's in good for it. Awkwardly caught. Look, util in hand, and it's the Teo curse striking again.
Time ही नहीं है
Cowan's in clearly unaffected by it though, as LZ now has that stall util. Grab well used. Cowan's in forced off the spike. Now swing. LZ sees it. Buying time.
Time
Buying
नहीं
time.
है
It's expensive here for Loud, and now they've got to throw Pancata in the situation.
There's
No time.
LZ does it again! 2G keeping it working after taking map 1 against Loud.
It's not the cleanest execution out of that first gun, but again, you just can't be complaining about that if you're 2G. They'll be able to buy into rifles, they'll have full armor, no problem. They've crossed the
भाई
first hurdle
टूरिज्म
here on
में
Pearl.
रिस्क लेना ही था
Red
एक
Bull
दिन
clutch for
एक
the
बंदा
in-game
बैठेगा
leader.
दूसरा मारने का कोशिश करेगा
Taking
टाइम ही
the
नहीं था
range
वरना
for the first time here for 2G. But at the same time, like,
दोनों
Loud
swing कर
getting
लिए
themselves into these positions consistently where the fight into Link is awkward, their Astra util is on the ground, but it doesn't come in time for Vinny to work off of.
एक्सक्यूज मी
LZ
जस्ट
does a great
था
job still in
आप
the
जाके
defense.
सेल्फ
Yeah,
इंडिपेंडेंट
exactly.
बता लव यू यार एसी
Exactly.
हिंट
2G
भाई
also continuing.
Love
They were doing this on
you.
Lotus too, where they were playing
Keep
super
going,
active,
buddy.
super up in their post plants,
बड़ा
especially
हो
on
गया
the
यार
site.
तू
We saw that there as well as Askia. Simple clear.
He's clowning Digizine in these early rounds, man. It's a thing of beauty.
They're winning everywhere. They win B main, they win A main. Spike was in spawn for all of that. Now going for their ones here, and they win that too.
They're going to win so much they get tired of winning. Cowan's in Pancata.
And sure, Cloud have no guns, but like, 2G aren't playing like a clean, perfect macro where they group up, you know, aren't going to get timinged at all. No, they're taking their ego fights and they're just winning them because they can.
Cowanzine is that last player standing and really
क्या हो
just
रहा है
transfixed here. In awe of what 2G have been able to do,
मैं
running
सोचा अगर
roughshot
पूरा
over
NA ये
Loud
लोग जीत गया
these
तो
4 rounds consecutively.
I really like how
बाकी टीम
2G
सीधा
are playing the
disband
post plants too,
फट
with
से
LZ playing into Link, this time super deep towards doors.
सोचो
after
बे
being
एक बार
seen.
सोचो
The spike is also planted for
हो
him to
सकती
be
है
in
ये
Link.
सोलो
That
लेबलिंग वाली
bottom right
टीम हो
corner of
हर
sight,
गेम
that
के
is
बाद
not
इम्प्रूव
common at all.
Now Loud have to start game planning for that next round. They do have, of course, like the retake wall potential here with a Cosmic Divide. So again, if it comes down onto B and they've got to make a play for that, they've got options. Cowan's in here, just go for it. He's going to be able to buy anyway. There's 2G again. That shaky economy coming out of the 3rd round, starting to be salvaged.
And now in a polar opposite to map 1, where it was
Good
2G
morning,
falling
good
down
morning.
0-4, now it's Loud in a similar boat. Loud, this next round coming up is massive. Like you pointed out, they've got the Astro Wall. They're 1 away from the Tail Wall too. Those ults play off barely nicely off one another.
SDK, they're looking, yeah, pretty unimpressed with his team's outing so far. Can't blame him. Calls a timeout here.
Seriously. I mean, where's Digizin? 0-4 to open up the map after
11 and 2.
30 bomb, 11 and 2 in opening fights. Like, come on.
Picked up, I mean, there's a potential here, at least we can see he's picked up an operator on the defense side. So won't have to, you know, work his way halfway down B long, can play more passive over towards Halls.
हेलो क्या हाल है सब
And 2G
बढ़िया
have
हाल
to
है
shift into
सब
protocols in order
भाई
to push him off that line.
This is where I wonder what 2G's call coming out of the timeout is. Because if they're looking at the money and they realize, hey, Digizin could go for the operator here, they could just run a fast ult play with the Yoru, right? Use the Yoru
अरे
to
चाय
get full
चेस करो
scouting.
चाय
You're never going to
चेस
be fooled by any of the lines that the enemy Yoru is going to be playing with the op because that ult lasts for forever. You can fully clear away sites. It's not like a sober come, and that's not possible.
It doesn't allow for the repost of the angle by the op player. You can also get
ये भी सारे Brazilian क्या
and that might ultimately force a player entirely off B into a retake spot with an op, which feels awful if you get smoked out in tower or links.
Why only 30 seconds timeout?
Timeout if they play a slower round and you allow Jujin to get pushed up B long or something like this, but I think the call for them is going to be relatively quick.
MIBR loud or ye?
2G now, maybe suspecting there's an operator at play for Digizine. Just go to a part of the map where they're less likely to see him.
15 Brazilian players
Four
OP wale?
into A, maybe 5. I think the Yoru ult is going to path into Art. That's what the pings looked like, with the TP to go back into spawn if necessary.
Looks like that's the case. Into Plaza, and Dimensional Drift going to be popped instantly for Askia. Not a whole lot to see here.
Sees a wall.
Sees a banana taped to the wall.
Drone in main, spots nothing, so yeah, pretty easy to scale on in.
Okay, here we go. In the dugout though is 2 years. The clone spots him out. And here it is, a heavy util that would clear dugout otherwise. It's going to be respected by 2 years. Plays off of it. PXS now, reassuming control of Art.
2G are fighting back in Art exactly, but Loud's position in secret gets the mob back onto the site very quickly.
Cohort of Loud alive, and that's not good at all. PXS is finding these edges everywhere. 5 and 2 right now. And all of Loud basically grouped up in their dugout direction. They've got to try and flood the site, but there's so much Astra util covering it. Util that can be used to stall, can be used to just frazzle, frustrate, and frankly disorient the defenders.
Oh my god.
Armageddon into the mix.
I started waste again.
Save? I mean, there's a late wrap. PXS is being held by the op. It comes off the angle.
There's no point. There's nothing to be had here. They've got to get out, but PXS might not let them. 3 for the newcomer, and he is loving it, folks. Oh, okay. Does get caught out by 2 years, but there's naught to do for Loud. Their 5th consecutive round dropped. Hard hit over towards that A site here for 2G. They can do no wrong on Pearl.
A disaster piece for Loud, pulling off the angle there. They could have lived 4 guns. Instead, PXS farming all of them. The operator is carried over, I suppose, but these rounds are just brutal. I feel like 2G is catching every timing, and even in situations where like Loud are primed and ready and are right there ready to fight, nothing's going their way.
It's a tough retake at the best of times on A, and the worst part is they commit the Cosmic Divide for a retake, Loud. They just get no value out of it.
And Kawa dying means they don't have the Teo ult. I think even going for the operator, in hindsight, might have been a mistake, knowing there's a Yoru ult on the other side.
Digis in. Suppressed. Stuck in this spot. Dangerous. Should be able to walk it back, though. Askia steps out. Flash. Decoy. And so Loud will actually have a player advantage. Finally, a first kill for Digizine. It feels like it's a long time.
Loud's positioning on A, having 2 players in main, could be pretty pivotal in a round like this, even with the Sheriffs.
1, 2, 3.
Because 2G aren't sending any players there to clear them out. Stalling out the plant, putting pressure down with the tail, potentially if they're a killer to. But actually, it's 2G that put a smoke on A main, so they're fully prepared for this.
Yeah, 2G might have seen it with a Prowler. It's unclear if they know about this presence in A main yet.
Short
down though, nice Sheriff shooting here. It's an awkward buy for Loud.
This is the problem though. Spike hasn't been planted, the smoke is down, there's still players in main, and there's players towards the enemy spawn. Like, 2G are getting pinched.
I think Dobera is going to be crucial here. Find a way to relieve some of the pressure that will be coming at 2G. It's a tap for PXS. Kawanzin, unfazed.
30 seconds.
This is where this Teho util for stall starts to become a bit more of an issue.
They're so patient.
Dobera has not gone for this play through water.
Spike planted.
Passive line, we do get a spike plant that isn't interrupted.
It's all on LZ here, 1v2.
Okay, here's it. Nightfall comes in, catches onto both players over towards A main. LZ is going to get busy. Briefly suppressed. Here comes that Armageddon to try and clear Art. PXS has to move out of it, and he does. Takes some damage though. Here's LZ. Oh my goodness! What is that spray? Finds Kawanzin, but now to 1v3 for Gobera. Stall, util is there. 2 years off the spike for now. Stars come down, Digizine, shot baited, taken down, almost. 2G play it close but Loud. They spend a heck of a lot to get on the board.
It is unbelievable that that round is even remotely close. Loud, they're on an eco, but the positioning they got themselves in with the opening pick, with the operator down B, the pick back towards their own spawn as well, like, there should be a chance for 2G to win this round.
ये shot ने round जिता दिया था वैसे.
Yeah, that second kill from LZ, like what?
Okay.
Jalina,
Big
chat.
Reds.
Jalina.
2G, of course, still very rich. That defense side operator still maintained, though, and Digizine has a dimensional drift too.
Carrying that op over, not losing the 5th player 2 rounds ago, meant everything for Loud. It's the only reason they had a shot last round.
So it might be an attempt at a B-side take with Astra Wall here.
Target mat kar.
The old classic.
Yep.
I've seen this every time ult's been up in solo queue.
Still a question, though, of how you're going to get this Yoru player off the site.
बहुत सारे लोग दिखे.
Hunting here.
Yeah, well, PXS has held on to the Haunt as well as having a Seize potentially catch out some of these players. Very patient for 2G. They've got to commit into this.
Oh,
They have no
ye log
position
ladne
anywhere
wale
else on the site.
They're going to flash out of this smoke here. They come. Askia sees a heck of a lot of action going on. Digizine's able to find one. Gets out. Back towards Halls now with the op, but a Steel Garden's going to connect, so he's down to his secondary. He opts out of it. Dimensional Drift popped, and he will see it all. 3 players here for 2G, all spotted, so no other resources committed, and there is that wall in play for 2G. Still no plant yet. Digizine might look to interrupt, getting back behind him over at B1. And Silence goes down. That's a spike loose time board for the rest of Loud to get ready.
Smoke has blocked him off, so now 2G can put the spike onto the ground. No any utility to get back onto the site, and LZ is trying to challenge onto the angle. Barely coming down before getting shot. He wins the fight!
This is going to feel claustrophobic for 2G, but they got rid of Pancada. 2 years adopts the same position. But now, 2G have no reason to show themselves. They've got to be dug out by Loud. Digizine has opted for a rifle. Got that Vandal in hand, is able to move up the site, and then an Astra util to stall is in play for LZ. He can do it all from here.
1 enemy remaining.
PXS, crucial. There's the gravity well now. Digizine running out of options. In a 1 versus 2, trying to go for it, trying to bait LZ out into the open. Just as Loud start to find their footing here. It gets a little bit shaky, but Digizine is found 3 and 4. What a save! Digizine!
It's a close one!
No, sir! Oh, no! 0.2 seconds. And for Loud, the money is... It's awful. Oh, no.
That is bad news. I mean, LZ taking that fight. This is a 2-on-3 situation. They're pinched from enemy spawn and long again, just like in the previous round, but this time they're successful in working forward, winning those fights. And even though Digizine gets 4 on the round, the amount of time it took to get back in there is just not good enough.
Such a chaotic round. Loud try and mix it up, flash himself out, smoke it. Doesn't go the way they needed to, and then the operator finally wrested from the grip of Loud.
Round is playable though, with 2E's having the ultimate. There's options. Loud also creeping out into this mid space, potentially for a quick flank. Flooded through Link.
Okay, briefly, 2 years is spotted out. I mean, God, losing the Vice early would be devastating for Loud. That's so critical, the Steel Garden, to their chances of having fair fight in the round.
And the one Guardian is the guy that's over in the enemy spawn. No chance there.
Okay. So Gate Crash, used by Askia, gets ahead of some of the not into Horse, and they can't dig out the Vice. Time being bought, Digizine almost caught there with util in hand. Gets rid of LZ, critical player, and okay! The classic sings for 2 years.
And look at the flank. The Guardians walked all the way up. Vinny is waiting, boxing these players in, playing right up on top of the Vise wall.
So there's no options. There's a clock ticking now for 2G. I'm not talking about the round timer. They've got to get over to this B site now, but it's awkward.
30 seconds left.
As the Arc Rose getting work done. Cowanzine trying to dig PXS out of that position. 24 seconds, eyes on the clock, folks.
Vinny on the move now on the flank, making a lot of noise. 2G have to act fast.
Yeah, happy to let that shield wall herald his arrival, and so 2G have to go for it. They're forced into an error. Loud able to gobble them up here. Gobera doesn't know where to look.
रुला दिया भाई 2G को ये राउंड में.
Clawing their way back into this game after a nightmare start.
Loud in these ecos. Continuing to go their way. Those are the only rounds they can win, it seems. And it comes after almost getting owned on the timing here, but he swings off the flash. Good off angle, held backside 2 from 2. The second that guy's trying to clear the left corner, he's swinging around the right.
You said it, round was playable, especially with that Steel Garden. Now, 2G. Again, so many of these rounds were so close to that economy. Trashed. No ults, forget about that.
I want to see 2G do something in mid. It's just kind of been side hit after side hit for the last few rounds.
Loud कैसे आ रही है यहाँ पे
haven't seen the buys wall challenged.
Kind of seemed like PXS when he gets into water. Like there was that crazy round where he's able to really punish Loud, but you're right, not a whole lot of work in link.
Yeah, it's oftentimes later in the round or even in the post plant trying to push in there.
The Vice Wall is going to be triggered. Once again, Loud do commit both their A players into main to set up a potential crunch if 2G commit through link.
Ooh, pretty deep drone, spots nothing. So yeah, Loud should know this mid space is being taken advantage of. You got Vinny playing back towards spawn, throwing a knife actually. See if anyone's up close.
So far, pretty impenetrable here for Loud.
Spike BT देगा.
All of this stall util. Pancada to play from behind it, quick snap. Nova Pulse here, but nobody to be affected by it. Pancada mildly smoked out, just make sure he clears it in case it was a Durka moment.
30 seconds left.
Pops down the smoke to break the one-way there.
Askia. Getting some ice.
No.
Beautiful from Pancada, very clean. Askia challenging as well, the Razor Biden, risking laceration to try and come from an unexpected angle. Eventually Pancada goes down, but he definitely got his money's worth this round.
Yeah, like that off angle he was working from back pillar.
10 seconds left.
We know
Fight on the
case.
same line.
उनको लगा last one तो belong है.
It's turned into Mulch, and Loud have got themselves 3 rounds. Yeah, methodical, not taking any undue risks there. I think a far cry, I think, from the way they approach their defense. Lotus were always pushing up, so busy like a kicked anthill.
Yeah, this is a little bit more reserved in general. Falling back into, again, I think something that Loud have always been very good at, like sight-holding fundamentals, like that tandem play, whether it's the positioning you can find, the timings of swings together. There, it's sort of that push and pull between Pancada and Tui's back sight. Pancada falls off the line, Tui's re-enters on a slightly different angle. That can be really hard to clear away, especially if you've already used your initial volley of utility.
Change of tack required here for 2G, for sure. What was getting them success in the early rounds, perhaps no longer relevant anymore, especially once Digizim's able to get an operator after that first gun round didn't go quite so well. Eventually 2G run out of that extra catch.
Hello Binks, hello Tijay.
Aggressive forays here on Pearl. So what's the change going to look like? What's the mix-up? We did see them make some more use of Link and mid in that round. But it was Nico round. Didn't have much to work with. Just grasping at straws, and Pancada really just stopped them in their tracks.
I think 2G are going to prefer the A site a little bit more. They've got some good ultimates coming up for clearing that away, but also I think consistently 2E's has been putting like wall over into Heart. Like the few times they've gone into Heart, they've seen that wall there. I think playing for like Yoru clone to break that away, put some pressure early. Could be a good look for them. Although, as I'm saying that, doesn't exactly seem to be the case.
That's something overlooked as well.
What do I know?
First Yoru look here for Digizim. Look, shaky start was 0 and 4, I think, at the start of the map. But
I'm a genius, they're going
again, they're allowed to want to lean into this like A-main control early.
It is bought by OP in the chat.
Want to challenge it immediately, maybe a re-clear later. I'm not sure what this is.
1700.
Embedding the Yoru over onto B.
They're playing as if there's a plaza push up from the defense.
Oh no, boosted up, Digizim gets the kill. Yeah, they had their own Astra Smoke put
Love
down
you यार यहाँ कहना 2 साल अकेले के सब साथ स्टडी जॉब करने माइंड ऑफ द दृष्टि देख के ऐसा लगता है बड़ा भाई साथ में लव यू यार लव यू बड़ा भाई को खाना खिलाओ $1000 वाला come on.
Okay, 2G gonna have to go for it here. Pancada though, any shoot.
1705.
Knows all the actions coming from Art, and I don't know if this wrap here from A-main's gonna be quick enough for 2G, so step on up and get knocked on down. Yeah, Silence here just didn't have the time to be of any use in that fight. And unfortunately, 2G
Varun bhai, thank you for the 5 minutes में जान के टोटे.
It's gonna have to probably take this gun out of the round.
WWW.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Tui's already has him boxed in from window. I really like the way that Loud have reacted to the mid-attention, right? If their wall's ever triggered, they hear audio in that space, there's 1-2 players stepping into A-main almost immediately. You've also got Digizim that's not backing away from the angles on B. He's jumping up. It's a little bit risky, but I assume flashed himself onto that line. Oh no, you never crouch those angles! Different elevation, that's the way out of a fight.
अब भी Loud आएगा.
Okay, Loud has built back into this game well and truly now.
Loud आएगा,
मतलब
आएगा.
No chance for 2G to stabilize an economy. And they're back to half armor Sheriffs in this next round.
There
There you go.
Self-flash and pop up. Gotta love that.
Binks for the instant dedication, late night dance, your energy, consistency, hard work don't go unnoticed. Thanks for always entertaining and pushing through. Absolute legend.
But eventually you
Love
have to pay the
you.
piper. You have to do something about this
That's
door.
a big message.
Well, I'm anticipating 2G.
तुझे एक्शन में अच्छी टीम लगे अभी अच्छी लग रही है भाई.
The round is a fight name aim. Callaghan is up in this. Okay. Hello? Just in the thick of the utility, 2G continuing to challenge on that angle. Will eventually push Loud away.
Rifle? For silence? Yes. 2G really fight doggedly for this A main control. Have it get themselves a rifle upgrade as well. And now, LZ does give his position away, of course, with that shield wall activating, but you're not too bothered about that at this point. Cat's definitely out of the bag. So here's that defensive side in Null Command. Hard to set up now if you're the Astra on 2G.
You're happy to pull one ult. You're even happier to pull a second ult on an eco, just because of the early work done. And now 2G don't have to instantly commit because they showed that player breaking the wall in mid. There's a lot of pressure going into the center of the map right now. Loud have a lot of questions. So you've even got Digizin trying to hold if there's a Link player coming against him. Got Astra back and Spawn watching for that angle. I like this reset of the round from 2G.
And because of that, now Command is still so much of that
Binks
control.
भाई मैं भी कनाडा से हूँ खाना ऑर्डर करो एक गिलिच में निखिल भाई thank you for the 1000 G पे मेरी जान के छोटे love you.
Armageddon first. That's going to clear Duggan. That means Vinny's a bit exposed on the side here. And okay.
Combo.
LG's caught the timing. Full flash though.
Oh, okay.
Finally wins the fight. And now the rest of Loud can move into the site. 10 seconds remaining. PXS puts the spike on the ground. Loud quick on the move. First kill for Pancata. And they keep flooding in. Players from all directions. Digizin is back in main against 2G.
Surely this is good.
Yeah, there's no way you're prepped for that one.
Silence! Okay. Huh. My heart. Too old for this. Okay, defuse here for Loud. And the game is now within one singular round. 2G fighting, but that was, remember, that was Eco. They were able to upgrade to a rifle there. Silence really put it to use. Counting, or rather, Pancata inexplicably going down to that Armageddon there. Looks like there was nowhere to move on the site. Oh, frustrating, but yeah. It's been such a good half now. Loud have gotten into the game properly.
Good bounce back, that's for sure. Now, though, 2G have every ultimate to play with. It's been a while since we've seen them have a couple of these ults in the round since their streak was kind of put to the end. Last time it was Askia moving in through art. Getting an A finish. Could turn into something similar in the mid-round.
A much less adamant approach to the A main control for 2G this round. They very much let Loud have it. With with an asterisk there. It's just Silence sitting back waiting for the push-up.
I do really like how Loud continue to get that forward position. Now Digizin taking that first angle up in A main. Reclear spots nothing, so great timing for 2G to go for a pinch into A now.
What does this reclear from 2G at A main look like? Okay, stealth drone.
Okay.
That's a bit premature.
Very much so, yeah. 2G's gonna be able to get out of there. And now they lean here more in the direction of Art. Askia knows that Digizin is still here. He knows there's a double up, in fact, for Loud. This is scary here. And there's Askia emerging, takes Digizin down instantly. Kawanzin spotted out, of course. That's the Nightfall doing work. A second here for the 2G duelist. He's got to respect that special delivery. As the steel gun comes in, and Askia, he's unstoppable. That's 2 years. Long way away from the action.
Cutting through.
भाई कोई एज भी नहीं चला रहा भाई फैंस भी नहीं सारे लाउड फैंस
Askia going on a journey for that ace.
दो बंदे लोग ने एस चलाया बस.
A monstrous round from him.
You kind of called it, these big ultimates for 2G getting him such an edge.
7-5.
Believe it or not, used dimensional drift this round. Camara, his nerve fails him. Askia though still on for the ACE. Looks like 2G here. Again, great start to this half. Loud get into it, start to download him a little bit more, and there it is, folks! I-Buy power race for Askia.
His ultimate that round was crazy. It was a more methodical play, right? But
coming
in for that wraparound in main, knowing that they were all dead. So he pops out of this ultimate, isn't her. I do think Digizin dodged the Nightfall, but still couldn't win that fight. Then Vinny had no chance against him, and that shot there was crisp.
Yeah, they made us wait for it a little bit there, but clean showing, of course. Oh, buddy. Got to be pleased about that one. 2G again, 7-round attack side here on Pearl. A blistering start, a peter off later on, but still finishing in style. We've got a break and then a second half of this map coming at you.
ना एफ मुझे तुम्हारी प्रोफाइल चाहिए ढूंढ लूंगा कभी बोच में थप्पड़ खाई है चिंतन भाई प्रोफाइल चाहिए तो ढूंढ लूंगा हाँ कुछ जॉब वॉब ढूंढो सुपर चैट करो मेंबरशिप लो प्रोफाइल चाहिए तो ढूंढ लूंगा ये कोई जगह है तुझे जीता तो मेरा हो गया लग रहा है तृप्ति तू टेंशन मत ले मैं मांग रहा हूँ तेरे भी पे एज योर ओल्डर ब्रदर तू टेंशन मत डोंट टॉक टू तुझे के बारे में कुछ बता दो पहली बार सुना पहली बार नहीं है एसेंशियल टीम है लास्ट टाइम इतना कुछ नहीं कर पाई थी आई मीन कुछ भी नहीं कर पाई थी लेकिन इस बार बहुत कुछ कर रहा तो तुझे को सपोर्ट कर लाउड अपने आप जीतेगा भाई ना भाई मेरा भाई लाउड है
7-5 attack side showing on Pearl. Good looks for 2G. They started incredibly well as Loud eventually found their footing. How does this second half look to play out? Because Digizin was able to get the defensive ops, starting to look pretty good, but for most of the game,
Canada was lights out.
I think for me it is the Digizin question, right? Because it was obvious he was getting domed at the start of the first 4 rounds in a row, falling down. Loud didn't have much of a chance. When he's alive, they were really cruising through things. It's now Loud working into the safe space early on. LZ getting pushed back. Digizin super active on that line. Loud doing very nice work to push through the space.
LZ just spent most of that time jockeying back around the corner, and PXS wasn't able to capitalize on any of the damage done. On the side now, okay! Digizin brought down, Silence looks to play out of the open here and spam down through this smoke. It's been effective. 2 years, Cowanzine, both quite low here.
The blue's done.
Some angles LZ's trying to work against his own Aster Smoke there. Gobera needs this fight and gets it.
He was getting absolutely hammered by Pancada, but one shot is all it takes apparently. And all that bluff and bluster from Loud early in the round has petered out. They look a little sheepish walking away from A. And Gobera's going to try and meet them here. Over towards Plaza.
A lot of noise made from Loud. Rotation a bit obvious. And good work from LZ too. Low HP, but he's the guy pushing up. So now that he turns that corner, it's not a re-hit into A, and the rest of his team can move into B. There's going to be 3 players ready to greet the wave of Loud.
There is a sheer wall here in front of LZ, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't care if he gives away his position.
Yeah, if anything, it makes Loud have 1 player turn around, take them away from this fight on site.
Making your opponents feel like they're on a clock. Can start to push that mental bandwidth to the limit. Cowanzine desperately low, and a flick from Askia will account for him. Sheer walls up, and Spike is on the wrong side.
Here's the lurk. There you go. There's no time, and we're still not turning around. LZ gets 2 kills on no HP.
Loud are down. Diabolical after the start of that round.
It's funny because it's that same thing LZ did on defense Lotus, right? After there was this round, there's A aggression, he opens the door and the Omen pushes through, sees no one there, kills a lurker, and then it's a full rotate from the rest of his team. Here it works out. He even puts a cross-map smoke on site to help his teammates flood through. And keep up the pressure against the
Askia immediately
ये बंदा मार रहा है ये बंदा टॉप फ्रैग कर रहा है
solo B presence potentially.
Vamos.
Yeah, brutal stuff. Put him into the game, Loud.
Well, they throw an early knife into A, but end up backing away from the space. That Outlaw is still down B.
Askia down B, Loud down bad. They're about to run on a collision course. Silence as well. I have to imagine he has an inkling this is coming his way. No way, dude. Okay, sees a barrel. Okay, gets his one. Only the one though. Now Askia. Less solid here, but able to find Chiggers comfortably. Correction's not there for Cowanzine, though he is slowed up for a time.
This fight in Link could be everything. Digizin has a Sheriff. And even numbers. If he had a chance to upgrade, that would have been big. Now, though, with the stall coming on through, Digizin isn't grouped with the team. 2G are ready for the retake.
They're going to play from under for the most part. No tower presence, so this smoke is going to obscure them entirely. Prowler into halls. Still no spike plant. Digizin importantly, but LZ's able to bring Pankata down. That was the outlaw that was supposed to go to work. Forced into an early retirement instead. Nova Pulse, still no plant by the way. Cowanzine finds his fourth though. The Bulldog bites. PXS with their Guardian now. What an important round for this newcomer.
Spike down.
He's cool, calm, collected, composed. Digizin has to cross. PXS wary of a flank from the right side, baits the shot! Oh. You cannot ask for much more for a debut showing. Massive Red Bull clutch here in round 14.
Another one for PXS, because, right, Digizin only has one bullet in that outlaw. He did so many of these shoulder baits. He only had the light armor, so it would have been the one shot.
$1 देते UPM में GP कैसे दे रहे तू?
The way he's handled this round. It's giving years of experience.
Mike gaya Binks, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Not first time on stage at Americas.
Hello, बराबर है.
That's the thing.
गया.
We're again 2
हाँ?
rounds.
मेरा mic
Still
गया?
second, where Digizin is coming up killless. Now rifle in hand though.
Cam गया, अरे मैं कपड़े change कर रहा हूँ.
Bonus here, a little nasty for 2G, of course, having such a close, hard-fought round in the prior. Only the Guardian for PXS to pin hopes
तो
on.
सीन हो गया था. David Nikhil bhai, thank you for the 1000 GP मेरी जान today. Achal bhai, thank you for the 0.79 pounds.
And now 2G are calling the assistance of Govera, so he's going to be there on site.
कभी देखा नहीं
Cloud haven't really started to work the map. They need to put some attention in mid.
Canada
There's still this very
Indian
annoying
account
buys
में
wall
पापा
in the
पैसे
street
डालते
that
हैं. हाँ
needs to be
क्या?
cleared away.
Love you
55
यार.
seconds to do all of this here, so highly doable, but Loud are probably going to start to run on a thin margin here.
Circle.
Here's that mid-control aforementioned.
Oh, if Loud called back into B, it would be great.
Achal bhai, thank you for the 199. Double होते जा रहे हैं. Double it given to the same person.
Enough noise to wake the dead, clearing through art. Here come Loud, armed to the gills, and that's the solo guarding the round, singing out there for PXS.
Just 25 seconds.
Oh, in the smoke! You're kidding. LZ able to find just the one. Gabera gets his, and Apicata and Tiers are up against it. Silence knows he's got to go for it, and there it is! A nasty thrifty. It's sickening from 2G.
There's just something different in the air right now.
जली ना,
2G
chat सच्ची बोल.
winning
इस
all
बार
these
तो
fights
जली रहेगी.
again.
इस बार
It is
तो
BXS, by the way,
पक्का
in
जली
main.
रहेगी.
The same way the
हाँ?
Loud were controlling A main on their
101%.
defensive side, him winning that 1v1 allows him to turn his attention fully back to the site. It creates another brutal angle for Loud to have to clear when they're trying to flood out from art. It's just not possible,
वाला ना?
no matter the guns.
खाना ऑर्डर करो. गिली चुम्मी.
This
अच्छा
Loud
गिली
team,
चुम्मी.
I
निकल
mean,
भाई
to
गिली
be
चुम्मी.
frank, look out at sea.
Love
Lost.
you.
Headless. Now with a stinger buy in this round. I can only hope that their pace can stymie 2G a little bit here, but
पैसे हार सकता है.
I'm shocked that we're looking at such a scoreline.
Opera, thank you for the 40. आपके साथ
It's the
मेरा
same story. Again, Loud on
हमारा
the
20
attack, but
मिनट
no
सेकंड
control
गया.
over
Love
mid.
you Opera
Four
bye.
players tethered up
भाई
in
गेम
art,
देख के
like,
मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं?
how are you going to fight through this round? It's not really going to happen.
Like, they're just trying to overwhelm. They look like they were dancing around the maypole with 4 of them being seized there. They can at least trade into the map a little bit.
एक बार please देखो कि वाइस ने कहाँ पे वॉल किया है.
At the same time, while all this work is being done in mid,
पूरा
you've got LZ crept up into
के
B long.
world
So
में ये wall
you've got
कभी नहीं हुआ
2G
है.
giving up mid, but they have full control over both mains and some, you know, insurance policies, whether it's back towards spawn, Silence jiggling the angle for the info.
Okay. Here comes Digizin. So early warning now. Should be able to see Silence. Can he spot out LZ over towards long? That's massive. Now Loud playing without knowledge of a player that's in a bit of a pinch position. Still Digizin being canny about how he starts to swing halls.
30 seconds left.
Weird round.
By
Loud
need
good
bhi
duck
aayega
healing
abhi.
for now. LZ waiting for the perfect time to spring forth. There's Digizin down. And still, LZ hidden over and long. Oh, it's cooked.
I've got to draw it back to what's at stake here for Loud. Right? You got 3 matches coming up after this.
Bye, thank you for the 20 minutes
their opening
today.
series to Crew after blowing them out in the opening map. To lose to 2G, who's the expected worst team in the group, would set them up at 0-2. Now you're looking at probably having to win all your games or rely on other teams losing. It gets a little bit muddy. For Loud, for a team of that caliber to be put in that position, and from the other hand, 2G to have a win under their belt and now still very much be in the race to make it out. That is completely out of left field.
Loud के players का नाम पता है? Loud के players का नाम और उनके achievements और वो लोग कौन है? हर एक player भाई, हर एक player, हर एक player Loud का भाई, हर एक, हाँ? और 2G 2-0 आ रहा है.
They have to stop getting lost in the muddiness of these rounds, right? Like, how many 1v1s are we offering up to just allow 2G to take full control from the macro perspective round?
एज में स्टार्ट किया सर? भाई मेरा सच्ची बताओ,
as a team working on what should be superior protocols. You've been scrimming for forever if you're allowed. 2G just got PXS. Had LZ step into IGL this team the other day.
I said they virtually had no practice as a squad. What little practice they had, though, they felt like it's been effective, and can't argue with that.
And even the players we've never seen them play Pearl.
Aski is tucked here, of course, with the contingency, and as soon as that 0 point comes in, he's forced to gate crash out lest he gets stranded there.
Time to jump.
Flash himself onto the line. Where have I seen this before?
You're not digits buddy.
That didn't quite go the way he would have liked. Oh, big.
Oh, good spot.
Big plaza presence. The 2 season, is he ready for the second player? This is a little awkward now. You're on a clock. This time, the no Vice Wall is going to save you from a backstab, and they're not going to know.
Oh, there's ults everywhere.
Okay, somehow a gap's been found here. Somehow BGZ
Like on the side, shut down. PXS drops it. Now the fight into Link. Gobert, the sole survivor in that massacre.
Still no plant, though. Plenty of time in the round. Plenty. So early has his action been. Gobert has only 7 points of health left, and Loud looks he's set to get back into the game. What they have to do, mimic the fraction of 2G's power is immense, but regardless, it keeps their head above the surging tides.
It's a wake-up call in that timeout from STK. Remember, the first half looked very much like this. Started snowballing away from them again. The first 4 rounds in a row. Timeout was called, and Loud buckled down. It comes after Askia whiffs out on the shot, so it's not even a 1-for-1 trade. And then surviving backside. Very unexpected angle for those 2G players to be working against.
First round, one of the half here for Loud. It's not going to be enough in the long run, but it's a start. The op is gone for 2G. They've got no longer have that in possession, but they've got Dimensional Drift, they've got Nightfall.
Loading ho gaya bhai.
Monster ults to play off of. And Loud don't really have a split. Again, it's 4 players grouped up in a main and giving some space for 2Es to work the extremities.
Yeah, this time it's going to be the Astra allocated over towards B for 2G instead of the Yoru.
Yeah, it's very clear what the timeout call was from SDK. It's let's play 4 grouped together and see what we can do on the works with some late inserts. It's going to be Kawanzin delayed into the A site.
Okay, Gobert has definitely got the potential to keep 2 2G players at this A side. Or rather, Kawanzin.
Yeah, the drone play a bit predictable. 2G still here.
Okay. Well, if this doesn't say, get off my lawn, I don't know what does. Steel Garden thrown down here. 2 years committing that one.
This means Loud could sort of walk up to the side now.
Got the plant.
The Nightfall Astral Divide combo is so brutal, retaking into the site. Very hard for Loud. Do you stay on the site and get hit by the Nightfall, play off, be forced away behind the wall?
There it is. Both those ultimates committed. Here's Loud, trying to converge and be in position to fight for this, but it's going to be tough. 2 years down. Vinny also falling into Askia v Kawanzin. And he doesn't know where he's coming from. But what is that? It's
oh my boy,
extra sensory perception from Kawanzin. He knew Askia was coming from there, and that's what it takes to keep this going, really?
The back of his neck was tingling, right? Those hairs standing up, goosebumps. Kawanzin, 10 HP. He's like, oh, this guy's just behind me. Boom.
I mean, that is pure instinct. Pure instincts. Kanzi now in his second year on this Loud team, already looking so promising to start with in 2024. Continuing to grow in this role. Savior of the round.
Okay, so Louder still sort of in this game.
भाई ये round जीतना था 2G को भाई.
Astro a bit of an aggro piece into
पेडल मारा था भाई.
Just some sheriffs back to V. But even then, Loud still have the ultimates. They've been pretty liberal committing those ultimates in even on these anti-ecos. Just making sure they secure these rounds.
Okay, did seem to go some contact there. Askia serves himself up. 2G really not in a position to argue with this A hit, but the spike was left back. It was a bit more of a default look here, so there will be time for these defenders, underarmed as they are, to get set.
2E's position is crazy. He's working into the art insert while his team is planting over on B. Got a lot of time to work with.
More stall here for 2G. This time it's Gobert as util.
You can see 2G is really trying to hunt out this lurk. They haven't seen 2E's. They know he's going to be trying something.
No way, man. This is the long barrel, I'll say that much, yeah? The long barrel of the law is thwarted. PXS now gets an outlaw. Obviously the spike does go down. Just some stall there from the defenders. Again, still, it's tough. They've got a stinger, they've got an outlaw to work with. Here's a horn. Sees nothing. Stealth drone sees nothing. Silence sees nothing.
One enemy remaining.
And that's up to PXS now. It's a big ask for him. Vinny's starting to get into the game a little bit more. He might have just doubled his frags in that round, I'm not going to lie.
This round coming up might be the hardest for Loud. Got a couple ultimates to work with for 2G. Full buy on their side too.
Okay, not the most complex round. A walk up there from Loud. Some superior weapons, good crossfires.
भड़क गए भाई, जीत गया. अब भी जीत गया भाई.
Well and truly underway. That's 3
rounds in a row for Loud.
2G now go back to buy. They've got key ultimates as well. Steel Guard and Armageddon at the ready. But Loud has a fast hit potential behind Null Command. Should they want to go that way?
Early scouting doesn't spot anything. That's both info pieces from Loud spent immediately in the round. Usually that would indicate a faster acceleration, so they throw out the clone, that breaks the wall. It's going to set up for a later pivot into A.
That was an awkward shoulder peek for Askia. Punishable.
What Loud are going to do is they're going to dip into street here, see if they can find anything. That would have threatened to pinch it towards B.
Loud look
to reset into the A. But the important thing for Loud is this A main player. We have not seen this player win the fights in the solo squad. Can't take down Askia. This round is so hard to play.
ult, K ult, वो लोग को side मिलेगा. ये वाला round.
Tracking that. Askia waiting, watching the slimmest line. Gobert forced back now, realizes what's happening, but he doesn't have any time to get that util out. Null Command is popped. Askia stranded in this position. Currently suppressed. Gate crash not an option. Kankata's going to keep him here. Hold him under the thumb. In place. Here comes the reinforcements now flashing through the smoke. Askia tried to reposition. Gets him one kill. Loose towards A main. Now scooped up and en route to the site. Steel Garden comes in now. That was from the defenders here. More stall. More denial of a plant.
But there's only 20 seconds. They need to get the spike down onto the ground. Couple of prowlers for LG to work with. Gobert has the ultimate too. The time is going away.
Vinny knows he's got a touch. Can Gobert time this properly? He cannot hear. That's the problem. Cosmic Divide prevents him from getting the sound cue that he needs, and the spike goes down. Here's the Armageddon though. Nobody there to be affected by it, but it'll still be a cleanup. It's up to Pancata here versus 4. 2G now trying to give themselves a staging ground to end the series. But Pancata stands up, finds 2. It's
Pancata bolte.
How do you just steal a moment like that? How do you call upon it just when you exactly need it?
Pancata ne.
Not only did he stay alive, and made he kills everyone on Loud. 4 kills to come away with a Red Bull clutch. Pancata on the Astra, sitting with 22 kills to his name right now. I mean, the first they line up for him, and then the last 2 players, they wait. It's like, let's get the swing at the same time. But no, Pancata precedes them. That preemptive strike catches them off guard.
If Pancata doesn't want to the economy for Loud essentially broken. There's just so little to work with. They're forcing Awkward to try and stay in the game. That is a legendary showing for Pancata. The impact can't be overstated. A desperate timeout now for 2 game because nothing hits you harder than a gut punch like that from a previous champion who's still living the glory days.
That is crazy. I mean, we saw Kalanzine do it a couple of rounds ago, snapping back behind the Astro wall. This time a 1v4.
They won't
Infinitely more insane.
फिर भी flick मारता ना वो लोग. Main
And the buffer
वो रहता है कि
for
बंदा उधर
2G
ही
is
खड़ा.
starting to run slim.
Oh yeah.
They're running out of space. Loud nipping at their heels now. They have equalized 2G's 4-round streak at the start of this half. It's a 2-round game. Just as it was when 2G moves
भाई
on the defense
अल्टीज
side.
देखो कितना आ रहा है भाई.
भाई
ये राउंड ये मैप जीत गया. ये मैप जीत गया. हाँ ये मैप लाउड का है.
Probably cycling those together.
अल्ट देखो भाई. कॉजिन का अल्ट आ रहा है. डिजीज का अल्ट आ रहा है. टूज का अल्ट सबसे पहले आएगा. केओ और फार्म करेगा. पैनकड़ा का अल्ट आएगा.
Okay.
Heavy attacks ult.
And we go now, pressed up against the barrier.
अपने एडमिट
Loud have definitely been fighting for this control here of Amen and trying to have Pankata as a loose end here.
Mr. Commander, bye.
We got a walk up from Askia. Okay, man. That is the jackpot.
Time to jump. Looks like Louder still wanting to contest this space. Get the orb.
Fake teleport.
Gate crash obviously back towards spawn, so
Askia
has the ability to get to B quickly should it be required. Loud know they've got some time to work with. There'll of course be a large amount of utility that has to be cleared on this B side of the map, and Tuyas is hoping to get ahead of the game and find something. He does!
Nice.
LZ offers him up a frag.
And that's going to pull one player over towards B while Loud trying to work into art. Good little 1-2 punch setup from 2G, but Loud doing their homework. Clearing away those angles and moving it back into that lurk to B.
It's diligent use of the util there for Loud. Not taking any undue risks. Now trying to control that B side as 2Years wants to pave the way. Okay, that's a problem. That complicates things. Silent though is affected by that Nova Pulse, but is safe here for the time being. And there's another player here for 2G. Gate crash now into halls.
Almost a disaster there. Getting picked off by Silence. You know, Spike will go down. 2G have the numbers advantage, but no real util to work off.
Again, Loud don't have much post-plant util to lean on now. They're trying to buy a little bit of time, get some space, but PXS is poised, ready. It's going to be a flood here from 2G trying to come out from Hall, trying to take the fight here. Askia gets one, but it's not enough. It'll be PXS versus 2. You can't ask him to do it again, to repeat the feat from the previous clutch. He'll be spotted out and dealt with by Digizine. It is a one-round game.
Loud just continuing to ride this wave of momentum. Digizine will have the ult. Askia looks like he wants to buy up into the operator. Trying to challenge for some of these opening fights.
One enemy remains.
This is it. It's your last best chance here for 2G to make things happen. Otherwise, you're at serious risk of letting Loud run away with this one. Dimensional drift as well for Askia, so plenty of early warning mechanisms.
Love you, Saad. Bye. By LS
It's the wrong guess from Askia though.
मैंने
Playing
कभी
towards
LS
the A
किसको
side, a lot of
membership लेते
utility
हुए
to
नहीं
scout
देखा
out,
साथ
sees
भाई.
nothing.
सच्ची
Gate
बोल रहा
crash
हूँ.
though is all the way across the map.
It's true. And Louder never really going to be able to accelerate when the Vise is set up towards B.
Okay, gate crash not taken by Askia.
Trying to see if there's anyone on site, which there isn't.
Momentum
Digizine
में
drift
मैं
into
भी
halls
लाऊं.
entirely here. There's so much free control. 2G have to go for a full retake.
It's even worse than that. Askia's teleport time down. Now the fight back into
मर
spawn
गया.
with Silence falling.
2G need to be an active participant in this round. They cannot simply look on as it just happens.
भाई फेड और
We've got to, again,
गोबेरा को
awkwardly
साथ में खेलना चाहिए यार.
come out from this position. From tower, from under, from Link. Into a full 5 of Loud, who are armed to the gills and ready to defend their territory. Here's that dimensional drift. It's surely garner some information. But you could have survived. There'd be a couple of Loud players here. Askia with the classic of all
भाई
things.
वो ult
But
से
he's
आगे
taking up a
कूद
card
के
of
आगे
missing
मारा
all of a sudden.
उसने.
This has been turned on his head. Digizine so low.
आखिरी बंदा बचा है.
So low. And PXS chases him down. It falls to 2Years, the veteran. As LZ begins the defuse, 2Years thinks it's just a tap. He goes for the spray. It's wayward.
गोबेरा किधर दिख रहा है?
It's off the mark. And the defuse comes in. 2G are at match point.
Finally, one of these late rounds goes their way. And it's not because 2Years wasn't getting the kill. He kills everybody. There's just the smoke allows them to stick through with the spike. That was madness. I mean, first of all, how are you getting that kill? I think LZ, Gobert, and Askia all won ridiculous 1v1s at the same exact time. But it was that flood coming in, every single player jumping out of a smoke behind the corner at the same time.
Again, it's messy, it's costly for 2G, so they win the round, they are broke. Absolutely.
3 महीने के अंदर.
Of course, they have a chance to take a back seat here and just fight for that round 24, but it was very costly for them.
भाई गोबेरा भाई क्या कर रहे कोई बताएगा?
These opening fights in mid, bait out a couple of ults from Loud.
This is no way. Oh, 2 years. Okay, gets very fortunate. It's having to back away and get a Razorvine down.
No way!
Silence, he's ahead of this wall. He's ahead of the Cosmic Divide.
The wall's gonna buy so much time from the Astral. There's the second player flooding in already. 2G can fight this through, and Loud can't even commit.
Still a minute to play with, and there's a good chance you can bounce back across the map. That seems to be the plan for Loud.
But even with time, Loud have no position on the map. All of their players are in spawn. They didn't leave an insert towards B. That's the spike. They actually can't. So now, Loud almost have to attack into the center of the map or get completely called on their rotate.
And that Steel Garden is completely pointless for 2G. There's no impact virtually on its round. Into Art we go. 2G very quickly, rallying themselves here to Secret, to Flowers. Are we pump faking this?
It looks like the last round of Lotus, I'm not gonna lie. 2G have numbers advantage. They over-rotate towards A because they want to play numbers. No way he's getting timing like this.
Yeah.
There's no way Louder back in the game. And 2G's in with rifles. You have to remember, Loud have the guns.
Steel Guarding going to be thrown down anyway by 2 years. Takes the one stinger out of the game. Fair enough. Grapple down, Pancada gonna get the spike deployed. Askia very, very low. With a stinger here playing from tower, it's an awkward spot to be. Nightfall here, there's a retake wall, but do you want to spend these ultimates in a round like this, 2G? Probably no. As PXS steps up, knocked down instantly. LZ gets his one. This should be a Loud round. They've got control, player advantage, everything you could ask for. Great macro, the bounce back over towards B.
Yeah.
There's Askia taken to task. Here comes round 24. It's about as important as it gets.
Exactly. Here's the thing. 2G lost the round, but they pulled the 2 big ults. They didn't waste any of their own. So they've got Nightfall, they've got Cosmic Divide. They're 1 off of Silence in the Steel Garden. So they can afford to sort of group together, fight very heavy on one side, play full retake into their Vise if they want to, because those ults combo beautifully together.
और वो टॉप फ्रैग कर रहा है भाई.
Leaning on as you mentioned.
भाई वो टॉप फ्रैग कर रहा है.
This is for extra innings. This is Loud getting back into the game. They won what, like 6 of the last 7 rounds here. Askia. This could be so pivotal, pushing up onto this line that Kawanzine is prepared for it again.
Wow, they had 3 players on a high-low there.
भाई 1 डैमेज में लगा.
Took 0 damage at that.
That's huge.
Now Loud.
2G want to show the idea of aggression. They want to play numbers and they want to play retake. They don't want to risk any of those players with the big ults falling early in the round.
Yeah, I mean, they want to project a willingness to fight, but they'd rather just negotiate from a position of power. That's it.
भाई लेकिन यहाँ पे वॉल नहीं है, देख के ना वो लोगों को लगेगा कि वॉल ए पे, पता है?
Perfect ultimates for it.
And the more stall that comes
That could be a big W.
better it starts to look. That spike is still in spawn. This is all a ruse from Loud. This is trying to pull rotates. It's not actually trying to accomplish much of anything.
Okay, Digis in. Gatecrash back to the spike location. 2G opt not to, insert anyone over towards A main. Loud might still be forced to use the util to clear that part of the map.
I mean, timing on a re-hit would be good. The Fade is rotated away, so it's only 2 players holding.
Doing this again?
And again, look at Art and mid. Like, Loud have found some potentially impact lurks.
They get spotted out here. Silence critical here with the Sheriff earlier on. Here's a Nightfall. This is going to slow things up.
20 seconds!
Not a lot of time to work with. And there's Silence getting rid of Vinny. The lurker there through mid. There's another one coming. I don't know if he's going to be ready for it, but it may not matter. 2G
10 seconds left.
on the precipice of doing it. In disarray, losing their leader, take their first win of Americas in a debut for PXS, silencing the doubters and maybe the doubt in their own minds as well. That is unbelievable.
Loud looking stunned on the other side of the stage. With the havoc of this last week in the 2G camp to come out and 2-0 the Brazilian team in Loud
is just madness. And for me, feels like a changing of the guard somewhat. This is another infusion of new blood.
Winning map 1 could have been lucky, but doing 2-0 to Loud is no joke, bro. Bro, what the fuck? भाई क्या देखा भाई हम लोग ने?
A plug and play solution. Guys like a sea monkey, just add water. Instant entertainment.
Crazy too. PXS not even on his normal roll. Coming in looking good.
Feeding into these elaborate Tejo breach comps, right?
Yeah. And look, don't get me wrong, they got wild with it. There were so many moments. LZ in particular is taking these solo plays, and he was so effective throughout the day.
Excuse me?
I mean, someone who has had to step into some big shoes and call, as well as be incredibly impactful over the course of that first map. The guy was popping off. He's a huge component of the fact that, you know, 2G even get to this map while being ahead. And they got off to such a great start. It's Askia's moment to shine at the start of Pearl. He's 4-0, dominating DigiZ on his first game on Yoru.
सबसे बेस्ट तो वही था, लाउड जल्दी 2-0 करो, लेव देखना है.
Managing to craft a strategy for this team, and the composure from this young squad is so impressive. Just like we saw in Mexico at Ascension, they display it here and get their first win.
We're now in a situation where, hey, if they can somehow 2G take down a couple of other teams, they can start to enter the playoffs picture. At the same time, Loud, it is dire straits, starting off 0-2, dropping a series versus 2G, the projected bottom team in this group. It is now batten down the hatches and pray, because you've got to win basically everything from here on out.
Loud, you are the team, the household name, also the kryptonite of every other Brazilian team in the league up until this point. Yeah, not anymore. That's right. That's what I mentioned. Changing off the guard. Now, it feels so awkward for such a, you know, a venerated team to not have their destiny for playoffs in stage 1 in their own hands. Crazy times here in the Riot Games Arena. We're going to head over to Riv down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Gubera.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it is, in fact, a talk to 2G's Gobera after they take down Loud 2-0. Years in the making. You come to this point, you're able to take down your Brazilian brethren to start off.
भाई गोबेरा भाई दो क्वेश्चन. एक वो नाइफ लेके उधर क्या कर रहे थे? हाँ? दूसरा क्वेश्चन मैं खुद भूल गया.
2-0 dos seus irmãos brasileiros. O que foi a caminhada até aqui?
A caminhada é sempre muito dura, sempre acompanhei eles desde o começo da franquia e tá podendo agora confrontá-los aqui no palco do VCT Américas é algo muito especial para mim e gratificante.
Well, I've been following this team forever, right? So
भाई मेरे को गिबली वाला फोटो अच्छा लगा.
being here playing against them on this stage is something
गिबली राइट वाला
like,
फोटो अच्छा लगा भाई.
I can't even believe.
And talk to me about how the team has gotten through, you know, the past, as we were talking to the other team, people of the team, the last 48 hours have been tough. IGL changes, teams or players coming in for role changes. How are the vibes? How do you get through this? What were the thoughts coming into today?
Eu tava falando antes com alguns outros players do jogo, e as últimas 48 horas foram bem difíceis. Trocaram de IGL, tiveram um jogador novo chegando. Como é que foi a preparação para hoje? Como é que foi a pressão de estar aqui?
Então, foi algo bem duro assim de lidar. Essa mudança foi...
भाई ट्विटर में लोगों को लगेगा कि मैं राइट में काम करता हूँ, समझ रहे हो? ये बात.
Foi muito bom pra gente, a gente conseguiu colocar o nosso jogo em dia.
It was like hard, of course, with all these changes. But we could, you know, just focus on this game and bring it today, and the results are here.
Awesome. Well, 2 more questions for you. Talk to me about playing now with PSX on the team. A lot of clutch rounds there. How was it adding him in and having that power?
Trazendo um jogador novo para o time.
Alright, well,
como é isso? O que ele traz para o time?
Cara, ele tá trazendo uma vibe muito boa pro time. Ele consegue trazer pra gente alguns pontos que a gente acabava não tendo no time. Além da mira, o moleque é muito embaçado, provou pra ele, pra todo mundo que a gente tem potencial. A gente que tá vindo de baixo do VCB, a gente tem potencial sim pra para disputar no maior alto nível.
Well, he's great, right? He has a lot of aim, and he brings to the team what we were lacking. And I mean, like we're coming from tier 2, so reaching this stage and bringing a strong game is really important.
And the final question is about you. You know, with this win, it's got to feel great. But what are your goals for Gobera? What are you looking to prove this split?
Claro que você está se sentindo ótimo depois da vitória, mas quais são os planos para o Gobera?
Cara, os planos para mim, eu acho que a gente continuar na pegada que a gente está. A gente tá muito bem com o time. Agora o foco é para os próximos jogos, claro. E a gente.
भाई अपन ने क्या विटनेस किया है भाई, कैसे लाउड का लाइनअप पूरा का पूरा सेम है, इतना बाप लाइनअप है। ये लोग में 3 नए बंदे एसेंशियल से आए हैं भाई। चोट भाई, कैसे भाई, मेरा ब्रेन वो भी नहीं कर पा रहा है भाई प्रोसेस। हाँ, कैसे? भाई उसके ऊपर गोबेरा भाई जो पता नहीं क्या कर रहे थे गेम में, जगह पे टीबैक कर रहे थे नाइफ लेके। हाँ, पता है उसके बाजू में बंदा है, नाइफ लेके किधर और घूम रहे थे। कुछ तो चल रहा था वहां पे भाई, और टॉप फ्रैग करके जीता है। मेरा हो गया भीचुत, मेरा हो गया भाई। स्मोक वाला भी भाई बंदा पीछे से मार रहा है, पूरा मैगजीन खाली हो गया यार। एक ही बंदा जिंदा है, पीछे से दे धाए धाए दिए जा रहे, एक बार वो पलटा नहीं भाई। चिल किया गेम में। हाँ भाई, उसने एंजॉय किया गेम भाई, वो गाने सुन के खेल रहा था बंदा, समझ रहे हो। टॉप फ्रैग किया है भाई। भाई अभी मजा आएगा, अभी आएगा क्यूटी ऑक्सी। दो जब भाई सोती तो वो थी। क्रेजी था भाई, क्रेजी था भाई क्रेजी था। गलत एंजॉय किया भाई गोबेरा ने गलत एंजॉय किया। रैंडम पे अल्ट मार रहा है, इसको बैन क्यों नहीं पड़ता? रिपोर्ट करो ना, इंस्टेंट थोड़ी होता है ऐसे। तो कोई भी छोटा गलती करेगा सीधा बैन करेगा, खेलेंगे कौन? रिपोर्ट करो। अगर सबके साथ कर रहा है वैसे ही वो बंदा है तो बैन खाएगा। रुको, चाय गरम करके आया, वैसे का वैसे चाहिए। मेरा ये पहला कप ही है ना शायद, आई थिंक सो, ये मेरा पहला कप ही है। ठीक है।
Definitely excited to play against Leviathan. Facing Rossi, I would say the other guys on the team have more stake into that game than me, but I'm definitely excited. He's one of my friends, so it's going to be a great match. He's a good player.
On C9, I was very, very hands-on, so I don't think there's going to be much mind game unless I'm mind gaming against myself. Easiest way to lose is to overthink and to go deep into those mind games, so we're just going to keep it simple and do our thing, and I'm going to do what I know is best for myself and for the team.
Eliminado que Rossi se pone también muy difícil de matar, 2 en contra de 1, sacando una ronda y Rossi, papá.
I would say our playstyle is very disruptive and aggressive and confident, and theirs is very similar, so it's going to be a brawl, honestly, and we'll see what happens.
Getting Net out of heaven, he has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to terrorize them.
For the match against C9, I don't have any hatred towards them. They had an issue with me, I don't have an issue with them. So yeah, may the best win.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of the week, Leviathan versus Cloud9. I'm Zoe, back on the desk together with Sean Garris and Wyatt. But before we're digging into this one, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about what just happened on that stage. Why didn't you predict him this week? Why you could have been a genius?
No, I actually believed too early.
Like, glue is gone.
You peaked too early. Yeah, you just missed it by 1 week.
2 goats have arrived.
They left the glue factory. Yeah. They're actually back. That I don't even know what to say. All of the little minuscule win cons that we had to sell to the audience as a dream. They actually check. They all played
They're dreaming. Everyone's dreaming out there now. No, but that was just so important for so many individuals on that team. LZ's one I'm looking at here. I mean, being put into that position is so very difficult. And he did such a phenomenal job. You could see the relief on his face right after the match was over.
Yeah. I mean, he deserves it. He deserves all the credit in the world. This guy played out of his mind mechanically, like as an individual. And then he brought a game plan that looked very good. We expected something scrappy, like a double duelist.
Yeah,
legit.
I was scared when they deviated to the meta comp with Yoru Breach Taeho with the Vice.
How did they win it?
There are so many moving parts with that comp.
Yes.
They've been practicing together as a team like 1 day or something, and they made it work. It's crazy.
I don't even want to give credit to one person, though, because I feel like PXS came in and played out of his mind. The 1-on-2 on Pearl and B site was insane. Askia also came into this team when Prize left, playing out of his mind on Yoru. Like, it's just all clicking.
Yeah, so many changes, new pieces, and they made it work, and in what a fashion they did it. Very exciting stuff. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out for them for the rest of the season. Now, let's focus on the match at hand and talk about what we got here, because this is another good one. It's a grudge match. I'm so excited for this one. Rossi will get an opportunity to face off against Cloud9 that dropped him, and I have to say it, very unceremoniously during the off-season. Like, that was a surprise to people, to him, I'm sure, too.
The entire scene.
The world.
It really did.
It was insane.
It's the most I've seen this scene, respectfully, care about Cloud9. Like, people were outraged about this
and they
to
had
a crazy extent.
I mean, that off-season game that Rossi played with Cloud9, after they boot camped in Korea, right? He spent the whole month with the team in Korea. He top fragged the tournament, rating-wise, on the initiator role while IGLing. And then they were like, mind-blowing.
And to their credit, it's actually worked out. They're playing very well. They look like a very consistent, reliable team at the moment. And so they ended up making the good decision. Just one of those situations where it's not an indictment of Rossi's skill. They were just genuinely correct in that he wasn't the right fit, despite that skill.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be the best in the world if it doesn't fit the team for whatever reason. It just doesn't fit. So it hopefully works out for both sides, because Rossi now obviously on that Leviathan squad who has to make it work over there. I loved the little video we just saw for that match introduction. He was so sassy.
Yeah.
Spicy.
That's a good one. So seemingly he's chill. He seems to vibe with the team.
Listen to their comms in the off-season. Did you get a chance to listen to their comms in that off-season?
No, I didn't listen to the
videos.
comm videos.
He basically had all of the info funneled towards him and was microing everyone. He was calling high-lows. We should 3-2-1, swing this together. He was also calling macro stuff, like initial game plan and what we should do when the other team is eco. And he had full control. I was blown away. And then when they got rid of him, I was like, maybe he had too much control. Maybe he had too much of a say. And that is a flaw in Valorant. You want a lot of people bring in ideas from all over because there's so much variance. There's so many things happening on the map at once that there's a bogged down delay in things if it all goes through Rossi. But I don't think that should be the problem with LEV because King has IGL for a long time. So they have multiple voices here.
What were your thoughts on the performance then from just last week?
I thought he led the team really, really well. I think people are very low on them right now, actually. The initial first halves, I like the looks that they gave, and the Icebox half, particularly on attack, if you go back and watch that, they were innovative. Like, I actually was impressed by, like,
they were the
5
first
rounds.
team I think we've seen in America's bring something new on Icebox. Everyone else is traditional comp or the Harbor comp.
Yes, they struggled with other things, like putting players on new roles. I don't think Demon 1 looked very good on controller. I'm not going to lie. I don't think King had his best game, maybe his worst game I've ever seen King play.
He has been a phenomenal player for years at this point on this LEV roster.
Yeah.
So reliable. Yeah, such an outlier game from him. I really think that this team are paralyzed by options. They had too many great flex players. Eventually, I think they'll land on something where all of the moving parts are perfect.
They say eventually, the clock's ticking.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, the stage is very short if you're really looking at it, so every single match does matter.
But so we're in this double initiator meta right now, and they have 2 very good initiators in Rossi and Comp. I got faith they can bounce back. I really do.
Well, they can prove it today. Now, earlier today, Riv got to chat with Coach Imi to talk about having to play against the team's former IGL. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with C9's Amy to chat for a moment before the game. There was quite a bit of community backlash with the roster change from Rossi. Do you feel like there's any kind of pressure to win today or make sure that you prove everyone wrong?
No, I don't think there's any pressure. Haters are going to hate if we win. If we lose, that's what they do. They hate.
Where's the confidence coming from?
I mean, just don't care. We have our team. I don't care about Rossi. He's not my problem anymore. I'm glad he found a team, but it's got nothing to do with me.
Amy, thanks. Good luck today.
Excuse me?
That was unnecessary.
That was pretty, that was pretty spicy.
Not my problem
I like the fit. He looked like an extra on The Sopranos with a gold chain and the polo. There's like the white polo with the chain. I don't know. I like it.
This just sounded like a response who's absolutely over getting blasted from the community. Because you said it before, like it was almost unproportionate the way they reacted to that. I don't like Cloud9 were literally the villain heading into the stage.
He's been over talking about that. I remember in kickoff, Riv did an interview where he had to ask the same question because you have to ask it. And then he's like, well, that's the 14th time I've been asked this in the last 2 months, and
yeah, eventually you're over
it's going to work, and I don't care and don't want to answer this anymore.
Honestly, I'm vibing with that. The amount of time I've been asked how it is to be a woman in esports is entirely too many times. So after 19 years of that, you kind of that's your response at the end of the day. Like that's what you're going to say then.
You also have to empathize. Like, this guy's used to interviews after map 1, and Cloud9 never starts series well in map 1. So normally, he's getting like rinsed by the community. I swear, he is one of the most like strategic coaches we have out here, but he gets rinsed because of how this team plays in map 1s week after week. So he's
just like last
he's
week.
So over
Let's talk about that because last week they had their opening match against Energy and they went down. Initially, people started to be very hype on Energy, but then very worried and concerned about Cloud9. However, they brought it back, and once again, they did it on the back of Zeppa having his second lifetime game. I don't know how many lifetime games one can have, but this is the second time, and again, it was against Energy, funny enough.
And again on Fracture, specifically. For some reason, that is just Zeppa's home map. That clutch from Vic was vile. Dude. That shouldn't be happening. The random flick one tap through the cage, and then in the meantime, I can't remember who that was, Ethan just couldn't get the spray connection, and then they get out to this big lead on Pearl. That was crazy.
Dude, Zeppa, he's hit off-season form. Off-season plus energy in parentheses. Like, this guy is on fire. If Oxy plays like Oxy of last year or the year prior, this team could literally be in Toronto.
I feel like we haven't even seen that yet. They haven't even needed Oxy to go nuclear.
It's like he's their secret weapon in the back pocket. It's like
actually is.
Then it's again Oxy go kill, which used to be the strat. But it's great to see for this year's roster that this is not the only thing they can rely on. Like they have other people who can shoot.
Yeah. Even IGL, Mitch is a shooter. I don't think people give Mitch enough credit in the IGL role. This guy has been playing for a while now, but the way he leads the team, he's got like kind of a more passive voice, makes everyone feel good about themselves, and he allows, you know, the players to make big comms and big plays in the moment. He's like a player's IGL, and I really like watching his teams play because you get the freedom from the players, and this team will excel in that kind of system.
Yeah, really outside of Oxy, I think all the individuals on this team are underrated to some extent, and Zeppa, the man on the screen in the offseason, was crazy underrated. People were calling for his head in the offseason, and he has turned up.
What?
This
is everything.
That's so good.
Yeah, incredible. The aura. It's with us today. No, I mean, the vibes are obviously good. They're starting things off really well this stage, and during the win over NRG, Net was hype as well from round one, just yelling across the stage, bringing the energy.
I've loved watching Net. I think he's really transformed himself as a player since being on G2 at the start of VCT last year, gets cut, goes back down to Challengers to compete with M80, had a slow start, then started heating up, and now on this Cloud9 team, I think has really found his form. He's been fantastic in these situations where he's cutting off players on rotates when they're on attack. He always has this sense for picking off flankers from the other team. He's been a rock. I'm really blown away by his play at the moment.
Yeah, he's a very cerebral player. He makes great comms. Not decent. This guy actually can IGL. He IGL'd the defensive half for M80 all of last year, and he probably is having a huge impact on this team as well. He's an excellent player.
What is up, Mama? What is up? What is up?
I mean, overall, this team is looking good. They're looking happy. They're looking on fire. They're on a good trajectory, and we're not sure which version of the players we're getting today.
Come back again.
But, you know, everyone can shoot, so I'm not worried at all. Now, if we're looking at the other side, though, LEV, they're coming into this with a lot of big changes, role swaps. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on there, a lot of moving pieces. How confident are we with the current rendition?
Honestly, I was ultra confident in them coming into this stage.
Binks
They have raised concerns for me. I'm not ready to jump off of the bandwagon just yet for this team because I do really believe that they have all of the pieces to have one of our top Americas teams that can qualify for international events. But it's going to be difficult to put the pieces in the right places because they literally have too many options with this squad. They can try so many different roles, and it's going to be tough to iron things out, but I do believe they can get there.
I agree. I think they can get there. And like I said, we're in this double initiator meta, and they have two insane initiators in Rossi and Com. They have players that will communicate and be proactive with util, create new util that the rest of the scene hasn't seen. They'll cook up all plays left and right. That's what they're known for. What they really should be focused on is getting Demon 1 situated on like a solo Viper Icebox role. It worked last week because they just hit A, hit A, hit A, hit B, hit B. But when it comes to timing your wall and your toxins, I guarantee you Demon 1 isn't on a pro level right now that we should be seeing in VCT, but it'll come with time. Mechanically, he is incredible, and I have immense faith in them.
I think everyone has faith in the individuals. Yeah. What I have faith in is the emotions, all right? I'm here for the drama, I'm here for the storylines, I'm here for the grudge match. So let's hear what Rossi had to say ahead of this one to Rift. When they got together.
I'm here with Leviathan's Rossi before their matchup today. A few questions for you. First off, takeaways from week one now that you got that VCT stage game under your belt.
I think the key takeaways from the week one was just learning more about ourselves because we're relatively a new team, but also just understanding what we actually need to do because both maps, we had like one good side, one bad side, so we're just really just polishing the weaknesses in our game, and that's really about it.
And how's it been IGLing for the new squad?
It's been good. I mean, it's much different compared to my last team because I have a lot of experienced players. I have 2 world champions, and these guys made top 3 last year as well. So very high experience team, so it's a little different, but overall pretty similar.
Final question, got to ask, any added pressure going against C9 today?
No, sir.
All right, Rossi, thank you so much. Good luck in the game.
कुछ बैंटर नहीं किया बे और सामने देखो कुछ भाई ना मान रहे.
He sounds so confident and so relaxed, but that's a good mindset to have.
I like that. I like him giving the flowers to the team. It's the experience that lets me know that they're having a lot of extra things coming in from the outside that he didn't have on Cloud9, which I said he was more like a dictator on that team. I don't think it's like that here.
Yeah, probably not. And like you mentioned, with King IGLing for that team for so long. Also appreciate when we had some of the listen-ins with Lev last week. He was keeping the vibes up. It looked like they were having fun the whole time.
Yeah, he actually kept it
They were
positive.
having a good time, despite losing, you know?
Well, you know what? The audience is keeping it positive as well. Let's bring the teams to our stage right now.
ये beef के लिए सोच रहा हूँ Lev तो करूँ. But
Looking
नहीं
at
भाई.
Cloud9 here first as they're taking to the stage. They kicked off stage 1 with a victory against Energy. Zeppa having an absolute lifetime performance. Once again, we know this team can shoot.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more from these guys. I do feel like they're going to have a high level of consistency this year. I think they're a legit dark horse. And when you're looking at the 5 players there, I'm just seeing underrated sleeper picks from challengers that the community doesn't give enough respect to yet, but eventually they're going to have to.
Yeah, I see a team that actually has a lot of similarities to, say, maybe like another NA team like 100 Thieves, right? They play with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence, they have young players. Again, I think Oxy is the star piece of this team. We haven't really seen him shine as bright as he was in the past, but I think that happens today.
Well, they will be going up against Leviathan, which is coming into stage 1 with a bunch of changes. Role swaps, new IGL and player in the mix as well, namely Rossi, who I'm sure is feeling extra motivated to go up against his former team.
I'm super excited to see what these guys can bring in another match.
I'm
curious to see if they want to swap things up, if they feel like that was just a bad day. We were talking to Dre earlier, and he felt like watching back that game, it literally just came down to they were not winning duels. They were not in form. I wonder if they feel that way, or if they feel like they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and that's going to happen, right? When you take these heavy mechanical aimers. Look at everyone on the screen right now. These are aimers. These guys can shoot. But when you put them in these supportive roles and make them think util first, sometimes they're gonna have duds, like that, like last week, where they were just absent in 2 of the halves. If they can piece that together, if they can really drill down their team and make sure everything is understood ahead of time, this team should be feared.
बहुत प्यारा बंदा है भाई. Oxy मेरे को switch की याद दिलाता है यार.
Taking us to split. This is the first time they're actually playing the map this year, and they picked it into Lev, who just lost it last week. So assuming they feel they're going to have the ability to anti them with ease, they weren't impressed by what Lev were doing, and whatever they've got cooked up will be a complete surprise to Lev.
Yeah, and Lev last week ran the Breach Teo on Common Rossi. I believe they ran the He was missing kills that I would normally say are like gimmies for this guy. He is one of the best players in our region, and he was set up for kills. There's no way that happens again. He will not play as bad of a game as he did in week 1. The question is whether they keep him on Duelist, because like you said, they have a wealth of options.
Oh,
he's on Viper last week. Okay, I was like, wait a second. Demon 1 was on
He's already getting too excited.
I got excited.
No, and to be fair, they did have a solid defense. It was just on attack, they completely fell flat.
Yeah, आदमी सोता कभी भाई love you यार,
they're going to need to have right now against
भाई
C9.
आपको कभी भी ऐसा आदमी को support करना रहेगा ना, membership ले सकते हो. Just
excited to see more from Calm as well. I mean, when we're talking about this team, you can't ignore the fact that they have world champions, they have players that have been to multiple Masters / champs international events in the past versus a team with primarily challengers players that just came up. There is an experience
the mirror comp, Wyatt. This is actually one of my favorite plays, actually, to pick the map that the other team played the week prior, anti-strat them to death, and literally run their own strats against them.
Just steal what works and anti-strat and just own them.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it.
200 IQ play from Indy.
Well, that's esports. That's how competitive
you have to keep your eyes on King here. They haven't adjusted. He's got to step it up on the Yoru. He's got to hit those shots that he was missing last week.
I'm excited for this one. We're going to see the mirror comp on our first map. Let's see how this one is going to play out. So let's send it over to your casters. It's Duck and Dre.
Allowed लड़की टीम में कोई भी allowed team में अगर वो अच्छा खेलता है.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I think when we think about this series and you think about Cloud9 playing against Lev, Dre, I would
shout out to the VSG gamer. Shout out to मेरी जान के
टोटे. Cloud9 are favored in this match, maybe slightly, but they are favored in it. But we've got to talk stats. We've got to talk history. Since the beginning of Stage 2 last year up until today, Cloud9's record against teams named NRG, 3-0. Perfect record, right? They're farming NRG. Any team not named NRG, they're 0-6 against. The last team that Cloud9 beat that was not NRG in VCT was MIBR, and that was May of 2024.
Yeah, that's an absolute ridiculous stat, by the way. And just to talk about Cloud9 expectations as well is, last year, Stage 1, they were 5-1. And you want to know who one of those teams were that they beat? Leviathan. Let's see if history will repeat itself here on this first map of Split. Cloud9 are taking complete B main control against King.
That's a great start for Lev, man. Sean was talking about
Rossi's happy right now.
He has another abysmal performance like he did last week.
One down.
It doesn't get much better than that to kick things off.
Yeah, and as things slow down a bit, I would like to talk about that because sometimes when you're on a new role, it's not even your fault. You're just not comfortable enough. And I think this match right here is going to be a big test to Leviathan to see if they're getting a little bit more comfortable on these, wacky roles that people are talking about. The pivot from sewers to A site right now. King, the power of the Yoru is you could be two places at once. It feels like he's going to be here to fight at A as well. Tex, he's such a great anchor. Let's see what Cloud9 can do to test the defense of Leviathan.
Both side by side. The spit's going to hurt a little bit. You've got the stun coming out as well as King. Looking to find a little bit of space from up top. Dropping Mitch, not able to connect on the seconds. Cloud9 are getting a little bit of space. They're getting a little bit of room to work with here.
Rossi or Demon 1, Revenge Arc or Goat Arc, दोनों जिंदा है.
Now the numbers go the way of Cloud9 somehow. Rossi and Demon 1 are left on this retake. You do have Paranoia, you do have the fault line, Doug.
Can the new leader for Leviathan snatch this pistol away? Will Demon 1 close by? Was a household name in Valorant. He's going to get an opener. Oxy will fall too. That's the pistol for Lev.
And that's a pistol round 1. Something that Leviathan couldn't do at all in their last matchup against MIBR. They won no pistols, Doug. So already having a stronger start.
I think you mentioned Leviathan there very quickly. I want to talk about their expectations as well, because we've touched on Cloud9's, and again, a great pistol for Lev, being able to convert that 2v3. All of the conversation around Lev has been, this project's in trouble, right? Demon 1's not the player he once was. They have role issues. There's an abundance of options, how to make them work. But you got to look at who they've played against and who they've lost to. They've lost to MIBR twice, and they've lost to G2. Two teams that right now feel like they're going to be competing against the best of the best in the world. So where are Leviathan in the pecking order truly?
I mean, I think they're a lot higher than people rate them. Even if you watch the game, yeah, they kind of got blown out against MIBR, but the macro was really good. Rossi calls phenomenally for this team of Leviathan, honestly. It's just the execution that was lacking and the comfortability in terms of their mechanics. MIBR were just sitting them down in trap plays. That's usually supposed to go in your favor. So if Leviathan could just have a little bit more confidence, a little bit more firepower behind their traps. Cloud9 need to be very careful.
You can make the argument that those two losses are quality losses. The thing is so he was mentioning on the desk, it's a short runway. You don't really have a lot of time to afford some quality losses or not. You've got to convert. That's the pressure Leviathan are facing here. So far winless in stage 1. Speaking, yeah, it's an eco, but crispy out of Demon 1 so far.
Yeah. Confidence kills for sure. I mean, amongst all that utility, he's just sitting in the open. He's getting 4 now. Oxy, he's gonna drop here too to max. Demon 1 cleans it up. Beautiful headshots from him, and you know it's gonna be a dangerous, dangerous game when a player like Demon 1 is getting fired up so early on. He's sitting at 5-0 right now, and he's able to upgrade to a Vandal. That being said, that was just an anti-eco round. Doesn't tend to go in your favor most of the time. Cloud9, they do cook up a lot of rounds like this, though.
Wow.
4 या 5 हेडशॉट मारा
उसने 6
4 बंदे लेकिन 6 हेडशॉट पड़े वहां पे.
El Diablo's dead. There's a new king of hell. Cloud9 with full rifles and a quiet approach towards A.
Yeah, and look at the defense right now. The power of the Yoru is he has a TP all the way towards screens at A. Maybe he opts not to take it because you could just rotate through mid, but it's going to be a retake for Leviathan here on the A site. It's a pretty healthy buy from them as well.
Again, a spam kill for Vic. Just like the pistol.
And that's the IGL down as well. That's all the breach utility down now too. So the retake, it's going to be significantly weaker for the side of Leviathan. Cloud9 are in a really good position here in the post plant to close this round out.
I think that good position just got better. Comms using his salvos, doesn't have that to play around. The stun is through as well.
Oh.
Vic getting a little taste of his own medicine. 4v4 still in play. Mitch and Zeppa alongside Net. Trying to do their best to keep them back. You're trying to flush Net out from main, and it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, just damage now for King. Make the economy bad for Cloud9. He's done just that. He's going for more Net. The armor's gone. I mean, pretty good from Leviathan to destroy the economy of Cloud9 on this round. Cloud9 are, you know, not afraid of going light armor and buying into things, and maybe that's what we're going to see right here. But still, Leviathan have a really strong start so far. Cloud9 had a good post plant. Look at that stat too. Cloud9 are 3-0 against Leviathan, all time in VCT.
I mean, they haven't played in forever.
And by the way, keep in mind, they beat Leviathan with Aspas.
We mentioned the op at the beginning of the round. All eyes on King.
He was a little shaky with it in the previous matchup.
That's a little micro flash. That's not really hitting him.
Yeah, I think Vic has an idea that he might be posted up on this angle, though.
You would think so. Mitch still has a stun. That means he didn't use it to clear that at the beginning of the round.
Heavy utility invested to take control of vents. Now Leviathan, they like to do utility of themselves. It's going to be a focus towards ramp right now. And that allows Rossi to pivot and hold that vent.
Keep a close eye on the TP that King just dropped. It's not going to get him super far, but it will help some of the early rotations if it's a scurry back A. Now Cloud9 are in a position where they can still flip the map. If they don't like what they see A, they have enough mid control that they could end B. But they're doubling down, they're digging their heels, and they want to end A. And so far, so good for Cloud9. Great response from Rossi though on the Vic. Flashed by a little bit of time, and he's going to connect on another. Falls at the hands of Oxy. But now with 2v2, the spike, or excuse me, the op arriving at the scene. And it's quiet on the way out, not taking the bait of the tap now. The second time is confirmed. The op, excuse me, the ult pulled instantly. King in a brutal spot. How do you win this out? You can't.
Sean was talking about off-season form from Zeppa. The reaction time right there to be able to get off the spike and actually commit to that flick and hit it is so impressive. That is a testament to what Sean was saying. The mechanical skill, the form that Zeppa is in right now. It's part of Cloud9's recipe for success.
Sorry, yaar.
I mean, he was such an important... Yeah, I mean, look at how quick that is, right? Tex had the one up there, too. I mean, he crept all the way out. Just not quick enough. It will be a tie game now, as B main control is the main focus for the pack of Cloud9. You don't have to worry about that operator anymore. And this is something that we see King do quite a bit. He'll go push towards A, TP all the way back to B. And I think it's something that can be punished by the side of Cloud9 if they do their prep correctly. Every single time King started A with the Yoru in this 3-2 default, he TP'd back to B. And MIBR played into that, but Cloud9, having that footage, they understand that this A side is going to be weak.
Yeah, you imagine they're leaning into it. At least it seems to be the case. A TP already through, but it's a fake.
Cloud9 are taking a little bit too long. The delay from the Taeho missiles of the side of Leviathan was enough, but the rotates still aren't here, so Leviathan aren't really favored in this round unless Cloud9 decide to pivot for no reason.
It's a deep smoke. There's no one there to see it. And now Calm is feeling all of the pressure, but it's a fake. Look at the rotations, they're all headed back towards A. Meanwhile, Cloud9 quietly try to slip the net.
It's an overcook though. All the members of Leviathan are here. They don't have the weaponry though.
They may not have had enough time to let this one settle. You mentioned the lighter guns. Demon wants a first to fall. Tex tries to check the smoke, and he's dispatched. There's just not enough fight behind this bark.
Yeah, the Sheriff's just not hitting quite yet. The spacing of Cloud9 on that pivot was the key factor of getting the spike planted so far. And now you're just left in a 2v5 scenario. Damage being the only good thing that could come out of this. There's no way you win this round.
No, I think you cut Rossi loose there. He's one off of his ult.
He gets
Secure it into the next, yeah. It's 2 kills found.
He's cooking right now, but Net does take him out.
And
although Cloud9 do run into a stack, the shots just not connecting for Leviathan. This was a big problem that they had against MIBR. They have really good reads on the rounds. They oftentimes have the number advantage, but they just cannot finish. For Cloud9, now they are taking the lead, and they have a couple of initiator ultimates themselves. Some ultimates to answer back from the side of LEV.
The Rolling Thunder, King's ult too. Vic with the aggro TP across.
Yeah, he's been doing this every single round.
Yeah. I mean, if LEV don't do something to deny some of the space early on, Cloud9 are going to continue to take it for free.
And that one fault line gets the paranoia out, so you do not have to worry about that if you decide to re-hit the B site. And you're definitely going to get your fault line back for the actual hit.
Yeah.
So far, slight advantage, Cloud9, at least as far as utility goes.
Just great macro so far, faking the TP in event as well. That's going to keep all the A players there. But there's still 3 for LEV at B.
You mentioned in the last round, I guess they guessed wrong. A lot of the teeth of the defense was B, but this time they have guns. It's not a luxury they had previously.
Yeah, guns utility. That paranoia isn't in play though. And Demon 1.
Yeah, he's going to try to get out. Rolling Thunder at the ready.
उसको 0 damage कैसे पड़ा है भाई?
Rossi doubling down on the swing. The utility's good, but the kills do not connect. Texas the first to fall. And somehow they've managed to avoid the majority of the brunt of this hit.
And look at all the meanwhile, Comp pushed all the way through A.
30 seconds left.
A horrific whiff.
But that's info gathered, and that's a little bit of time delayed. You've got 20 seconds left. The spike is just now making its way out towards A heaven. Are they going to pivot
They're
back?
going back again, yeah. Look at Zeppa right now.
Do you have time for this? Big kill out from Zeppa. Try to hold the flood back to be the dam they need.
10 seconds left.
And as the spike settles into the site, Net patiently waiting, looking to identify the right target. A 3v3, members battered and beaten on both sides. Zeppa at the ready though, holding the line. Demon 1 on the trade. Again, 5 HP for the initiator. 19 in between both of them.
Look at this flank, Doug.
Tom's in a really good position. Maybe doesn't connect early in the round, but hits when it matters. Zeppa's been in off-season form, NRG form, some might say, but this is a borderline unwinnable 1v2. I don't know how he gets his way through this. He's going to do his damage, so Demon 1 getting it to half. The missiles will buy some time. He's going to take it all the way there. Very well done by LEV.
Rossi was talking about the experience that this roster has. Having the intuition to push all the way through A there. Yeah, he does that whiff at first, but still applying that pressure on the flank, double dipping. It allows this retake to be so easy. You limit all the spots that Cloud9 can play in Zeppa, although he's been fantastic, like you said. It's just not enough. And this back and forth will continue to just give and give. Demon 1 is shutting up all the haters that he's been uncomfortable on this controller role. He is currently 8-3, sitting at the top of the scoreboard for LEV. And it's the way that he's been playing, even the Omen TPs on the actual B site that he was doing, that makes me believe that all the work he's been putting in is showing.
Again, the fact that he survived as long as he did back B.
लेकिन अगर डबल कंट्रोल चलेगा तो अटैक से अच्छा खेल सकता, बैलेंस हो जाता.
Everything that was thrown his way.
But defense favored him.
But he's going to have to continue that success. I think a lot of people would agree that for Leviathan to be as strong as they can be, as strong as they should be, he's a key part of that. He's integral to it.
Him and King both, right?
Yeah.
The 2 players that played the worst for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a good sign for a team like this when you know your heavy hitters are just having an off day perhaps. Because once they're online, now you're contenders once more.
A lot of mid presence and a lot of mid control from Cloud9. Oxy connecting onto Rossi, almost hitting another. Then he does.
Na mandra, Oxy bhai, na mandra.
At the B site.
King is so far removed from the play. That flash is going to buy a little bit of time. The paranoia going to connect. An aggro swing up from Tex. But one was left unchecked.
Na mandra bhai.
Yeah, the pinch was too much to deal with. I like the idea of getting proactive, wanting to double up. pushing B main so you don't get split on. But after Tex loses that head-to-head against Mitch, it's
at
just
least
over.
Jet fair map में Demon 1 को Jet खेलना
Demon 1,
चाहिए.
he's just stuck in between,
वो
and
लोग
now
को
King, you're left to
practice
save.
होता है रे, वो लोग को जो बोला वो लोग को वो
So much
खेलने का है.
time left though, and
वो लोग
Cloud9,
को org salary देता है.
you would imagine at least
खुद
Vic
के
would go
comfort
hunting.
के
He's sitting
हिसाब
at
से नहीं.
$3,000
उनका
in
जो
the bank.
vision है, वो coach का जो vision है,
It's gonna be the
वो
Yoru
पूरा करने
head-to-head.
को players को पैसा मिलता है यार.
Oxy will have his
अरे
ult
खुद
online
से
in the
खेल
next
के
round
खुद
because
का
of that
एजेंट
kill.
खेल के
Would
आगे
you
जाने
consider
का
that a
तो बिना
Yoru
और
diff?
के
No,
जाओ.
right?
Simple बात है.
Bro, that's tough.
ये
That's a
खेलना
stretch,
चाहिए,
that's a
वो
stretch,
खेलना
not
चाहिए, ये
yet.
सब कभी नहीं करना.
Not yet.
How this plays out, though, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's been a good back and forth so far. I think we're seeing a lot of good preparation from the side of Cloud9. Just understanding that a lot of
Yeah,
might be our
back team se
success
bhai
with these
dono
crunches and
back team.
overwhelming the B side of the map. And it's a great start for them because, like the desk was saying, Leviathan had a great defensive side. For Cloud9 to be in the driver's seat right now.
Overall,
after
Demon
losing the
1
pistol
is good.
and
Yes,
getting,
sir.
only saving one gun in the bonus. They've really crawled back into this round and won a lot of gun rounds. That's that crunch. Yeah, Demon 1 has nowhere to go in this moment.
Demon 1 Jinx.
I think, I mean, a lot of the reason why they've been so successful on that crunch B is because of the mid control they've had. So you wonder at what point, if you're Lev, yeah, there is going to be a timeout. So you imagine this is going to be part of the conversation. You're losing B main for free,
yes,
right? Because Vic is just TPing across. There's nothing that you can do in the condition and deny that space at the beginning. And then you're losing mid space at the beginning too. And that's where Cloud9 have been able to feint a hit A, crunch B, get through garage, and that's where all of that pressure has been coming from. So you imagine, Dre, is that where a lot of those adjustments will be?
I think so for sure, especially in the mid round, right? Like you can give the extremity control, keep acting like you're throwing the omen smoke there and you're giving that space. But I think we will see at the other end of this timeout a mid trap play. It's something that Leviathan did quite a bit against MIBR, especially when they had a thrifty type buy. They rely on the trap utility, whether that's going to be trying to punish Oxy in the actual event itself, or maybe a mid-walk. It's something that they started with in their last series. It got punished really heavily early on, and that's why you saw this game plan change for Leviathan of kind of playing more passive across the board. Now it opens up an opportunity to do some trap plays, some set plays around that mid area, or maybe even an A push that
currently number 1 पे है. एक मैच हारा लेकिन हम लोग ने मैच ज़्यादा खेला करके
timeout. I think you're just gonna freeze. You're gonna hold. You don't want this one to slip away. Wait for some aggression.
अपना न्यूज़पेपर एजेंसी है सुबह काम करते करते स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ बीसी सच्ची पूरा एजेंसी है तेरे पास न्यूज़पेपर का मैंने मान न्यूज़पेपर एजेंसी रहता है एक मेंबरशिप तो ले ही सकता है मतलब बंदा.
Fake TP from Oxy onto A, but this stealth drone reclearing the info. And the proactivity from Leviathan is painting the picture that it's a lean towards B.
That pick onto Vic early.
Yeah, that's massive. He's finally getting punished. You were talking about it.
What's with the 5 maps on which your team should be mastered? Not 5.
Here B.
If you do good in 3 maps, master 2 maps.
No paranoia online, by the way.
No. You cannot master 5 maps.
Smith's already dropped. Tex is flushed out. Demon 1 will join him, unfortunately.
Late ho gaya na, you team.
Cloud9.
Just completely overwhelmed, and the tail ultimate was used as well. Sometimes when you get that first blood, makes you believe that you have a chance.
वो एक्चुअली स्पिट डाला ना तो अल्ट मारा के वो लोग पुश करेगा लेकिन वो स्पिट को इज्जत ही नहीं दिया.
That's a heavy investment. You're right.
पहले पुश करके
मार
दिया.
Flame coming in here from King. He does have the only Vandal, but you imagine he's going to get traded out here. There's no way he gets more than one.
We saw Pancata 1v4 just a moment ago. Not going to be the case this time. He got his one that you promised.
5-3. Sinan is playing clean.
Rossi in a brutal spot. He's going to get cleaned up at the hands of Zeppa. Cloud9 gets to 5.
Sinan is playing clean, buddy. Clean.
You wonder here if some of the conversation around the timeout was for this round.
RV के भाई chat किधर RV के भाई?
But as you were mentioning, the investment of Com's ult.
That's rough.
That's heavy.
Huge investment. We saw him put so much work in.
अच्छा, कितना इनिंग मेटा बन गया ये ब्रिज पे हाँ बे.
And to not have that on an important gun round like this to stop.
लेकिन एक चीज पता है, ब्रिज तेओ के वजह से ना थोड़ा मेटा फास्ट हो गया. Control
now, I think this is going to be a full hit from Cloud9 onto A, using that Yoru ultimate to get all the info. It's only Tex here right now. Double initiators are going to be flooding in to try to help him out, but if this Viper pit goes down on the actual site...
What a mess.
What did I just witness?
I mean, fully stunned up. Oxy's still getting the kill, and yeah, traded back.
But he had the spike, Doug.
Is there any way to help them out? They have a little of this Heaven control. Zeppa settles the shots onto Calm, claims the kill. Rossi and Demon One, we've talked about this a few times, and Rossi's on an island. Demon One is still on the other side of the map.
It's so messy.
And
now it's a 2v1. Viper's pit was used. The spike not being planted inside of that pit though. Spike not being planted at all. Now Demon One has a little bit of space, a little bit of time to work with. Another tap of a spike.
He's got time. I don't know that he has space. He's going to have to manage the green goo. And that's difficult to do.
Just a wasted Viper's pit as well.
Last year I was full about contact players.
He's got to play this perfectly.
He's done it before.
They've slipped the net.
Whoa. The double walk.
6-3 और अभी 7-3. भाई LEV हार रहा है. LEV हार रहा है bro.
Take the peaks that he wants.
मैं बोला ना सीनियर अच्छी टीम में भाई.
Very hard to break down.
Valorant पता नहीं.
Cloud9 they bring it back.
The spike was stuck in that site dug. ऐसा कुछ.
Yeah, situation that you look on the minimap, it's unwinnable.
It was so awkward. It was so awkward. But the firepower is prevailing right now from the side of Cloud9. Zeppa, again, sitting at the top, 9 and 6. He has his own tail ultimate available, and Leviathan are on an eco, and oh man, you hate to see it.
Do you have a quick tech pause as soon as we figure out what's going on? Just saying,
T16 invite team से ऊपर आ सकता है. Just saying, Arvind भाई. Just saying.
Which is really important.
काश तो उस दिन हाँ बोल दिया रहता. Just saying, bro.
You can't let that one go by the wayside.
पहले सिमर था.
We're seeing who the culprit is on the screen. Again, once we get it figured out, we'll do so as expeditiously as possible and get back into the game. You were talking about Zeppa. Where are you seeing him net this success?
I mean, he's just following up, getting the trades that he needs for his team. He's just been that anchor for the side of Cloud9. And someone that I want to point out that although he's not doing that great in terms of score, you know, Mitch, sitting at 4-8.
Second scheme हो गया.
Last year, Cloud9 were 1-4 on split. You want to know what those teams was that beat him? Oxygen, 13-1 with Mitch being the IGL against the old Cloud9 roster. I think this is why we saw Split come back into play for Cloud9. The confidence that this guy can bring. He's like, don't worry, I know what you guys were doing wrong. I experienced it firsthand. I'm going to fix it for you.
His calling has been exceptional.
ये प्रीमियर के बाद चेंज हो गया.
You got to give him his credit where it's due, but it feels like just in these last couple of rounds, Cloud9 have managed to pull away. Or at least create a little bit of separation between the two.
I think we've seen some good things from the side of Leviathan as well.
Oh, I agree.
I just think when the chaos ensues on some of these site hits, the trades just aren't quite there on the defensive side.
It is a little concerning. Might not be the right word. It is.
Yeah.
Maybe it is a little bit concerning. We've played 9 rounds, and the 3 that LEV have, two of them are because of the pistol that was won.
Yeah.
So you kind of strip those away and go, okay, well, how was the rest of the half?
Language fit investigator.
Hasn't been great.
Yes, and it's kind of a testament to what Rossi was talking about, right? It's like we need to polish our gameplay still. I feel like they have really good ideas of where they want to be. I think there's a lot to look forward to from Leviathan.
As we all are FA looking for
but
team
they
and
just
all.
have to iron out some of those fundamentals, some of that synergy.
Genuinely, जितने भी orgs अभी हैं ना, सारे अच्छे और genuine orgs हैं. इसके अलावा जितने भी orgs
by no means is this match over so far, but it clearly feels like Cloud9 are in the driver's seat to take this half away. We spoke about it earlier. It is going to be an eco round for Leviathan, so Cloud9, you know, Bear, stuff not getting a little bit crazy, not a hand from Leviathan. They should be put at 7.
हर दूसरा दिन कोई सैलरी दे दिया, कोई ये हो गया, कोई वो हो गया.
And we're getting back into the action again. A 6-3 lead, the way of Cloud9, the eco for LEV, as you mentioned. And look at that minor adjustment that we just saw on the minimap out from Cloud9. Vix fake TP. He's been aggro TPing in a garage at the beginning of every round. This time a fake TP and aggression mid. And 2 free kills.
Absolutely free. That fault line can't get out in time. Now you can really go anywhere, layer your utility if you're Cloud9. Make sure you're safe to get in the side. They want to lean A in the mini-map.
That was an ambitious way to approach that kill.
back
all good.
I've never seen that. Rossi
does get one.
How does he do that? It's not going to matter though.
We're seeing a lot of eco frags, and we're seeing a lot of those, like, I would argue, pointless kills. And those are coming through for LEV, but Cloud9 in firm control.
Yeah, I have to point out again, the silent approach in mid. If you make any steps, if you use utility like the gate crash to get into vent, that fault line comes through. Maybe you don't get those kills. So another great call from Mitch to just silent walk up mid, catch those players off guard that are trying to pounce on the trap if there's any sound mid. Now for LEV, you're left to worry. Even in the gun rounds, are they going to do a mid walk again? Do we need eyes on this? Demon 1 will upgrade to a Vandal here. Trying to get some exits.
It does feel like there are a lot of gaps in the defense for LEV. I think you're absolutely right.
Oh, man. That's a nice one for the highlight reel, but doesn't convert to a round win. Does get the Omen ult online though, so now you have two characters that can do a quick rotate wherever Cloud9 decide to hit. Here's that replay of the peak in defense.
Yeah, team was very good.
Too many bodies to look at.
Yup.
I don't know if you caught the chat there.
I didn't see what it said. What did it say?
Just for teaching.
I'm gonna let go. I was hoping you'd see the rest of it.
Half time out.
Either way, Cloud9 up 4. 3 ults for the attack.
Almost सब players crazy निकले.
It's not the Omen presence towards B.
A commitment.
It's heavy A. The kill traded right back. Spike sitting on the ground. They've been able to deal, or at least weather, some of the early storm from the attack.
Finally, Leviathan getting the 1-up in the trades. That stealth spot being heard makes it so Cloud9 have to go back and push back that A line even further. Otherwise, it's going to be an obvious lean towards B, but Mitch gets taken out because of it.
Big from K. That's going to try to alleviate some of the pressure on the other side of the map. And he will succeed against Demon 1.
That's such a huge 1v1.
Yeah, but you still have the pit, and you gotta flush Tex out of here. You can't leave him here. Committing to getting the spike down.
I mean, maybe a plant for spawn here. You flip the map a little bit, go CT. He's gonna hear these footsteps in vent, I believe, or no, he doesn't.
Yeah, you see the pings on the minimap. A really good idea that Ned has gone exploring.
I mean, this is such a late flank. Vic has to delay for so long here.
And he's on his own.
And they know where he is.
Tex has to stay in the pit, though, concerned about where the rest of the members might be.
Great tail missiles used.
Flushed out and killed, and Ned's going to arrive at the party, but he's going to be a bit late.
Yeah, but they're not sticking it, Doug. He has a chance here.
I mean, you're holding 3. Maybe you stop the defuse, but Calm winning out that duel should secure things. He's going to have his ult online for the next round as well.
Good trades. Calm getting that kill onto A ramp. Putting numbers in favor of Leviathan, just making it easy. It's a hyper ult play that we saw previously as well from the side of Leviathan. The punish on that type of play would be a B split, but Cloud9, Mitch, opting to go towards that A site, getting completely stuffed, back to back.
Defense map they have 2 really explosive ults to hit the site with.
Last time it was a double approach on A ramp. I wonder if they decided to just run it down site.
I think they have a good idea. Both teams were lighting up the minimap with pings on A.
There's the stun, the double TP, stealth drone to answer back.
So they gained a little bit of space here. They've gotten up ramps. There's a lot on the other side of this. There's that first ult invested, trying to flush him out, but Oxy's behind enemy lines. Getting 2, gone unchecked, undetected. Now Rossi's going to trade back with a bit of his own. 2 rolling thunders dropped, and now silence across the map.
You look at Tex, he pushed all the way through. He has the flank, but if Cloud9 decide to pivot to B now, it's an open site.
Yeah, they're going to flush out. The conversation then becomes what's left. Demon 1 has his ult, and he can quick get back to B.
But with the way that Leviathan have been approaching some of these retakes, they want to be grouped up. It looks like Demon 1 will start slowly shifting towards B. If he can get a pick on the cross here.
He still has full utility, by the way. Yeah. Still has his flash, still has smokes, TPs, everything.
And same with Rossi as well.
Mitch with the stun back up. Gonna find a vacant site. Demon 1 smoked off. All of a sudden, the prospect of that is gone.
Spike planted.
Rossi's so worried about a lurk from the minimap.
देखा
He
नहीं.
invested the flash.
It's a speed up.
And now
देखा
Tex
नहीं.
dies. They don't have a paranoia to play around anymore, and Rossi's still halfway across the map. Second smoke to use. Mitch tucking, finding a little bit of corner to play around. A crispy shot out from Demon One. Still a 2v2 to play around, though. TP invested. Trying to divide the attention of the attack. That's Snappy, leaving things in a 1v1. Captains clashing on the site, the last round of the half. Footsteps aplenty, and Rossi has no options to play around. Vic has played this beautifully. Cloud9 get to 8.
Vic has been a rising star for Cloud9.
हाँ मैं बोला था भाई सीन ऐसा है कि C9 बोल रहा हूँ अपना T9 के ना प्लेयर्स बहुत क्रेजी रहे, लेकिन उनको भी ऐसा दिखता रहेगा ना कि बाकी लोग पैसा कमा रहे, ऑर्ग है, ये है वो है, तो वो लोग भी उतना इनिशिएटिव लेते नहीं रहे, कभी लिया नहीं है कि चलो स्क्रिम्स करते, चलो खेलते, कुछ करके दिखाने का है. मैं भी लाइटली रखा है क्योंकि मेरे को भी वो हक नहीं है बोलने का कि भाई ये करो वो करो, भले मेरे अंडर टीम का नाम है लेकिन मेरे को भी हक नहीं है. तो ऐसा बहुत बार हुआ है, बहुत बार. एक दो बार ऐसे हुआ कि मैंने सैलरी भी दी है T69 के एक दो बंदे को. कौन क्या कैसे वो सब मैटर नहीं करता, लेकिन सिर्फ रुक जा थोड़ा खेलने का और को दूसरे जगह से 10,000 ऑफर आ रहा है मैं देता हूँ, वैसा हुआ है. सोचो, लेकिन करना चाहिए वे प्लेयर्स को. अगर स्पोर्ट्स में सीन करने का है तो वो हंगर रहना चाहिए, भले और हो या ना हो, ग्राइंड वाइंड करने का वो सब रहना चाहिए. अपने इधर ऐसा नहीं है, और नहीं है. नो वरीज, लेट्स पार्टी यार, जब तक और मिलता. ये कब हुआ? लॉन्ग बैक. साइज जेम लंडे सर, साय कहाँ से जेम? That's why we playing only OG banner, rest nothing. तू भी वही चीज के लिए गया है. सेम ही हो, एक ही ताली के चट्टे पट्टे हो. पहला किसका कॉल आया था? वेर इज योर लॉयल्टी ड्यूड? स्ट्रिक्स अगर कंटिन्यू करता मजा आता था. कांडू है एक नंबर. वो टाइम पे कोई नहीं था स्ट्रिक्स जैसे, मैं अभी भी बोलता हूँ कोई नहीं था. उसको अगर थोड़ा वो कोचिंग और थोड़ा पैसा वाला सब मिलता था ना, उसको कोई भी नहीं था भाई, कोई भी नहीं था. गलत मारता था वो बंदा, पैच गलत. कुछ स्क्रीम्स नहीं, कुछ नहीं भाई. 2 बजे मैच है, मैं गाली दे के उठाता था, गांडू आ जा, आ रहा हूँ, मैच है क्या अभी, ऐसा ऐसा करके खेलता था भाई स्ट्रिक्स. है अभी भी खेलेगा तो बन तो सकता है वैसे.
Test their metal on that side of the ball.
Yeah, it's really interesting because usually when Leviathan go for the 1-3-1 default like this, it's Rossi in B main using a fault line that hits all of male and vent.
Well, this time he's across the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Rolling with the pack. There's a lot on the other side of that smoke. They have to be careful. If you face check this, they try. Vic's there to get a first, but Calm. A great response, ultimately falling to the missiles. And it's Bedlam. As the round slows down, the spike is scooped up, and Rossi immediately falls, putting it right back down. Demon One had an incredible pistol to open the map, but he's going to have to do it again with a classic.
एक राउंड उसको बोला था
online as well. If he can find the 1v1 against Mitch,
गराज पिक मत ले, मरेगा.
maybe you can argue he has a chance into this, but with the way that Cloud9 have
काउंटर
been
में
playing
कॉल आया.
doubled up,
yeah,
अरे एक मार के आता हूँ ना.
it feels like it's going to get traded instantly. He's taking the long route around. I feel like he made a
सीधा
step
किल
right
फीड में
there.
एक नाम आया.
No pings on the
30
minimap.
seconds left.
It doesn't seem like they know. They have no idea.
How they actually thought that he was going to go from bottom mid, I think, with those tail missiles being used.
Well, the fact that the
जो
smoke
हंसते थे
went
हम लोग.
ropes.
मैं
I would
बोला
suggest he
उसको
was
मत
coming up
ले,
mid.
पहले
He
हम
has
लोग
found
को
a
फाइट
window.
करने
He's
दे.
done it. He's found a window, but he's got to hurry up now. He doesn't realize the trap is in the smoke.
Yeah.
Oxy gets his third.
I know
Cloud9 gets his pistol.
Esports just because competition period and rush होता है
There's just
वालों
not enough
बहुत देता है
time
last
on that clock. And
year
the
वालों
trade's
चालू
going in
किया था
favor. I got to
आपके
point
stream
out
के बाद
Oxy
मजे
there,
आते हैं love
peeking
you
A main into
Even
Tex and
different
just
मस्त बंदा
taking him
प्यारा
out
बंदा
right away as this mid flurry was coming. It allows him to
चूतिया
pivot, not
एकदम
have to worry
सुनता
about his
नहीं
back
है
anymore, and
लेकिन
that's
वही
why Rossi just
speciality
gets
है
taken out for free.
उसकी मालूम है
Tom
ऐसे ही
played
है
that so well, getting those 2 kills mid, but the utility was the difference maker there.
Yeah, it really came down to that 50-50 of Tex. If Tex can get that kill against Oxy, maybe you have an opening to go back towards A site, but no. Leviathan trying to get quick B main information. Instead, King gets taken out quickly. Orb was gathered though, so at least Leviathan building closer to that Tejo ultimate.
तू है good तो है prove क्या करने का bench good है तो है prove किसको करने का already कर दिया करके तू गया
Orb keeping them apart.
4 players of LEV at the other end of this mid stealth drone. Only
चल लेकिन अभी भी करने का तेरे को सीन नहीं करने का ना वालों को
smokes on mid
आरबी के मजाक सेट कर एक साल दे
So glad they're rotating away.
ग्राइंड
I thought we
कर
were going to see
लीडरबोर्ड
something
में
that
आ टॉप
wasn't
10
family
टॉप
friendly
5
there.
कांड फाड़ दे बैन
The thing is
अपने
look at
आप
what you're rotating into.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it?
Paranoia,
मत
fault
कर दे
line.
ऐसा वेट मत कर किसके लिए
All off a contact of a jiggle. Here we go. What an opener.
It's Tex. He's usually good for it.
मस्त टर्न मारा
Stuns and missiles delivered. Payload not connecting.
Aftershock please
And the judge has arrived.
Aftershock please
That spit's going to cause some
Aftershock,
problems.
please.
Flush him out of the corner. Force him into the fights. And it's fights that Cloud9
मैं
will
खुद से बात कर
gladly
रहा हूँ
take.
क्या
Yeah, I think there was a lot of conversation. We talked
मैं कर रहा
about
हूँ
it at
that's
the
the goal
beginning of
only
the show,
crying जेबा
Dre, about who really are this LEV team, right? Because you look at their losses, and again, 2 losses, I believe, against MIBR. Yeah, 2 losses against MIBR, and then a loss to G2.
Bunks भाई आप अब
So
फिर
you look
बाहर
at
के
that and you
लोगों
go, okay,
को
they've
छोड़
lost,
के
yes, but
इंडियंस
it's
के
against
साथ
really good
खेलो
teams.
यार
So we
थोड़ा
don't really know how good they are.
DF क्या
I
है
know it's only
There
split,
is
and I know
very
it's
good
Cloud9's
player.
map pick, but
He was waiting
it
for
seems
you
like they're
कल,
well
उसका
ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are that underdog team, the dark horse, some would say, in this tournament. They've looked really good. I don't think this team gets enough praise because of all, you know, the drama behind roster moves and whatnot in the offseason.
Outlaw, let's go!
But they've clearly figured something out, and this team just works together so well. Oxy is finally having that breakout moment that we know him for last year. He really hasn't had to pop off.
भाई ये walk play punish कर रहे हैं
16 and 10.
Wise with her money. Big swing out from King, though.
Spike down, B.
Again, that tit for tat, that 1 for 1, not really adding up for Cloud9 here.
चलेगा यही करते रहते क्या बस
Is the bonus though?
अब full shooter देखते देखते हर बार तो safe के पीछे भागा है
to cut noise right now after getting
next time देखते
the better of that exchange. Tex still
next
sitting
दो
so
matches
far
भी
back
stream
at
करोगे
A.
Pacific का ना हाँ
If he was a little bit more
matches
confident,
में सब
maybe he
देखता है
would
मेरे को
creep up
मजा
a little
आता
bit
है
more, but he's just gonna wait for his team.
Oh, I think that makes a ton of sense. Given all the noise and pressure that was B, oftentimes that's a timing that a lurk will take, right? So Tex is just waiting, and unfortunately for him, that gift will never come. No, quick through all of that, Mitch did manage to upgrade a weapon, so now he has a Bulldog to play around.
1.5 2 hours between the watch party.
Looks like they want to flank, but they're flanking the wrong
Like
side, so there
morning
should
9
be a free
to
spike
maybe
planted for Leviathan.
12:30
Cloud9, they're so
And,
far away, Doug. By the time they get
अगर
here,
Pacific के बाद ये
the
नहीं
spike
है
is already gonna be
कोलौड़े
halfway
फिर सीधा
going up. I say that
7:30
as
से 9
Leviathan are
बजे तक
still
ऐसा
just
कुछ
going
1.5
towards
hour
A ramp. They're a little bit scared to walk into the A site.
That's all 3 weapons upgraded. That was a Ghost,
and that's insane dedication man.
That
Yep,
have been
doing
exchanged for
it since 3 years.
Bulldogs and a Phantom.
कब से watch party कर रहे हो Jack?
And all this time that you were just talking about, Dre, is running out. Because the space that they had previously created amongst each other is now gone.
Yeah.
The spike is going to go down, and they're here.
for a reason, yes sir. कोई करते ही नहीं
Without
यार.
any information being gathered towards spawn.
इतना अच्छा matches देखने को क्यों क्या हो रहा है कौन सा agent meta में आ रहा है.
King's close by, but Rossi's looking far away. It's a lot on his shoulders. The paranoia in his face tries to spam and connect. 3 found for King. Disaster averted. Leviathan get their 5th.
थोड़ा game sound कम कर.
He wasn't shooting against MIBR, but he showed up today. 13 kills
दो ulti है अभी, दो
for the
ulti है.
IGL, Demon 1 and King.
मिच को एक अच्छा स्टन लेने का
this time around.
4v5 होने वाला है.
They convert this round win.
He got that kill fully flashed.
Yeah.
The first one was easy, but yeah.
भाई full blind में मारा भाई.
Traded anyway from Rossi and A.
Full blind में मारा भाई उसने.
But you're starting to see the Leviathan players get a little bit more comfortable the second time around on this composition, on these roles.
That was their bonus. They were supposed to win that one.
एकदम पीछे का वो आवाज है लेकिन टीपी का.
If there is going to be reason for hope, if there's going to be a glimmer, it has to start here for Lev.
So much utility used on the site. Vic avoiding all of it.
You've got Mitch close by though.
भाई almost भाई.
And now Vic fills up the space that he was previously flushed out of. They gained nothing out of that.
He got away with a quick one there.
मार सकता था भाई.
If King could have settled the spray right there, surely net dies. He was full flashed.
बस blind दिया था.
Bit of a caster's curse, huh? Gets a 3K into a whiff like that. And Oxy, he's pushed all the way up at A here. How many can he get though? And he's gonna get traded out quickly.
He does have a TP set up. He can get his one and then get out. Beautifully done.
मतलब तीन प्लेयर्स है जो अच्छे लेकिन दो प्लेयर्स टूर्नामेंट खेलने को डायरेक्ट होता है मतलब मेरे को पता भी नहीं वो लोग बंदे कैसे ना कभी बात किया है ना कभी खेला है प्लेयर सी उठा के खेला पहले मैं ऐसा कभी नहीं करता इस बार क्या अभी देखते हैं कैसे मैच जाते हैं बंदे लोग कैसे मेरे को भी टाइम मिला नहीं है बात करने
All those kills accumulated from the pistol, from the bonus from Vic, pays out to that Omen ultimate, and he's able to quick rotate onto the A side. So although there was 3 members stacked here at the beginning of the round, for Cloud9,
good enough for
aggression from Oxy TPing back into spawn allows for Vic to get there, and Zeppa just cleans up house. It's just good team play and fundamentals from the side of Cloud9.
ये मैप तो GG है. There is no coming back.
Leviathan now, their last time out. Keep in
Indian
mind,
players
still have 2
international
in the
team
chamber.
लेते हैं कि अगर
They haven't
leaderboard
used
पे
a
top
single
10
one. They've
हो
had
भाई
no
अगर
need
grind
to.
कर रहे
They've been
player
in
है
control.
तगड़ा
They've been
क्यों
in
नहीं
the
लेगा
driver's seat of this match.
क्यों नहीं लेगा भाई
driver's seat, Emmy's
सिंपल
been
बात
hands off the wheel.
FPS गेम में अगर तेरा मैकेनिक स्ट्रांग है
through all the
कोई
split.
भी उठाएगा तेरे को वर्ल्ड पे
Again, Lev have 5 rounds and 2 of them are courtesy of the
सिर्फ
pistol.
एक को क्राइटेरिया रहता है कि
They
इंग्लिश आना
struggled
चाहिए
so much last time on their
तो bare
attacking side
minimum
as well.
criteria
I think that Cloud9, what lead that they were able to gather
भाई
just
वो
makes it
तो
so
मैच देखते
aggressive for
देखते
Lev. It just
क्या
feels like,
करेगी रे
yeah,
बाबा
you've won 3 out of the last 4.
अपन जैसे लोग की धक्का मार के बुलाते हैं ना आजा मैच देखते
3
मजा
out of the
आएगा
last 4. It just feels like you're just choked right now.
Yeah.
You're scared to make a move. You're scared to make a round-winning play. You don't want to make any mistakes because you have to play near perfect to make this comeback.
Yeah, I think you can look at the other side of that coin as well and go, well, we're down by a ton.
एक्सपर्ट टिबुंडी सबसे बाप प्लेयर है नैट्स ही लगता है
Try to do something to be a smart.
As a sentinel नैट्स जैसा बंदा है नहीं भाई पूरे वैलो में
all of that B garage space already. Back to his antics from the
कितना
first half.
इम्पैक्ट रहता ना उसका ऐसा लगता है गाली दे दूं
Stealth drone did
कितना हैंडसम है भाई
towards A ramp for the side of Leviathan, but it's the 1-3-1 with the breach in mid.
Which I'm surprised, given on the other side of the timeout.
Blind pick?
The approach is the same. Either way, they're trying to fly their way into B heaven.
मर गया
Armageddon drop. Mitch will manage to get out and immediately fell back in behind. He's ahead of his timing. The smoke is going to keep him back, but he's in a position to make a play. Pops out, gets his one, falls, but Ned is way more successful. It's a slaughter again.
Demon 1 left alone in a 1v4. And Vic was playing so far back from the start of the round. Leviathan thought they had all the corners checked. They used so much utility to gather that space. They weren't expecting the complete disruption of Cloud9.
भाई वो निकल के कैजुअली दो मार दिया भाई what the fuck
I loved it, and I mean you saw it on the minimap. As soon
जो
as
दूसरा मारा
that
उसका
tip of the
आत्मा गया
Armageddon
रहेगा सच
passed,
उसको दिखा भी नहीं
Mitch
रहेगा
filled
पता
right back in
सीधा
behind it.
प्री
I
का
mean he was chasing the thing down just to get into an aggressive position so he can get a timing on that fight. That was gorgeous by Cloud9.
And it's plays that
ऐसे
you
मार
look
पड़े
at it and you're like, oh, that shouldn't work. He just ran through a smoke against 4 players. But this is
a
huge success for Cloud9.
ठीक है, ये वाला पहला शॉट ठीक है, ये देखो भाई.
They didn't let NRG breathe, Doug. They were flooding on retakes this time. They don't even have to flood when the actual tap of the spike is going through. They're just going to go right after those Teo missiles are there and completely disrupt you.
C9 coach will be happy.
From Ito,
but
for good reason.
Yeah, and this is something that Leviathan need to be aware of, though. In the future maps, they want to make a comeback. Cloud9 love to flood through smokes. You need to be dialed in those moments, and now King using that Yoru ultimate, getting all
the
of
best
the
best player, valorant player in India.
Drawn this way.
I love Rossi
Investments
as a player.
He ulted on the other side of this. He should be able to find two stun members. Yeah, the spam through smoke connects onto Mitch.
I'm very impressed by.
And finally, a little bit of breathing room for Lev.
Galat matlab galat.
King getting a second to the round as well, sitting down the operator of Oxy. And I would imagine this is going to be a hard save. At least one person getting that operator, bringing it into the next round. But wait a second.
I don't know that you have over 4,000 credits.
Go take the fight.
It's all falling apart right now.
Let Vic
be
the tagger.
Zeppa
and Net still stand.
As a player,
and they're starting to creep forward. King will fall. Assassination South taps on the trade. A 1v2 from Zeppa to close out the map.
He's done it so many times this year alone.
Time is short though.
He's gonna have to deal with the smoke tanks waiting on the other side, and as the spike ticks away, options run out. Is he gonna have enough time for the defuse? No. Heroics, but Lev stay alive.
Yes, but the implications of the damage that Zeppa and the rest of Cloud9 just did. They're putting themselves in such a good spot to close this map out. The buy is going to be scrappy, and you have no choice. You have to full commit. Here's some of the highlights of King getting those kills. But you're right, the economy was so good for Cloud9. Why not do as much damage as possible? And this opens up what you're about to see on your screen right now. Oxy with an outlaw in his hands. Look at the armor right now, Doug, from the side of Leviathan.
It's not great.
That being said, the main pack of Leviathan are towards this B in mid area, and Tex, he's been playing so far back.
He's been playing really far back, and I know I've mentioned it a few times, but I love the way Vic has been using his utility to play mind games through controlling B main.
Yeah, it basically forces you to use extra utility, and now you don't have that for the hit.
Yeah, the fake TPs that he was doing on the first half, now doing it on the second half to suggest that he's taking it. Meanwhile, King is taking the fight to Zeppa's doorstep. It's a lot of pressure for Net. Somehow staying alive.
इसलिए random लेते भाई spray करते रहो patch.
Stuns are real this time around. And it's a freeze to the round, but proactivity from the side of Cloud9, wanting to even numbers. Rossi, be careful, buddy.
Crispy shots on the first. Nicely done, but traded back. Still the advantage though for Lev.
Phantom West.
They're gonna rotate back towards B, and there's no info that they have there. I mean, you can maybe assume that Mitch is given the space back, but he just got a kill on Rossi here.
Yeah, you just have to play the numbers game at this point. That's what Leviathan are going for. Mitch, he's going to have to come up huge for Cloud9, but Demon 1 absolutely drops him.
Salvo's backside, the TP through, and you're right, it's free. They should be able to get the spike down in Oxy and Net.
But the problem is
I think now
अगर वो लोग next round E को भी करें ना जो
वो लोग कर सकते हैं has literally $0 in the bank. He used
half by per round निकाले उसके बाद वो लोग का ult crazy आने वाला मैं अगर सीनियर रहता तो मैं बोलता था fuck it अपने पास पैसा है
Oxy picks up Zeppa's gun
लेकिन कर लेती
the punishment that was happening
खत्म कर सकते भाई breach ult आएगा Zeppa ult आएगा Viper ult आएगा सिर्फ body throw करने का बोल 5 ult
Zeppa he wasn't really able to settle that. So a little bit of life from the side of Leviathan. I like how they played the numbers game. I like how they waited for some re-aggression from the side of Cloud9. And then, you know, having pack mentality.
Making sure that
they don't get 3K sprayed down or anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is the little bit of life that we're seeing out from Lev, it's fake. It's fake. Take a look at Mitch, he's what, 2 pips off of his ult. Net is a pip off of his ult.
Yeah.
And I want to say the same was pretty close by as well. So even if they manage to get a couple of these rounds together, once you get to the point where all of those ults are hitting at once, that's really hard to navigate around.
Saving up all these ultimates to just use at the right opportunity. Just close this map out. That's a cheeky little stat from Vic. He's leading in assists per round for VCT Americas.
Yeah, bhai, kiya be.
But he's also been having a banger of a map so far. He's
He's
doing it all today. Finally, Tex has been tested towards that A main side of the map. The reaction from Leviathan is a little bit more of a B main pressure.
Which is really what Tex is there to do, right? If you feel a lot of the aggression from A main, you play the push and pull game and you go elsewhere.
Bye, Binks, bye. कैसे हो भाई? Chat जो लोग अभी आए हैं stream को like कर दो.
They can take a step back. They still have utility to play around this net in a really big spot. That's a flash on the other side. He still gets a kill. Binks
दूसरे को भी damage पड़ा.
Damage dealt.
हाँ, कद्दू का damage पड़ा. What the fuck? एक गोली headshot लगी लग रहा है.
Attacking side. And that TP from Oxy, it's not even close to the A site where all three members of Leviathan are at right now. Demon 1, he has that Omen ultimate online.
3 best players of 369.
Could TP back site, regroup with his team if he wants to.
A little bit of damage dealt, and Demon 1 showing his presence was not enough for Cloud9 to
good
take
human
the
beings. I feel Strix, Edit, Rafa, and Sammy.
There's that Omen ult I was talking about to regroup with the squad.
Great
with
human
Leviathan. The time is running
Edit
low.
land
You need to be careful.
There are only 2 members here, though, and one of them just got flushed out. Vic will join him.
मेरा call अच्छा था ना
And now the side is theirs.
Wow. What a great call from whoever it was on the side of LEV, whether it was Rossi or Com, to flush out that little corner, get a free kill of utility. It's something that Leviathan do really well, is chaining their abilities together and punishing players caught out like that. So to see that this it's buying them a chance.
Yeah.
और कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते.
Again, this feels
Gun करके
all
मार
good.
सकते हैं. उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं.
Yeah. This feels all good and fine and dandy for LEV, and there's a little bit of hope, and so maybe there's a chance.
Beats
But
were wide
you take a look at the right side of your screen,
Yeah.
and that is ominous.
The scariest part about it is, whenever Cloud9 decided to take this time out, maybe it's after this
team
round,
में लिया था.
and Amy just says,
दूसरा
hey,
game के लिए.
It's time.
Leviathan have been doing a 1-3-1 mid almost every single round that they've won. Let's initiate the trap. It might just be enough to take Cloud9 over. Yeah, close out this map win.
There's that little
गायब हो जाता है.
combo of utility that you mentioned to flush out the kill.
It's something that Leviathan do really well. He just knew. He just knew they were
match point पे.
Here's that timeout though that I was talking about. So maybe now opportunity for Emmy to settle, come up with a game plan for some of these ultimates to be used in some following rounds.
Bro, you imagine this is where the time bomb goes off. Right? This is where they draw up that breach ult, they hold
match point में भाई 20 ulti उनके पास अभी.
So much utility. It's gonna be an absolute fiesta on our monitor.
अभी GG.
I mean, I think the one maybe saving grace is Cloud9 might not have enough money to fully buy, if I'm not mistaken, and so maybe it's delayed a round longer or 2 potentially, but I think until they get past all of those ults, I have a hard time believing they're ever going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah. I mean, Sidney, he was one of the best.
One round at a time right now if you are LEV though.
Introvert,
try to contact, try to bait out some of these ultimates as well. That is your win condition if you're Leviathan. Can I bait out these ults and not get punished at the same time? But look at the mini-map. Look at where everyone is gearing up towards. There's 3 members of fighting squad for Cloud9 here at A, and all 5 members of Leviathan are about to face it.
We mentioned it at during the timeout. The money's funny. You wonder here, if you're Cloud9, how much are you willing to invest? If you're given an inch, do you take the whole damn round?
That's the double-edged sword, though. Sometimes when you get that pick, it's what we saw Leviathan do when they got a kill right away. Wasting that Teo ultimate was calm, right?
Yep.
Gotta be careful here.
A lot of noise made, eh?
So much utility.
Missiles,
ये round पे जीतने का try कर सकते हैं वैसे.
Paranoias, and that might be the cue. Mitch getting the opener onto King. Big trade back from Calm, though. How much more can they get here?
अब निकाल सकता है. अब मार सकता है भाई. अब मार
सकता है. About the ults. They're just gonna frag their way through this. Zeppa holding the line from heaven. Falls to Rossi, who's now gonna have to figure out a 1v3 to keep this map alive. And again, Mitch still has his ult.
And they saw him as well. They know he's in heaven right now.
दो खोपड़ी दिखा.
all members of Cloud9 grouping up here. Net from that vent with a stinger. Upgrades from the side of Vic and Mitch, like you said. And they have the breach ultimate. You definitely invested here.
Yep.
You have this one in the bag.
जितना delay करेगा उतना problem है.
Spike, he doesn't have a
Then
ton
भी
of
आ गया
time.
उसका.
But it is Rossi, the old IGL of Cloud9, up against 3. If he wins this,
that's a
पहला
big
tap stun.
But how crazy would it be?
Committing to getting the spike down. He might get the plan off. He
Ulti
will.
किसने पहले उसमें?
The stun to buy a little bit of time. Shut.
बाप रे, close था बे.
Not even close.
वही मैं सोचा बे,
Not
पहला
even close.
stun
Mitch
करे
will
फिर
get the
कूद के ult
defuse.
मारेगा.
Cloud9 take map 1, 13-8. And again, for as much as LEV put together a lot of exciting stuff towards the end of that map, it really felt like it was Cloud9's from the beginning.
अच्छा खेला ना C9, clean खेला बे,
There's
clean
a lot of
valorant
thought
खेला.
into it, counter stratting. That's the benefit of being able to watch a team play a map and you concealing yours. And we didn't know what to expect from the side of Cloud9. Like I said, last year they were 1-4 on the map of Split.
Eren के breakdown
But
देखते
Mitch
हो
joining this team, giving them a new look on this map, giving them new life
उसमें मैं अगर
on
breakdown
Split,
देखा तो मैं
furthering
breakdown हो
the
जाऊंगा
map
यार.
pool. Cloud9 are shaping up to be such a
series
dark
देखो
horse in this
चुपचाप.
tournament.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things clicking for them. Again, it was their map pick, and I think if there were
Moने
any
बेस्ट
questions
लगता है
that
भाई.
are yet to be answered,
Texture
they are going
vibe
to be
है.
answered on Ascent. Right? You would
मोने
think
भी मस्त बंदा है.
Cloud9 will have the
Texture से मैं
advantage.
मिला
That's
ना.
exactly how
Pure
Split
vibe
played
है
out.
भाई.
We'll see if
Pure
map 2
vibe.
holds a bit of the same. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
मेरे को ऐसा oh Binks ऐसा कर रहा था. Oh नमस्ते. बहुत प्यारा बंदा है. Good people. There are many good people in Valorant scene, dude. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Favorite VCT player? Favorite VCT player तो मेरा 4 second ही है बे. भाई कैसा भी है ना, वो एक बंदा है जो सारे एजेंट खेला है. भींचो सारे. मतलब वो impossible चीज है. Good night, sir. Have a good stream. Good night, RBK. वो impossible चीज है भाई जो 4 second करता है. है मेरे को गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप मिला एक के स्ट्रीम का. na 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 na. You did old daughter miss split one. मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा भाई. मिस किया क्योंकि प्लेयर्स वेयर्स नहीं था, हम लोग का टीम ही नहीं बन रहा था. मैं थोड़ी बोलूंगा ये नहीं खेलने का स्प्लिट वन. बेंच गांड मारो. किसका मिला? बड़ा जानना है तुमको. आओ गांड गई मेरी. रुका है मैं फोन चार्ज पे. चाय पीऊं क्या? क्या लगता है 2-0 होएगा क्या? चाय 2-0 होएगा और मैं चाय पिया तो मेरे लोड़े लग जाएंगे. एक कप बचा है वैसे. नहीं ना पानी.
King que responde junto con Rossi. Castigo de King, el 3K para el Rey. Panchito que la logra el 4K.
That's great out of net. The entry falls and another out of net. C9 hold the line flawlessly.
I am here with Emmy before map 2, a solid game 1 in control most of the time. Is there anything even you want the team to clean up as you head into map 2?
No, just keep playing confidently. That's it.
Easy, short and sweet. Emmy, thanks. Good luck in the game.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Wyatt and Sean. As you can see, we have a special guest here on our desk as well. Lee from G2 is joining us for a quick chat about the match we just got to see. Also, a rare occurrence of a IMI post-map 1 interview.
Yeah, I don't think he even knew what to say. It's like, what do I do out here? I can't
The answer sounded exactly the same as a loser's interview with him would have said. Sounded like.
He doesn't really give us much anymore.
It's like, we need to get our confidence back. Okay, we'll just
start winning
today.
pistols. Cool. the whole spiel.
He's happy underneath, though.
I'm sure.
Yeah, he has to be so happy that they started that way.
You know what? I am very happy right now because we're going to leave here and I'm going to pick your brain talking about the homies on the server. How does it feel for you to see friends pop off on the server? Like Zeppa had a lifetime performance in kickoff already. He did it again yesterday. Did I say last week? I don't know. What is time?
Yeah, last week.
It was last week. It feels like yesterday.
I mean, I think this meta suits Zeppa especially. Like, I think Teo is just an insane agent for him. In all, like, their roles right now are very good, and like Mitch obviously fits in pretty well too with the roles and stuff like that. So, like, I think they're playing great. Their comps are really good. They're up to date, so they're looking good.
Let's talk about this map specifically that we got to see them being pretty much in the driver's seat for all of it. Leviathan, obviously a bit unlucky with so many changes and then also having role swaps. Do you feel like they looked more competent this time around?
To be honest, not really. I feel like they have still a lot to work on, and like obviously, like you said, like changing so much around is hard, but there just comes like certain like individual moments that I feel like they need to just get better at, and they just aren't. And I don't know if that's roles, team, like comfort, anything. Like it could be anything, but they just probably just need more time.
Yeah, we were talking about the roles a lot before we were getting into this game, and the fact that they have so many players that can play a number of roles kind of makes it, I think to some extent, hard to pick necessarily because they have so many options. Do you like this King duelist era that he's in right now?
Yeah, because I feel like the only person on their team that can play like the Yoru is him. Like obviously if they choose to play like a Jet or a Waylay, I feel like Demon 1 would be more suited for that. But if you're gonna play like Raze or Yoru, he's definitely the person to do it. I mean, he's played that, you know, years ago. In terms of like the other stuff, like I'm not like I don't like Demon 1 on some of these agents. Like I feel like Astra is more suited for how he plays and stuff like that, where it's very like plug and play. Like you can just kind of guide him around, and he just focuses on his crosshair. Like that's kind of what he's good at. And yeah, like I just feel like in all, they're like just missing something.
It's hard. His team always just thinks util first, but watching Lev, it's just not ingrained in some of them yet, right? Like
yeah.
Once Demon 1 gets comfortable in that realm, you know, maybe it'll look better. And same thing goes for King, but the roles are too all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Let's actually check in with the opposition. Itopata had a quick chat with Riv ahead of this next map.
I am here with Itopata before their next matchup. Looking at the team, all S-tier players, everybody's amazing at their role. What is missing though to unlock that potential we know from the squad?
Right now in this game and last official as well, the way that we played is very different from what we showed in scrims. And I feel like right now we're just a little bit scared of losing, and we're more like playing to not lose instead of winning. So you know that this is what we were talking. We want to be way more aggressive. We want to be way more fluid on the map. We just want to be kind of flowing, you know. And this is gonna come when we kind of like drop this fear, get over it.
Itopata, thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
When you hear coaches say stuff like that, is it more about, because I'm thinking like, okay, they're not aggressing in like the micro plays. Like C9 takes A heaven on split. What's our play to take it back in the next 10 seconds? And it just doesn't come. They just are reacting way too late.
Yeah, I mean, hesitation is probably like the biggest difference from like scrims to matches. Like I'd say even we suffer from that sometimes, you know, depending on the situation. But I mean, that just felt like a very basic answer to me.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to say too much,
true,
but you don't want to say like too little. But I mean, obviously like, if he's probably not happy because he watches, you know, the practice every day.
Yeah.
And that's probably not at all how they play on split.
When it happens to you guys, does it happen from a place of like, we don't know what to do because we're playing this crazy doubles comp, this new agent came in, we don't know how to counter it, or is it because, oh my god, this guy just hit like a 4K, we don't know how to isolate?
I would just say like it doesn't really come from not knowing what to do. It's more so just like like mental block, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I don't think like there's too many scenarios, at least for us, that like we're like too surprised by. It's more so just like pressure of the game, or just like pressure of the match and stuff like that. So not too much. So like, oh my God, this guy just aced. Like, I don't know what to do.
That's nice to know.
Getting that insight here in the Guys. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. We're heading into Ascend. Let's see if LEV can bring this one back and perhaps take us to a map 3. We'll find out.
भाई सॉम लेकिन क्या कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहा है भाई. गलत. ये स्क्रीन मत दिखाओ रे बार-बार. इससे हार सकता है भाई 2-0.
Ascent is on the cards, and we've seen as the meta has developed that the compositions of old are no longer the case. I can't imagine that will be any different here. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Dre. We saw a lot from Leviathan. We were able to hear Leaf talk a little bit about it as well. He mentioned that he didn't necessarily love how some of these players looked on certain agents. Are you expecting a change here?
I don't think we're expecting too much of a change. I think Leviathan want to keep things a little bit the same to make sure that they have the same look. But that being said, I have to keep in mind that Rossi was he was an APAC player for a whole year. Maybe he's going to bring over some of those compositions on a map like Ascent.
I remember a long time to watch and really want to improve
on the side of Cloud9
from
Pakistan. We got the double senti
keep
comp
playing,
from them, it looks like we're getting the double senti from Leviathan as well.
And by the way, this year, Cloud9 have been the only team to run a deadlock. Yeah, it's on Lotus normally, but now bringing that over to the Ascent, it could be very deadly.
Good morning, good morning.
Very interesting. And look at this from the side of Leviathan. It's a double senti composition as well.
Losing to
but this time a Cypher deadlock.
Players stay known players.
And
this bar to crazy.
Wow. What a wild time to see this on Ascent. Two very off meta comps.
I mean, the meta for Ascent is now there is no meta.
Yeah, there is no meta now.
It is constantly changing. The days of
the
standard comp are old. And this is the dawn of a new era. And so far, the era seems like it's being shaped by Double Sentinels comp. Deadlock on both. A Vice on one side for Cloud9 and a Cypher on the other. LEV on the attack. And it seems like they're going to test some of that defensive aggression right off the bat towards B. Look at this crunch. Oh, the drone's not going to catch anything. Oxy finds a perfect time window to strike.
Talk about aggression. Mitch, he does get seen by Calm here.
Doubling down. He's going to try to flush out. Someone's waiting on the other side. Again, Oxy on the peak. Falls. But Mitch is there to clean it up. I mean, they are persistent in this, aren't they?
Yeah, Mitch avoids the threat of that Cypher cage, but he makes the call out for his team that there's two players in market here. And look at backside B right now, Doug. Zappa alone on an island, but he has two. He has one Thorn and one Flash to work with, so very comfortable here. And while that was all happening, the double walk up off a Cat, I mean, they know.
You've got to be concerned what's happening behind you. There's no way you let your guard down. And that's exactly what happens. Vic, a couple to the back of the head, puts one between Tex's eyes. They know where Zappa is, and he's glad to take that fight. The little things from LEV seem to strike again.
Language killer.
Talking so much about not being afraid. Cloud9 are the ones who aren't afraid at all. Oxy walked all the way down mid and wide swung before that drone to get any value.
Yeah.
Rossi just gets caught with no util. And the discipline, the trigger discipline from Vic, I cannot state it enough. He's shaping out to be such a superstar. It was always a question of when is he going to be able to show that mechanical talent that we saw in Tier 2 Valorant. Experience is all that he needed.
Spike down.
Great shot of Moxie waiting for the second swing.
Look at the disrespect. I mean, he lets the Sova dart scan him in full, and he doesn't move.
And he gets a kill onto Calm and gets out. Yeah, that's criminal.
He's just bullying Leviathan right now.
I think for Cloud9, this is, you know, in a lot of ways, a similar recipe that we saw against NRG Week 1, that we saw against LEV on Map 1. And for them, it seems like it's either you swing or be swung.
Yeah, they do
and
not.
Cloud9 are pushing at a pace that we have not seen for a little while.
Exactly. They do not let you play your game. You're kind of forced to have to take these fights, take these gun duels. And if you're not stepping up to the challenge, it's going to get messy for you.
And even if you don't necessarily do that every round, what you've done is you've instilled fear. And so now if you are going to get hit a late hit through mid to B, guess what? There's going to be someone looking over their shoulder the entire time.
Yes.
Forced
to use extra utility because right now you even heard Hitupata talk about
30
it.
seconds left. One enemy
They're
remaining.
scared. Leviathan are scared.
I don't know that they were scared enough on that pistol.
This is the moment
but a
where
clean round out from
teammates be like,
Cloud9
मैंने
in the
मानता वापस
anti-eco.
shotgun.
Didn't drop anything. Maybe a couple of members are going to have to buy up some armor,
Hey,
but
पे judge
they
नहीं,
don't
नहीं,
have to
मेरे को
invest
नहीं
much.
Hey, judge
Something
है
I
उधर.
want to
अरे
talk
नहीं
about,
है
Doug,
रे.
is the utility on this defensive side so far and how spread it's been. You really have the Deadlock and the Vice utility on both sides of the map.
Which is what you would expect from a double Senti comp.
But it's so sick because they
देखो
can both
अंशु तरह
anchor
ये
B
तो
and
equal है
still
बाबा,
have some
क्या
utility at A for their
Low
teammates of
HP था
whoever's
ना
playing
वो.
there. This time around, look, full Deadlock utility with the solo Vice at A. It's so much that you have to deal with, so much you have to bait out. And when you're running a double Senti comp yourself on the attacking side, it's super difficult to do that.
A fully fortified site. Zeppa, I mean, he doesn't have to do much with all that utility that's there.
One pop of the Thorns, and it thwarts the entire attack and default of Leviathan.
And look at the aggression from Cloud9 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, look who has the judge now. It's Oxy pushed up in
Ball
main.
take by mid में.
Now more of a heavy
Mid-lurk
lean
भी नहीं कर
towards
सकता कोई.
the A site for the group of Cloud9. But Tex, he's got so much to deal with. He doesn't know what's behind B main right now.
Cape giving away some of the aggression. Oxy swings back around to finish it up. And if they try to go in through tree, which is what it seems like LEV are going to try to do, you still have all this utility to deal with.
So much delay, and you're getting wrapped by Oxy and Spawn right now.
They play at a different speed.
हाँ,
They
कोई
play at
और
a
मरा.
different pace. And so far, it seems like it's too much for LEV to deal with.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they still haven't made it out. Now, finally, Zeppa's going to get involved in the play.
And the wrap cleans it up. Demon 1 had no option there. Net throws the wall out in A main to block him off completely. And Leviathan
That's
run
the
into
combo,
a
guys.
blender.
That's the combo.
Yeah, brother, they were going to find you.
It just feels so oppressive if you're Leviathan right now in the server. And also the awareness of Oxy to know, like, okay, no one's behind Tex here. I feel like it's a hard tell right now that Cloud9 have, that they understand that Leviathan are going to favor doing like a 4-1 approach if Tex is the solo site.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for him to just knife out and grab that Vandal, not worried about anyone behind that threat, just goes to show that they have a real good understanding of how LEV like to approach attack sides. On this anti-eco, B main control was gathered. I think Khan was able to grab that orb.
Kind of gathered. You got Tex on a line, but
listen, when you're on the eco round, you gotta get something going, and getting both orbs, I think, is a good start, right?
Sure. Yeah, take what you can get. Yeah, that's fair.
Cloud9 are willing to give both extremities, just play far back, use the guns to their advantage. This is the benefit of running the double sentinel comp, Doug. There's just so much that you can work with. There's a wall in A main that allows you to just full focus forward on Cat. I mean, the deadlock stun in B main, the Vice wall in mid, that does get triggered. So good methodical bait of utility from the side of Leviathan, but they are going to run in.
But 40 seconds लगा वो लोग को default करने में.
I don't know that it's much of a fake. Zeppa spotting from stairs, so he knows that mid threat is not there. Dark cleared. Calm from net. On the swing.
Spike down A.
Yep.
Just looks so easy.
Too many utils.
Part of the issue here for LEV is I don't know how they solve dealing with all this utility.
You have to try to bait out more of it. They did a good job of baiting the Vice wall out in mid. I think that is a good start. But you kind of have to use the Yoru to be the forefront of baiting out that utility on Cat or A main.
enemy remaining.
I mean, you definitely got to break the utility in Garden.
भाई लोग का बेस्ट बेट यही है कि लोग बी पे जाए कि बी पे बहुत जगह पे यूरो टिक मार सकते हैं बी बैक साइड
if you can bait out that grab net that net has been throwing, that's great.
Their best bet is to go B.
But
those are hard numbers to look at, man.
Yeah, super early timeout. They really haven't had a chance. I mean, you think about the first couple of the first round, even the pistol.
बहुत slow खेल रहे हैं, fast खेल ही नहीं सकते, double sentinel है.
And then how quickly they change the pace and just play off a utility.
ये तो भी नहीं खेल सकते.
They're showing a lot of depth in their gameplay right now.
Yeah, they are.
It's very, very impressive if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Yep, this is the best Cloud9 we've seen in quite some time. I think if I may be allowed to inject a little bit of
language, Shivle bhai,
is this, and tell me if I'm wrong here.
Chat जो लोग अभी भी आए हैं stream को like कर दो, very close to के likes
on the defensive side of the map, and so I mean, let's pretend that LEV are able to get the ball rolling a little bit here. What feels like enough as they go to, on the attacking side? Is it 4 rounds? Does 4 rounds feel enough? Because you assume that the double senti is going to be good on the other side.
9-3 curse. I'd say I think you need a 9-3 curse if you're LEV right now. I think you're gunning for that. And this is something that's very interesting, is that King invests in an attack side operator. He is towards B main with it. I don't know if he's going to take a pop shot towards Cat first. I feel like B main is where you'll find success with that op, but it's a set play from Cloud9.
And there's no room for the op to get any space. The flash on the other side of the cage, and they continue to push the matter. King finding a tiny little sliver to play around, but yeah.
You can't walk out there. They heard the deadlock traps. They're so scared to walk out. A for good reason. Look at the blender setup there. And also the TP from Oxy. He just fought somebody in B main. He's at A site already. King not hitting that shot. He does bait out the deadlock wall.
अभी wall नहीं तोड़ रहा कोई.
One of 13 bits
वो भी pressure नहीं है.
have to navigate around.
Mid में wall नहीं हुआ है. वो भी pressure नहीं है.
Look at this deadlock stun right here.
B आएगा 10-15 सेकंड लगेगा.
A solo fake here towards the catwalk, but I mean, no one's shifting behind this. No one's breaking that deadlock stun. Oh, he does break it at the end of the day.
And so now there's a little bit of reason to think that they might be going up tree.
Well, B is their best bet. मैंने बोला था.
Right call so far from Leviathan. This is the best chance that they've had so far in this first map.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
King still has the attack off in his hands though.
And he's got 31 HP. And they have to use so much utility to clear out what they think is on the other side, that's a telltale sign of where they're headed. And net is the greeting party.
Just a brutal approach from LEV. Net looks like he's just playing in the training range, man.
14 down lane. A 14-0 between Vic and Net.
Yeah, and Vic has 9 assists. Something that was very micro that we didn't get to catch in this replay was his Omen smoke in the front of the B main choke to get his teammates out. It's something that's so micro, but allows them to get out unscathed, allows them not to get traded, and sets them up for success. It's 5-0, a complete stuffing so far of Leviathan. And more aggression outside of B. They're trying to bully Tex here on the extremity.
And they will succeed. I think there's been much that has been said around the double senti utility and how miserable it feels to play around, but a couple more eco frags cleaned up for Cloud9, but I do think you're right, as Demon 1 gets 2 of them. Vic gets the last, another round for Cloud9. All of the Sentinel utility is really strong and really good, but then you add Vic's utility on top of it.
Oh my goodness, and you add him being 10-0-10. I mean, the guy's doing it all.
Blind कितना है भाई? Vice का blind, Omen blind, Yoru blind.
We always knew he had it in him. It hasn't really shown. This double senti comp is enabling him to be
just
a
saying, अगर breach theo रहता,
just taking these aggressive fights
with his paranoia, with Oxy being behind him.
And you heard Oxy firing him up as well when he started popping off on split.
This is tough. It is a desperately needed round for LEV, and Tex already falls. They're going to try to slam their head into the door. There's a little bit of control across the middle of the map. King's able to alleviate some of that pressure and clean up Mitch. Rossi joins in on the fun, but there's a lot of presence on the other side. Net playing from behind the wall.
Connect
onto both. but they're both flashed up. They can't see a thing.
Oxy आ गया पीछे बीच खत्म ही कर दिया भाई.
All that commotion was happening in B main. We couldn't even tell what was going on the other side of that. There was a double push through either A main or
इतना जल्दी आए वो लोग.
Killing the solo straggler outside of B, getting that flank. So much chaos was ensued there, and Net with the stall was too much of a threat. I mean, look at this. Calm has no chance. No hesitation from the Cloud9 members to get that flank in and take him out. And then they hold W all the way through B main. Net delays, yeah, he doesn't get a kill with his deadlock ult, but he did enough.
Well, let me ask you another philosophical question as let me kind of burn their second time out.
Lay it on me, lay it on
me. Are you surprised by how much success Cloud9 have found on flank, given that LEV are also running a double senti comp?
I just feel like at this point of the game, not really, because LEV are just spiraling out of control, and you could just tell in their gameplay. You said it from the start of the round. It looks like it's desperation, using the Yoru ultimate, nothing to follow up behind it. You can't really just run it down on this comp against the double control, against the double senti. You have to meticulously work the utility, bait it out, break it.
Cypher is
So I'm not
used
surprised that it's happening to
Yoru
Leviathan
and
because of that
Vice
reason.
Meta.
We're not seeing
Cypher
them kind of do this bait of util,
Cypher
trying
सिर्फ
to
एक
use
दो
the
मैप में
Yoru to
अच्छा
take
है.
out the A util on Cat Guard,
Pearl
whatever
में
it
अच्छा
may
है.
be. Not even the Vice Wall in mid. They've
जो
gotten to the
बड़ा
point
बड़ा
of the
मैप
game
है ना
where they're
उसमें
just
अच्छे से.
all trying to 5-man, and it's not going to work against this composition. It's not going to work against the protocols
A
that
mutant
Cloud9
sub on
have.
point crazy. भाई crazy delay भाई. दोनों जगह एक
For as
sentinel
much
एक
as
चीज
comps
डाल रहे
change,
हैं.
you
मतलब
still have to play the map the same way. You go all the way
Crazy,
back and you talk about the need to clear utility. That still seems to be the calling card that the attacking side need to figure out.
Yeah, I think
भाई
the
ये
best round
कॉम
that
का
they had
काउंटर
was
के
when
पता
they
है क्या
figured out
है
that
एक्चुअल में?
mid-vice wall.
सब
and
सब
kind
बराबर
of
है.
worked through
साइफर और डेडलॉक के
Garden
जगह पे है
area.
ना वो लेने का.
There just
डेडलॉक
needs
की
to be
जगह
an
पे
extra layer there.
KO और सुआ पुराना
Maybe
मेटा.
then you can go back into this.
सप्रेस होएगा ना चांस रहता है
Rossi
कि
the only
घुसने
one
का.
with a gun
उसके
here.
अल्टी में भी चांस रहता है कि घुसने का.
It's a
एक
lot
ही
of
डिले
presence mid.
है वो काउंटर कर सकता है.
You know the wall is there.
Okay.
Triggered, but again, B main is taken away. Tex is wise too. It knows it's there, but can't win the fight.
Tex, it's just not his day today, man.
No, he's been quiet.
The same thing was happening to him on Split, but I remember on Split he was playing so far back on their attacking side, he didn't want to take those fights.
Dude, and look at how aggro this wall is.
Yeah.
I mean, they are moving the line of scrimmage.
टाइम
Cool thing
देखो.
is you
40
break the
सेकंड
B
है.
wall,
अभी
you bait out the
के
mid
और
wall.
डेडलॉक स्लो
But
है.
now's a good opportunity
Plus
for
net.
Demon 1 to get activated
think
and
net
try to
भी
find
है.
a lurk timing. But he's walled off by his own teammate, and I just
लो
don't
कौन जा गया?
know what he's going to
आगे
do.
नहीं आ
TP past
सकते?
it, I guess?
Yeah, and you still have to deal with some of the rest of the utility that's here.
It's so out of sync. They do a freeze, but that just doesn't hit the mark. You saw what he was going for. If it hits on top of the box, Calm is crouched.
Still tries to get out. Really nice flash.
Self blind
And
बोलते
Demon 1 is still the last one standing.
He was walled off
Gala
when he started that
delay.
hit. It doesn't really make much sense having to throw that market wall when you have a player lurking up mid. I guess maybe Demon 1 could have went spawn there, but this is both timeouts burned, Doug. This is a stomping. We have to point out how well Cloud9 are looking and dealing with this.
Bro, I got flashed 3 times.
It's weird. People don't normally laugh when they're flashed
तीन
3
बार blind
times,
आने को?
but the vibes are obviously really good in the Cloud9 camp. I think this has to be so frustrating to call from on the attacking side because nothing works.
Nothing has worked. And it's like, okay, yeah, we could sit here all day and be like, oh, you have to bait out the double senti utility. But what do you do when you're just getting, like, just beat down? You're getting peeked into even on the defensive side.
Look at this. They have a lot of space that they've taken towards B, but a TP from Vic has already joined the fray, and they still have all the utility. They've got the wall, the thorns, the sensors, the flash, everything. Oxy, up close and personal. Tex winning that duel out, but do you expect Mitch there spamming through the smoke?
क्या हो रहा है?
Zeppa getting 3 on the round, but Tex doing the same. Vic on the swing. Tex requires 4 as LEV finally get on the board.
भाई लेकिन ये भी
This
round
time pushing into spawn, understanding that there's so much utility on lane.
Smoke में यहाँ पे बहुत time
And the
हुआ.
Omen ultimate kind of makes it a little bit more obvious too that the back of B is very fortified. So that
ये
quick
भी
call to take the
technically
fight on
round
the players in
finale का था.
spawn
यहाँ पे
was the
smoke
correct
में
one.
गलत टाइमिंग हुआ है वो
But can you rely on stuff like this? Cloud9 now have a chance to adapt to that as well.
Nice, King. Nice!
Hold a little bit
Not 13,
more
no.
back. that is a good relief. Yeah, sigh of relief from the Leviathan boys, huh?
You take the wins where you can get them.
Yeah. But now Oxy has an operator online. Another threat that you have to be worried about.
This is a nice adaptation out from Tex. Given all the space that Cloud9 have taken B main, he tries to put up a trip that ultimately gets cleared out, but at least an idea of where the pressure's coming from.
Yeah, and a good cage as well, understanding that there may be somebody at the other end because the audio cue now. A bait out of that vice wall in mid, and Tex. Doug, he finally did it.
I thought he was dead.
He won a 1v1 on the extremity.
Aggro smoke. Yeah, Mitch hasn't been cleared out. You've got Zeppa close by.
Oh, almost दूसरे को मार दिया.
Gets his one. But a 3v2 now for the attack that's instantly equalized. Net gets his, tries to get away. It's all on to Vic now. They have no idea where he is.
Yep.
They don't at all. 10, 1, and 14. A 1v2 would feel like a death blow to Leviathan, and he gets the audio cue of the Omen teleport. He hears the footsteps.
He's in the right place. Still has utility. Has his 2 smokes. Wants to take the fight, so he's gonna get ones. He's gonna get ones! A Red Bull clutch and heartbreak for Lev.
Heartbreak for Lev, but a breakout performance from Vic. The best series he's played so far in VCT Americas, Doug.
और सबसे बेस्ट पता है
perfectly
ये
on
एक
audio
ही पोजी था
full
जहाँ
confidence
से
holding his
क्लीन
spot
1v2
on
कर
B.
सकता था. वो प्लांट भी इसलिए कर रहा था क्योंकि बैक साइड खाली नहीं है करके.
Now he's popping
और
off.
बैक साइड पे वो मारता था प्लांटर को, बाद में साइफर का और उसका 1v1 होता था.
I think even that,
लेकिन
Drake,
ये
given how this
एक
half
ही
is gone,
पोजी था
even that
जो
seems like
पाथवे से
a
वो आए
reach.
हैं जहाँ से वो क्लच कर सकता था.
I mean, the mechanics are really shining through from the side of Cloud9. This synergy has looked great. Utility has been on point. It truly feels like they can do no wrong. The only round Leviathan won was pushing into spawn at B.
साइड क्लियर कैसे नहीं करते? अरे घूमते थोड़ी रहेंगे. जब तक साइड क्लियर करेगा दूसरी जगह से आके मार देगा फिर बोलेगा
King has a
उधर
rifle.
क्यों देख रहा है? ऐसा नहीं होता ना.
And it's a deeper, more aggressive wall.
A player है ओमेन, वहाँ पे क्यों बैठा रहेगा वो?
Faster, you're caught on the other side of it.
Yeah.
इतने सारे लोगों को मारा है मिड में.
Yeah. This time,
wait, he
opting to run through it. Yep.
You left the spike. The spike's waiting on the other side of the wall.
Makes you slow down, and that's something you don't want to do. Not in this position. There's 3 members here from the side of Cloud9. A dart is going to be shot. Will there be spam kills?
The flash is out. Vic gets his 2. He's already got 13,000 kills on the half. And he just continues to light it up.
Look at him. Flawless round win from Cloud9. 10-1 on the defensive side of Ascent.
भाई विक को कुछ तो हो गया भाई. विक को कुछ तो हो गया.
I don't know how you
Recon बाप था
against this comp. I really don't.
Leviathan have tried
और कोई
different
पीक
looks.
भी नहीं ले रहा है पता है.
This time trying to disrespect that mid vice wall, but it's just not enough. It's too late,
ओमेन
honestly.
के कांटेक्ट पे ब्लाइंड और उसके कांटेक्ट के पहले जिससे उस सामने को ओमेन का ब्लाइंड आ रहा है वहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड डाला.
In the bag. Is he trying to nerf himself to make it like fair or something? What's going on right now?
Already started the next round.
Can't you?
Or picked up and rotate back. Trample their way back towards B. A lot of the, I mean, really all of the Sentinel utilities set up A.
ये किसका मैप है? लेव का.
Net still has a net. And a wall.
A new look as well from Cloud9. This time a little bit more of a heavy focus on mid. Yoru ultimate used to get some info out of B. Understanding Oxy's here with the operator.
Does he have a TP to get out? He does, all the way back B main.
This is as free as B has ever been for the side of Leviathan, but he's just too good. Oxy.
King getting his 2 though, that's big.
भाई विक के आराम से.
And you've still got Vic who's alive. And
Spike
that
गिरा
has been
दिया,
a
बोला
problem
alt मार के spike ले ले भाई.
for Lev. Spike picked up. Oh, Vic too far, too aggressive.
दोनों यहाँ पे थे.
Little too crazy. Now, Neural Theft making
भाई
it
लेकिन
known
A
that
पे
B
जब
site
दो
is
बंदे हैं,
free for the taking.
A पे
Note
जब
that
दो
Calm
बंदे
has his
हैं,
Zephyr also has his
उसी
ult
में
though.
मिट्टी क्यों मारा?
Yeah, and they're all funneled in. Oh, but it's only going to connect onto one, I believe.
उसको लगा A हो
It's
रहा है.
only hitting Tex. He pushes forward into his death. Remember, the guns are still up on the other side, so it's going to be a straight up 2v2. Calm with 2 shocks to play with. Demon 1 with his paranoia, but no health to speak of. Zeppa gets the last, and that's another round for Cloud9.
They have the right place and the right time, dude.
Half on the defensive side. I guess for Leviathan, Calm is right. At least it's not a 13-0, Doug.
Binks
They
में अच्छा
are
बचा
on the
नहीं
double
बनाया आपने,
sentinel,
हाँ
though,
ना?
going into the defensive side. We've seen magic happen before. They would really have to dig deep here. They have the experience to do so, though, Doug. We do have to keep that in mind.
Spike, slow.
They've got the experience, they've got the comp.
Ball, omen blind, खा के हो
Is
गया
the
उनका.
runway just too short?
बहुत util से.
It's a massive lead for Cloud9 at halftime. We'll see if they can pull off the miracle. We'll see you guys shortly.
Nah. This is GG, brah. आज का हो गया. Yep. Vic too strong. Technically बस 12 राउंड चाहिए. अरे अल्ट में राउंड निकाल देंगे भाई. 11-1 क्या भाई? हर 4 राउंड बाद अल्ट आता है किसी का. सिर्फ और फॉर्म करके मर गया तो भी 4 राउंड के बाद अल्ट आएगा. समझ रहे हो? तो सिर्फ अल्ट पे भी खेला तो भी 13-9. बिना बस भाई आज सो जाना तुम भाई, मेरे को नींद ही नहीं आ रहा है. 9 साढ़े 9 बजे से पहले मेरे को नींद नहीं आने वाला.
Cloud9 put up an impenetrable wall on their defensive side of Ascent, courtesy of both Sentinels, courtesy of Vic going 16-2 and 15, and just smoking Lev out of the server. We'll see if Lev can do the same on their defensive side, because Dre, they have a couple of Sentis of their own.
This has been said so many times before, but you have to win this pistol round. It's a must-win pistol round for Leviathan, and a must-win bonus on top of it. If you want to come back into this, everything has to be going for you in favor the way it was going for Cloud9.
That's so cute.
It's just going to be a very passive, defensive
And
side
to
right now from the side of Leviathan.
Which you would expect.
Yeah.
Again,
That जो लोग अभी भी आए हैं
strength of
लाइक
this
कर दो.
comp,
2K likes के लिए 1000 चाहिए dude.
It's wait back, play around your util. Net lineup.
Very cool set pieces. Not having to worry about any mid vice wall. The break of a cam to see if there's a little bit of a trap.
I mean, they've already been more methodical about clearing util in the pistol than Lev were for most of the half.
That's a great shout. Demon 1 just gets overwhelmed. The pressure from A main and Cat is too much.
I mean, he was trying to alleviate some of that with a flash, but as you were saying,
Yep,
overwhelmed.
Oh,
That's
great awareness. Great awareness.
A 3v3, and we're seeing.
लेकिन एक और spike के delay के लिए और blind भी है.
And we're seeing Vic wrap all the way around Cat as well. A lot of stall utility here for the side of Cloud9 and its post plant. There's still a dart online. This 1v1 may be the decider.
Oh, Vic's human.
Yeah, who would have thought? Good pressure though. It delays Tex from getting into the A site.
It delays a ton of time. And that spike has been taken for a little bit here. Zappa playing on the other side of the smoke, waiting for the right time to swing, and he finds it. Drops Kong, never had a chance to fight back. And that was the desperately needed pistol for Lev, going the way of Cloud9. Is that
technically घूम के आके उसने मारा.
For Cloud9, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Listen, Lev, they won one pistol in this series. It's something that they couldn't do at all in the previous. So we're seeing a little bit of, you know, advancement, but
भाई
this
विक
map
के
has just
एसिस्ट
been brutal.
तो
Both
उतना
teams
सामने
playing
की
for the
टीम
first
की
time.
किल्स नहीं है टोटल
Their VCT debut 2025, and so far Cloud9 have just looked
विक
so
भी
much
लगा
better.
घूम के आके मारा तेरे को.
To talk about strength of schedule for Cloud9 specifically, keep in mind last year in stage 1 they went 5-1, right? They have to play against MIBR next, a chance at redemption. Losing to them in kickoff, right?
Cloud9 looking to put the finishing
Shot.
touches on this Slaughter. Demon 1 punching back though, as the rest of LEV does.
देखो टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए
on the site by himself, tries to get to the spike.
भाई कितना बेशर्म है बे ऑक्सी.
Okay.
भाई इतना
And he's got it
दिमाग.
down to a 1v2. This would be a brutal way for this to end. Oxy gives some of the space up.
खुद ही बैठा है वो.
Spots one, swings onto the other, and Rossi gets the kill.
I mean, thank God he got that kill. He grab netted himself. That would have been, if they would have lost that round, that would have been just nightmares for the ex-Cloud9 player. Viaton not out of this one quite yet. Demon 1 had some nice share shots connecting in this round. But it was sloppy, it was messy. Oxy almost did it too.
Oh!
Yeah, see?
He knew.
You can feel it.
Cloud9 on pistols. Meanwhile, LEV with much stronger weaponry. And they're gonna push into this. They've got the Cypher Cam and they have two sensors.
Padi. Dog dart padi.
Shocks out from Calm too. Rossi playing towards stairs, and a judge on the other side. One sound sensor has been tripped, and again, I think Cloud9 are doing a really good job of using trips and baiting out util and using their bodies sometimes to open up some of the map.
I mean, when you have an 11-1 buffer to do so, it gives you a little bit more confidence to, try to bait out some of that utility. And look at the stark difference in the defensive setups, though, with the trips and whatnot. Towards the A site specifically, they're so far back.
Demon 1 trying to turn the flash.
Full blind, bhai.
Gets a kill onto Oxy, but it's just there to trade. And the pistols go down with a whimper.
Right here.
Yeah, Net being seen as well. He's going to get faced by multiple players pushing out a cat and a main.
पता है base से आ रहा ना?
But this trip setup towards the A site specifically for Leviathan, if they use setups like this on an actual gun round and Cloud9 decide to face them there,
I think
it might be dangerous.
Yeah,
नहीं बे अच्छा team है.
This is
सारे players known है भाई, सारे players known
watching
है.
at home and here in the studio, but the fact that the lead is so massive isn't even the real issue. The big issue here is that Cloud9 are at map point. They're at series point. And so even if it was a massive lead, but they had a couple of rounds they could give up, maybe there's a chance to really believe this. But LEV have to play perfect.
Absolute perfect Valorant. And when we saw Cloud9 on that last map of Split,
अभी देखो B पे अगर गए ना वो लोग Cloud9 सीधा straight up आ गया. Straight up. कितना ही utils है, कितना ही utils.
Right now from the side of Cloud9. Almost every single ult is going to be online in the next round.
Sees the wall, decides to hold on to the ult for now.
But again, no other set of utility here. From the side of Leviathan, their A is so weak. Stark contrast to Cloud9. They know two players are in this A main.
Couple of kills found for LEV, but of course traded right back. The paranoia through, and Demon 1's gonna try to TP away. Succeeds. But that leaves A open.
And are you ready for Oxy pushed all the way up into heaven?
ये दरवाजा देख
No,
के.
they're not. They have no idea. He spots his one, but they maybe did see Demon 1 right at the end there.
Yoru कितना दूर
Binks would
है?
be rotating from so far back.
He's so far away, and Demon 1, he knows that he
और
wants
ये low
to
है,
even the score before team gets here.
But he's got 19 HP.
He's so low.
I mean, what are you sending him out to do?
The double hell setup. Zeppa being the guarantee on catwalk.
The safety valve, if you will.
मैं
King
फिर
will
भी
fall.
मारा भेंचो
Demon
Demon
1, of
ने
course,
वो
on
है.
his own. Spam through the smoke, and if it's Vic. Who else but Vic to get the last kill of the half? Bookended an outrageous series by him as Cloud9, I mean, you got to call it what it is. Obliterate LEV.
Yeah, Vic was just a sleeper agent in his previous matches. This was a standout performance from the rookie. 24 and 20. the best series he's had to date, Doug. And I think it's because Oxy hyping him up. Honestly, we heard it on that map of Split. Oxy's like, let's go, Vic, let's go. If that's the fire Vic needs, I mean, do it every game, man, if you're Cloud9. The underdogs of this stage are looking really good.
347 ACS out of Vic. An outrageous performance. I mean, he did everything right. And again, a lot of it was heavily benefited from that double sense of confidence. The fact that they were not able to find a single
चलो guys,
player.
bye-bye. GG's. C9 जीत गया. Very happy for Oxy. Bye. Crazy. But अभी LEV का qualifications थोड़ा सा dicey हो गया है. I think they need to win all the matches. देखते हैं मालूम पड़ेगा. चलो एक बार चलो का वीडियो देखो. ऑन स्ट्रीम में नहीं देखता यार कुछ. चलो गाइस, बाय. आदियोस शेडी में पादियोस. टेक केयर. सी या. अच्छे से नींद वींद लेके आ जाना फुल एनर्जी के साथ. आज G5 होने वाला है, ठीक है. चलो गाइस, बाय. गुड नाइट. बाय गाइस. बाय.